All right, we are coming to order. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to our public, to the stakeholders, to the staff, to our board members. Good to be with you as we start a new year. And let's do a roll call. We've got some serious traffic conditions out there, so people, I think, might be still fighting it, or maybe they've decided to go remote. So let's go through the list and see who's here and who's elsewhere. Member Bogus? Present. Member Booth? Member Booth is on the road, so we'll wish him safety out there. Member Klein?
Yes.
Okay, Member Davis?
Oh, she said she's on the road. She is. Okay.
On the road? All right, let me.
Trying to tune in.
Okay, I'm going to make road notes here. Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Green?
Yes.
Member Vice Chair Hart?
Present.
Member Hymas?
He said that he's on the road 3 minutes ago.
Okay. Member Carey?
Here.
Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Norton?
Here.
Member Reel?
Here.
Member Straight?
Here.
Member Wood?
Yes.
And I am here. All right, thank you. We do have a quorum. We got 3 people on their way in. Let's get started. So, as always, we appreciate our highway patrol. Is that Cindy?
I'm on my way in as well. This
Okay.
is Natalie. I'm on my
Oh,
way
Natalie's
in.
coming in
I'll
too. All
be
right.
there probably 7 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. So we got Member Booth, Member Klein, Member Davis, and Member Hymas on their way in. Just want to thank, as always, Chris Horrocks driving us, and security Davin Booth in case of emergency. Please use the 2 west doors out here leading to the exits on either side of the building. Let's get started with the pledge. Member Carey has agreed to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you all. Member Bogus, do you have the support and backup you need? Are you set tech-wise? Okay, you have the board member message for the month. Welcome and thank you. Floor is yours.
Thank you. So today's board member message is actually focused on something that might be a little obscure in this context. And I thought about actually passing around a little container to collect all your cell phones because I would like you to act like students. So it's something that is going to require participation. And today I would like to, next slide please, talk about logical fallacies. I can't take credit for this artwork. I found it online, asked permission to use it, and was granted that permission. I will tell you that not everything in these images is accurate. And so the challenge is for you to find the inaccuracies or the logical fallacies. So today it says that our thing that we're going to get behind and champion is that robots should take over the world. And we say, premise accepted, let's argue about it. Well, a logical fallacy is ultimately an error in reasoning, and it ultimately ties itself to basing your conclusions on a false premise. It's an argument that can be disproven through reasoning, and it's different from a subjective argument or one that can be disproven with facts. Next slide, please. So what I found in my conversations since I have been on the board is that I often use the word premise or presupposition, and many people say, what do you mean? And that those pieces of terminology, people don't know what they mean. So a premise is a proposition on which an argument is based and from which a conclusion is drawn. A presupposition is postulation of an anecdotal condition that which is postulated is necessary, antecedent condition, or a prerequisite. So that's very fancy language. I would like to say it's an underlying idea that must be accepted as true for the argument to bear out or for the action to take place. And if the presupposition is false, we're taking action on a false presupposition. So next slide, please. Oh, I forgot to give you instructions. If you find the errors in this, I would like you to raise your hand. You don't have to say anything, just raise your hand. So a hasty generalization, which we see a lot on this board, we see hasty generalizations, and it is a logical fallacy of making a claim based on a sample size too small to support it. It occurs when an arguer incorrectly draws a conclusion from a small sample of data and applies it to the entire body of data. And so, for example, our friendly robots here say, I've met a few people and I conclude that all humans are ugly, evil, and smell like socks. Next slide, please. This can also be associated, hasty generalizations, with broad brush statements or questions. For example, all are X. All people that live in Podunk, USA are dumb. That would be a broad brush statement. And obviously untrue, because all is very rarely true. If we could go to the next slide, please. A red herring we hear often in this room and on the board, and it's often thrown out in debate, and I think we just need to be very wary of it. The red herring is a misleading statement, question, or argument meant to redirect a conversation away from its original topic. It needs to be identified, noticed, and rejected because red herrings are not germane to the topic at hand. Next slide, please. Slippery slope arguments are also common in this body and among this body. Slippery slopes are a logical fallacy that claims one event or action will lead to another, and that event or action will lead to a more extreme event or action. For example, our wonderful robots say, if we act nice to humans now, soon they will demand constant back rubs. It's a logical fallacy, and logical fallacies can and should be rejected on their face. Next slide, please. A circular argument. I just want you to know a couple incorrect things have gone through on those slides, and I have seen no hands, just so we're all aware. A circular argument is an incorrect argument that tries to prove itself using its conclusion as evidence for the argument itself, such as, our boss is the best person for the job because they were promoted. It's just not a sound reasoning argument. It is one that uses the same statement as both the premise and the conclusion, and no new information is introduced to justify the argument. Next slide, please. An ad populum argument is very, very interesting because it appeals to the masses. Everyone agrees with me, therefore I'm right. It is an argument that should be rejected because everyone agreeing that the sky is purple does not actually make the sky purple. If everyone says that the grass is brown, which, no, that's not a good example. But my point is everyone doing it does not make it true. So to say more people say this than this, making it true, is actually a logical fallacy. And we need to start consciously identifying and rejecting logical fallacies in this room. Another way to state it is a bandwagon argument. Next slide, please. So a straw man argument is very, very interesting, and we see this a lot when I engage with people in the public, at town halls, in debates, political debates. You see a lot of straw man arguments come back to statements that are made or to questions that are asked. Instead of actually answering the question, we entertain a straw man argument. And a straw man argument is defeating because it's exaggerated and it's an obviously wrong caricature of your opponent rather than your actual opponent. The flaw lies with the arguer's method of arguing rather than with the argument itself. The straw man fallacy avoids the opponent's actual argument and instead argues against an inaccurate caricature of it. Next slide, please. Another logical fallacy that we see often in this room is what is called a false dilemma. It's also known as a false dichotomy. Claims that there are only two options. Either you are for me or against me, which is a logical fallacy. We can debate policy without being all or none. And often these two options are extreme opposites of each other, failing to acknowledge that other or more accurate and reasonable solutions or options exist. Next slide, please. Begging the question or begging the claim is a fallacy that occurs when the argument's conclusion is assumed as its premise. And in other words, it's a form of circular reasoning where the thing you're trying to prove is already assumed to be true. Next slide, please. This logical fallacy incorporates multiple logical fallacies. Just because B followed A does not mean B caused A. Next slide, please. I introduce you to the favorite argument of the internet. I don't like what you're saying. I disagree with you. Therefore, you are dumb, stupid, incorrigible. Fill in the adjective. The ad hominem attack is a logical fallacy that focuses on the person rather than addressing the argument itself. I'm sure there is data on the internet to prove that that is the favorite argument of the internet, but I don't have that here today. The genetic fallacy, next slide please, so sorry. The genetic fallacy we also entertain in this room. And it is the idea that because something came from something, it takes on those origins. Because someone looks like someone else, they think like someone else. It is a genetic fallacy, and you can't draw conclusions based upon a genetic fallacy. And so I would offer that as I have researched this to present on this today, because this is such a problem when we hear public comment. Often public comment is based on logical fallacy, and though I listen to people and I share their concerns, sometimes what is talked about is actually not germane to the conversation at hand, and therefore becomes a logical fallacy. So I would just argue that even though there are hundreds of logical fallacies that we could engage with, study, and work on rejecting, I've just presented a few, and I would ask that we would come together as a body and as a state and reject logical fallacy in favor of objective truth. So with that, sir, I yield my time. Thank you for my time today.
Thank you very much, Member Bogus. Okay. Oh, yes, thank you. We didn't always do that, but I like that new addition. We do appreciate every board member that brings up our... Exactly. I appreciate it. I think it's a great opportunity to say thanks. There's a lot of preparation in there. What's that? Yeah. We're going to be watching ourselves. Thank you. I feel like I just went through law school again. It was very helpful. All right, let's go to our education highlight from Ms. Kelsey James.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. I am, hopefully they're in the audience. I know we have a full room today, so hopefully they were able to find their way to it. and join me. If I can welcome up Terry Davis, and we have a couple guests with. I know the podium's in the way, but if you just want to find seats where you can up there, that is great. So while they're coming up, I'll just give a little background. We are welcoming some not legislative representatives, but some people to our boardroom today to discuss the recent event of Murray High School being named to the 2023 ESPN Honor Roll Schools, which is a program that It's a program that ESPN does in partnership with the Special Olympics. So before they are named as an ESPN National Honor Roll School, they also have to become a Special Olympic Unified Champion School under that program. So there's quite a number of things that they have to hit. So I'll turn over to Terry Davis, who is our physical education specialist here at USBE, and I will let her introduce the others that are with her today. So if you just press the one that looks like there's a little man on it or person, then I'll turn you on.
All right. I'm Terry Davis. I am physical education specialist, curriculum content specialist for the Utah State Board of Education. And I'd like to introduce the guests that are with me. I have Tori Gillette from Murray High School, Unified Champion School. I have Rob Cuff and Missy Mackey Whiters and Chris Shipman from the Utah High School Activities Association. And we are here to celebrate and support outstanding education-based activities at Murray High School. We understand education-based activities is a large contributor to the culture of a school. We are excited because Murray High School qualified to be named ESPN Honor Roll Unified Champion School in the Western region. And this was advertised on ESPN. It's super exciting. This honor signifies tremendous effort and dedication from many at Murray High School. We would love to see more schools qualify for this award. This award brings attention to the inclusive nature of Murray High School. I'm going to turn the rest of the time over to Tori to explain the significance of this award. So pull that.
Am I ready? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm Tori Gillette. I'm an assistant principal at Murray High School, and I have been the assistant principal with the responsibility of and the pleasure of being over the unified program. So I'm grateful to be here, and thank you for the invite. Our unified program is definitely a highlight of Murray High School, and it shows the inclusivity and welcoming nature that Murray has when you walk in the building. But I can't highlight the Unified Sports Program without highlighting some of the other programs that actually feed into Unified, and I believe are the impetus for why our Unified Program is so robust and so popular. One of the programs that we have is a really great peer tutoring program, and something I personally hadn't seen in any other schools. Our students in our severe disabilities classroom are welcome and scheduled into all sorts of classes in the general education classrooms. They, depending on their IEP minutes and their IEP goals, they'll do their core classes in their classroom, but they are welcomed and scheduled into all sorts of classes that are of their interest. They've been in PE, choir, wood shop, foods, social studies, any class that they find exciting and want to be a part of. And as part of that, they're matched with a peer tutor. And our peer tutors are trained to support and empower our students so that they can go be in our general education classrooms and be successful. The reason why I highlight that is our peer tutors, there's no restriction and limitations on who can be a peer tutor. All of our students are allowed. So we have students from all groups that come and do peer tutoring. And I have seen some of the greatest light in the eyes of students who come and be peer tutors. The reason why I highlight that is because most of our peer tutors are the ones who are the partner athletes who begin, or the partner athletes for unified sports. And they are asked if they want to be a partner athlete, and they come and they're eager to join, and they bring their friends, and we get a vast number of partner athletes to come out, and a lot of that is from the peer tutoring program. Most of our peer tutors will, or our partner athletes will continue being part of the teams even after they're no longer peer tutors. So once they do it, they are hooked and they continue. So like Terry said, we were named a banner school, a national banner school for unified sports. And there are many components to that. I think there were 10 components that we had to meet to do that. And I won't go over all those components, but part of that is we participate in unified basketball, soccer, and track, and we will start swimming this unified swimming this year. I think it starts it starts after basketball, so next month. And so we're excited to get that going. And our unified team is just as celebrated as every other sport. We advertise it the same. We invite students. Our students go and participate. And so we don't treat it as something extra. We treat it as part of the inclusivity and belonging and as one of our sports in our school. And that's what makes it so great. Also, as mentioned, we were named a ESPN honor roll school, which was a surprise to us. We had no idea, and I don't know how we even got on that list. But whoever nominated us, thank you. But it was beautiful, and we presented the banner and the plaque that we got at a recent assembly, to which a roar of our students of applause and excitement filled the auditorium, and so we were so grateful for that. I just want to end with a little story of what I've seen at Murray, and that unified and peer tutoring has really helped change the culture and create a culture of inclusivity. Last year I was new to Murray. It was my first year. And like the sophomores, I was a little hesitant and nervous. And our students in our severe classroom, again, very nervous. They're sophomores coming into a brand new school. And so at lunchtime, they would often sit with their paraeducators and have lunch in the cafeteria. And as I've seen them grow into juniors this year, now when I go over to the table, the paraeducators are typically sitting alone, and all of our unified students are out at tables with other friends. And when asked if they go back to, go to their parent, they're, no, I want to sit with my friends. And so it's very rare that they actually sit there anymore. They sit with their friends that they've met through peer tutoring and through unified sports, and they're welcome, and they are just like one of the gang, and they are just teenagers being great teenagers, and it's so fun to see. And as a professional, something that I've really learned from and will like to continue any school that I'm at. I want to promote that all schools should have a unified team. All schools should try to build that up as much as possible. And I invite you, we have a tournament on January 30th that we will be hosting, a unified basketball tournament on January 30th. Everyone is welcome to come. We will have, I think, 6 unified schools there, so they'll all be there to play basketball and have our tournament. And it was the event, my favorite event of last year, so please come if you are available. With that, thank you.
One note that I'd like to say is if you would like to look up the video, you can find the video of the ESPN Murray High School on YouTube.
So I'd love to open it up if there are any questions or comments for our guests from board members. This is your opportunity. I think we have.
I'll just say congratulations and thank you for the back. What a beautiful result. I mean, hearing those kids mingle and mix with their peers and feel confidence is awesome. And I'm glad somebody picked it up and recognized it. A lot of this stuff we know goes on in quiet, right? I mean, there's thousands of people doing great stuff, and it's wonderful when somebody actually gets held up and recognized. So thank you for sharing that. I just wanted to give recognition for awesome work. And I do want to open it up for comments or questions from Member Norton.
Thank you so much for being here and congratulations. This is wonderful. I have a question about in the beginning and when you said you were only here a year, maybe, others could weigh in or you could tell me a little about, what you do know of the history. How long has your program been running and how difficult or I hear this from many LEAs, but about the challenges to get through scheduling, cost, et cetera. How did Murray overcome that?
I can't speak to when it started. I'm not sure, so I don't know if any of you know when we started, because again, I've only been at Murray for 2 years and in the district for 2 years. But what I can say is our athletic director treats unified sports just like any other sport. They're on rotation they get money for transportation. They're on rotation for uniforms. They are included in our banners of sports and they're highlighted just like anyone else. So I think as far as how do we get through that, it's that everybody treats it. It's not a separate thing. It is a sport in our school, just like any other sport, and we treat it that way. And we have a coach, and she goes through all the same coaching meetings that everyone else goes through, and so it's not treated separately. It's treated as the same.
I can give you a little bit more of the history. Special Olympics Utah has been doing unified sports for a very long time. I served on their board of trustees a few years ago, and about 5 years ago, they came to us at Utah High School Activities and says, how can we partner with unified sports? And so we started with soccer, and then we've now gone to track and field, basketball, and now swimming. We hope to get to other sports as well. When Governor Cox became the governor here a few years ago, First Lady Abby Cox has taken this on as one of her platforms and has done a tremendous job in helping the growth of unified sports throughout Utah, not only in high schools, but also in middle schools, elementaries. Her, along with Ashley Smith and the Jazz, have really promoted unified sports throughout Utah. So Murray High School has done an incredible job and has got a great honor. There are other schools throughout the state that have received those honors as well, which is really exciting for Utah. So we just want to encourage all districts, and we do, to get involved with unified sports and get those students involved in something. We have state championships for each of those sports that I mentioned, along with the state championships we have in other sports. And it's just really exciting to see those students and their mentors and their partners that help them through the other students with special needs and those who are their mentors succeed together. It's really awesome.
We've got, let me see, make sure I go the right order. Member Lear.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, especially on this snowy day. I have a couple of questions or comment. One a comment and question. I know there's been research for years, for decades, about how participation in athletics improves academics, and I think that is just an amazing. This is an amazing kind of extension of that, where absolutely we want more students to do well, and so allowing them, providing their participation is wonderful. I'm just curious because we can't watch every sport in action. If one of you, either you or Rob, could give us sort of a picture of like how do students with disabilities swim? How do they play basketball using wheelchairs? How do you do soccer? Do you have and track seems easy because you could have a person running along with a participant. But can you give us a little bit of a picture of that, of what that looks like?
Do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start and then
And
I'll
you
say,
don't have, not exhaustive,
Yeah.
just.
I'll start
just
with
a
what I've seen.
snapshot.
Yeah, our students have all different physical abilities. And so depending on their abilities, we don't have anyone in our school that's in a wheelchair on the teams right now, but I've seen where others in the partner athlete, wheels them around and make sure they're a part of it. But the biggest thing I could say is I invite you to come watch one if you can make it out. I'm not sure how swimming will go. We'll see how that goes. I'm excited to watch
Do you
it.
have a swimmer swim alongside another swimmer?
That is probably a better
a Rob
question.
question.
I'll start, and then I'm going to have Chris talk a little bit about track. But so we have mentors who help the special needs students in every situation. For example, in basketball, there has to be 3 special needs and 2 mentors on the court at the same time. In our track and field, which he will talk about, there's mentors that will run with them, by them. Swimming, same thing as far as the relays go. And so in everything except swimming, the mentors are not part of the high school teams. So we're involving other students besides just those. For example, if someone is on the high school girls or boys basketball team, then they're ineligible, if you will, to be a mentor for the unified. Okay. So we involve more students that way, but they are just constantly helping them, mentoring them, becoming their friends, so to speak, and it's really, that's why the title is Unified Sports. It really brings the school together in a way that has never been done before. And I'm going to have Chris talk a little bit about track.
And then I just have one concluding comment.
So for track, right, the race is pretty simple. They'll line up and race. But we do relays with that as well. And then we are incorporating some of the field events where it would be the athlete and then the mentor combining their marks to get kind of a team score off of those.
Okay. That's great. This seems, since we're talking about equity later today, this seems like a beautiful example of equity in action.
And we,
thank you for those examples. Go ahead,
this
Chris.
fall we did at our cross-country state championship have a vision-impaired runner that ran the course and competed at the state championship. So that was exciting that we're able to incorporate them into, our non-unified sports as well.
That's
So
helpful. Thank you very much. And I would love to come and see some of those sports in action. Thanks.
Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Thank you so much for being here. Go Spartans. I mean, having spent 7 years at Murray High, Angie's a proud graduate, Deputy Stalling, so we love Murray High. I spent 7 years. It took me a while to graduate. No, actually, I was a counselor and an assistant. Assistant principal there. Murray's had a long-standing tradition of inclusionary practices for students with disabilities. I'm wondering, with unified sports, some of the data that I've looked at in other schools that have started this, I've noted it impacts absenteeism. We see absenteeism go down, behavior changes. You've talked a little bit about that, but can you drill down on that a little bit more? How have you seen it impact the overall sense of belonging among everyone in your school? Are you seeing it start to impact some of those other pieces? I mean, the inclusionary practices for students with disabilities, awesome. Yes. What about all the other stuff that we start to see how it impacts the overall school culture and sense of belonging? Thank you.
Terry Davis, physical education specialist. I, for a long time, have done inclusionary physical education, and I am a data keeper. And one thing that I noticed is not only absenteeism goes down, but performance, skills, and learning shoot through the roof when we have inclusionary situations. When you look at general education students or students that don't have disabilities, we also notice that in an inclusionary class, they tend to participate more and feel a sense of belonging more, that they can be of like a peer tutor, or that it doesn't matter that they're not an athlete, that they can be there and they're welcome too, and it's an inclusionary, happy environment. So the data that I took over 12 years of adapted PE, all the data points to it's better for everyone.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions from board members? Well, wonderful report. And thank you for all your efforts and for joining us today, especially in the snow. So thanks a ton. don't think we did. He's up pretty quickly, though. We want to, yeah. Okay, public comment. We're grateful to have a lot of our interested members of the public here today. I look forward to hearing from you. We apologize to those who did not make the list. We know there's a lot out there. Please be assured we do read all the additional comments. If we had allowed everybody today, we would literally probably not have been able to get to board business. So please know that that's our reasoning. As you may have noticed, we sometimes end up at midnight or 2 a.m. as it is. So we do have to have at least some limits on this, but we want to hear from everybody. So send the emails, feel free to call us, make sure that your voice is heard. So let us just go through the guidelines. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes. Comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personal issues or attack or defame an individual personally. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember, children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit that material in writing to the board at publiccomments@schools.utah.gov. That's public comments, plural, at schools.utah.gov. Oops. It says S here, but I've been corrected. It's public comments, singular. Yes. All right. We'll correct that. I don't know if you're looking at this, but please don't follow me.
Sorry, sir, just so you know, on the website, it's in 2 different places and it's misspelled. It's been okay.
All right. So yes, please please head to the website too. Easier way to just grab the link and email all of us. So, okay. With that, we've got those who signed up first were those who were put on the list. We want to recognize Representative Tim Jimenez. I think he's second on our list, but thank you for joining us from the Utah Legislature. First on the list is Monica Wilbur.
Okay. Before I begin, there is a handout going around, and if you can reference it, I would appreciate that. All right. Good morning, board. I was raised in a humble home in a wealthy neighborhood. My dark-skinned mother is from Central America. My white-skinned father is of Swiss-British heritage. My skin is light, my hair is dark. Both my parents speak Spanish. I was raised to speak English only. So my question for this board is, if your educational equity rule had been around in my childhood, how would teachers have interpreted its provisions of diversity, equity, and inclusion to apply to me? What kind of personal information would they have had to extract about my home life? And what kind of stereotypes would they have had to resort to arrive at a subjective conclusion about how I should be singled out at school? How would R277328 have labeled me? The way I see it, DEI makes kids line up for a label so they can be put in a box and treated like a commodity in a market where their victimhood is their currency. DEI practices in schools by any name or euphemism result in symbolic, systemic, and toxic discrimination. DEI labels exploit children based on characteristics beyond their control, and that is always wrong. I've seen documents from this board and from Granite School District that validate these statements, as well as from multiple other districts. You've seen copies of some of these. I've also heard that Granite officials have said that the Granite document entitled Racial Equity Resource Toolkit for Staff was never distributed. That is false. This equity toolkit was linked in Granite's Educational Equity Department's Equity Express newsletter distributed to district personnel via the SMORE platform in August 2021, the same month the Educational Equity Rule went into effect. As long as you're considering repealing 328, you might want to add repealing Portrait of a Graduate, the resolution denouncing racism and embracing equity, social emotional learning, PBIS, and a host of other DEI-aligned programs and statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Representative Jimenez, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Board, for your time and for letting me speak today. I'm Representative Tim Jimenez. I represent District 28 in the Utah House of Representatives. Last year, I was the sponsor of HB 427. I passed this bill as an effort to make sure that all of our students feel included and that we make sure that we are not othering students, making them feel somehow responsible for past sins or present sins committed by individuals of their same race, sex, gender, or sexual orientation. I'm thankful that the board has been so open to meeting with me. We knew as we passed this bill that R277328 would be out of compliance with HB 427, and I'm grateful for that the board has decided to meet together to vote to repeal this. And meeting with leadership a lot and with leadership from the Utah House, we are grateful that leadership has supported a repeal vote, as well as working with House leadership on the understanding that there will not be an amendment, that there will be a full repeal vote. It was the understanding of members of the Utah House that we've been meeting with and leadership that we would not be amending or changing this. The House has understood that a full repeal is in order to be compliant with state code and the code which I worked on last year. So I appreciate your vote, and I have to be here, go to a meeting, so I can't be here for your vote today, but I want to thank you in advance for coming in compliance with state code by voting for a full repeal and not amending this R277328. And that is the House's will, and that is what we have been led to understood will happen today. Thank you.
Wilkinson, I feel compelled to just say that leadership has agreed to put this up for repeal. Amendments will be considered and can be considered. So we've brought this forward as we agreed. We have brought this forward for consideration of repeal. That is not the only item on the agenda. Ms. Wilkinson.
Thank you, and thank you for clarifying that. I'm really appreciative that Murray High is here. I have 4 children who are or have been through the Murray School District, and I do that by choice. We are out of bounds because Murray School District is so amazing with students who are gifted and talented or students who need a little extra help. I scrapped my original comment at about 1 o'clock this morning because I happened to see a release by Utah Parents United that states that, quote, "It is our moral responsibility to teach our children that it is their character that defines their potential, not their race or circumstance." And I want to ask everybody who's watching or in this room, how many of you came out of your mothers with a resilient character or grit? That is something that we learn throughout our childhood. Nobody came out or was born with the ability to protect themselves, either mentally or physically. I'm going to give you some object truth. We grow into grit, and we do that with the help of family, with the help of friends, with the help of supportive communities also. When family and friends are not there for us, which is the case with far too many of our students or children in general in Utah. I'm going to hope that we here, who I'm pretty sure are all parents and or grandparents, that we can agree that we value children enough to let them grow old enough to build resilient character, to build into grit. How many times do we have to be in a national or international spotlight because we did not allow a child to do that in a safe environment? Izzy and Drake are 2 examples where we did not give children that chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkinson. Yvette Romero Coronado. Oh, you're online. We got you.
Yes, I am online. Thank you. When does my time start? My name is Yvette Romero Coronado. I'm a Granite School graduate, social worker, and constituent of Christina Bagas, and I'm here in support of R277328, Educational Equity. In school, I was an English language learner and the daughter of Mexican Catholic parents whose customs and values didn't always align with the majority culture. I grew up feeling ashamed and embarrassed of being Mexican, except in spaces like the Multicultural Club at Westlake Junior High and my friend group. My shame drove me to wear blue and green contacts, bleach my hair, and rid myself of an accent others made fun of. I felt unsmart, which kept me from pursuing academic opportunities like taking AP exams, convinced that I would never pass. My shame touched my family too. Like when I asked my dad to stop playing Spanish music when he picked me up from school, chose not to respond to them in Spanish in public, or the many times I told my parents they did things wrong. I am certain I made them feel the same way I felt about being me, inadequate and worthless. Truth is, no one in my school put books or content in front of me that affirmed my individuality and culture, and it's had profound consequences. Some people of my generation, millennials, have lost their connection to their mother tongues and cultures as a result of culturally relevant curriculum and equity-focused approaches. I have sat with people of minority identities who have shared painful stories of trying to act and become more white and like the people of the majority faith, to be invited to birthday parties, to be asked to the dance, and to feel a sense of belonging. I don't believe my teachers intended for me to feel this way. I believe that they were doing their job, teaching the curriculum they were given. However, I received a clear message. People like me don't write books or accomplish things worthy of note. And if I was to succeed, I had to leave parts of me and my family at the door and even reject them. Through personal work in my college education, I've learned to embrace the parts of me that I was embarrassed of. And I believe that educational equity is a necessary framework to repair and prevent the harm of sameness that I experienced and that many other generations have as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvette. We have Curtis Linton.
Good morning, Board, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I stand in support of R277328. I stand in support of educational equity. Why is this? I'm both a parent, I'm a white parent of 2 black children. I had an educational experience that I took for granted. I succeeded. The whole system was set up for me to succeed. Watching my 2 children go through Utah schools has shown me that it's not set up the same for every student. I enter today wondering why. Why is this such a contentious issue at this moment? Why is this rule that we worked so hard to pass 3 years ago being considered for repeal right now? Hearing Representative Jimenez, I now understand why. This is political. There's fear. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of troubled by what he said. It was a threat to you as a board from the legislature, not based upon the research that establishes that educational equity works, not based upon the superintendents within the state, the school boards within the state, the public comment that you've received saying, please keep this rule in place. This has become politicized. Why the fear? I don't quite understand. Educational equity is about equal opportunity for every single student to succeed. So if HR 427 asks for individual freedom, equality, and liberty to be the foundation of our education, here's what educational equity does. It recognizes each student comes in with unique needs. My daughter's ADHD is not a label, it is her characteristic. My son's black skin is not a label. It is how he was born. And when he walks in society, there's just a reality. We have a history around race that even can enter into the classroom. When he was 4 years old and a child at school told him, I can't play with you because you are dirty. Educational equity gives educators the professional development they need so they can see this difference and accommodate it. Imagine educational equity working within a school, a wealthy white boy growing up on the East Bench who is left-handed, but shows up Does the teacher accommodate that? Has the teacher been trained to accommodate that so that left-handed student can participate, engage, and succeed like every right-handed student in the classroom? This is what I finished with. I know my time is over. Educational equity is about hope. It is about achieving the vision of our nation that each and every student has an equal opportunity to go after their dreams and succeed in society.
Thank
Please
you.
support our educational equity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Renee Pinkney.
Good morning, Chair Moss, Vice Chair Earl, Vice Chair Hart, State Board of Education members. Thank you for allowing me to make public comments on R277328. I'm Renee Pinkney, serving as the UEA president. We all know that school is where childhood happens. Most of us believe that every child, no matter their color, background, or zip code, has the right to learn in a safe and supportive, well-resourced classroom where they are provided the supports and resources necessary to learn and thrive. This is equity. If educators are not trained in education equity, if they are working in an environment where they are weighing every word they say for fear of reprisal, they will not be as effective as they are when they receive professional development and support. Our students and their families must feel welcome, and schools must foster a strong sense of belonging. When students feel valued and are able to participate in rich, meaningful discussions about current events, ideas, and differing points of view, their curiosity and creativity come alive. They feel seen. They feel as though they are a valued member of the school community. The equity rule provides educators with guidelines around classroom discussions. It is imperative that you, this board, support all educators and by extension, our students. Please don't leave them in a vulnerable position. Do not repeal R277328. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Darlene McDonald.
As a member of this community with a child with autism who has benefited from educational equity in schools, he is also a Special Olympics athlete participating in track and field, snowshoeing, and bocce ball. This further outlines why equity, as defined as part of DEI, is important. So I appreciate the previous presentation. A logical fallacy is an argument that may sound convincing or true, but is actually flawed. Passing a resolution stating Administrative Rule R277328 is critical race theory is a logical fallacy. Stating Administrative Rule R277328 violates Utah Code amended by HB 427 is a logical fallacy. Equity is designed to ensure every child has the opportunity to learn and to be successful, regardless of their ability, their race, color, ethnicity, sex, orientation, gender, or gender identity, and thus exercise their unalienable right to pursue their happiness as endowed by their Creator. This is an election year. Many board members will be challenged by people with political leanings that are further to your right. I get it, but this puts you in a tough political position. However, this does not give members of the board permission to use our children, educators, LEAs as a political football. I urge members of this board to do what is right and reject the request to repeal this rule. Our words matter. Our experience matter. If you proceed, then I request that you follow the proper processes and procedures as outlined by Utah Code. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Dory Kim with Utah Rooting Out Racism.
Good morning, esteemed board members. Thank you for your time and consideration this morning. I'm Dory Kim, and I am representing Utah Rooting Out Racism, a group of parents, educators, community members, and researchers focused on anti-racist work in Utah schools. As I drove up here from Provo this morning, I almost wasn't sure I'd make it. I'm sure, like many of you here today, I'm extremely grateful for the snow removal, the people that worked to remove the snow throughout the night and the morning. But imagine that someone decided they didn't like the term snow removal. It's just a small group of people, but they're loud and they let UDOT know. And UDOT decides, hey, we don't want to deal with the controversy. It's easier to cater to those loud voices. So they tell themselves that snow removal probably isn't that necessary. Not all cars need it. After all, there's a lot of four-wheel drive vehicles out there, and they do just fine in the snow. So UDOT decides to discontinue the snow removal services because it's just too divisive. Well, we all know what's going to happen. The snow keeps coming, and the accidents start to pile up. Without any other plans in place to address the snow, cars just have to risk it. And as it turns out, a lot of those four-wheel drive vehicles were benefiting from snow removal too. This analogy may sound silly, but it's exactly what's happening with educational equity, the rule of educational equity today. A small group of people are putting Utah's children at risk in order to force the board into taking an ideological test. This has nothing to do with what is best for the children of Utah. It's about avoiding controversy and prioritizing political expediency, doing what's convenient rather than what is morally correct. In the same way that snow removal helped me arrive at my destination today, equity simply means removing barriers and providing supports for success. And it doesn't just help children of color. When we do equity correctly, all kids benefit. We urge you to keep R277328. Thank you.
Thank you, Dory. Aaron Bullen.
My name is Aaron Bullen, and I'm excited to see the repeal of R277328 today. I'd like to address the public statements made in opposition to this repeal by both the Access Committee as well as by the UEA. The Access Committee gives the following reasons that they don't want 328 repealed: marginalization of racial and ethnic studies, gender identities, sexual identities, xenophobia, and overrepresentation in behavioral referral and underrepresentation in advanced classes. I can only conclude that those on the committee that agreed to this statement have not actually read R277328 and maybe just read the title of the rule with the buzzword equity. Nowhere does it talk about behavioral referrals, honors classes. It certainly does not address xenophobia or the marginalization of gender identities. In fact, originally 328 was passed as a response to the legislator's request for the board to prohibit critical race theory principles in schools. But it seems like the lack of knowledge of what is actually in 328 has a lot of folks up in arms today. The UEA is another example. They claim that districts will no longer adopt curricula and open public board meetings. This is actually very humorous to me, considering that they fought against this requirement in SB 114 2 years ago, and then in SB 55 last year that was passed into code in 53G 4402, and is now a requirement for all curriculum against the protestations of the UEA and will remain in place after this is repealed. They also claim that we need 328 because there's no prohibition on teaching concepts in the classroom in 328. This may be my favorite claim because it proves exactly why 328 must be repealed. Code 53G 10206 has a prohibition on teaching children that they were born racist, but 328 does not, which put the two in direct conflict with each other. The UEA recognizes this, and I'm glad that the USBE is recognizing this as well and will vote to repeal R277328.
Thank you, Mr. Bolin. Dr. I'm going to mess this up. Adepimpi Deju Alatunde. Am I anywhere close to that? It's what? Oh, okay. Thank you.
I am very grateful to be here, and it is my privilege to make this comment on behalf of the Advisory Committee on Equity of Educational Services for Students, Access. My name is Dr. Adebimpe Deji Olatunde, and I am the Access Chair. In our role as USBE Educational Equity Advisory Committee, we would like to provide input to the board in light of R277328 and as it pertains to the current climate in our state and schools for marginalized students. We, as a committee, collectively, we are concerned about many of our students who continue to experience marginalization resulting from deficit thinking about their racial and ethnic cultures, their gender and sexual identities, xenophobia, continued overrepresentation in behavioral referrals, and underrepresentation in advanced classes. In 2021, after its investigation into race discrimination against students in one Utah school district, the U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, discovered there was widespread and pervasive race discrimination occurring in another Utah school district. The DOJ found, among other violations, that severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive race-based harassment by staff in several district schools are common. There are deficiencies. Our LEAs need guidance as it relates to standards regarding professional learning, guidelines and requirements for curriculum and classroom instruction and educational equity. We appreciate that Utah State Board of Education is doing its best to support all students in Utah. However, a complete repeal of the rule undermines its efforts and appears hasty and dismissive. It communicates an attitude of nonchalance and total disregard for the state's large percentage of marginalized students. It will be a devastating step backwards in the collective goal to guarantee that all Utah students have access to high-quality education. It is imperative we continue to seek to understand our students and strive to intentionally engage in practices that ensure Utah students feel safe and welcome at school. Therefore, as your Advisory Committee on Equity of Educational Services for All Students Access, respectfully and firmly opposes the repeal of R277328. We express to Utah State Board of Education that this is access input and it is in good faith. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You may know that Access is an official advisory committee to the board, so we let that run a bit long. We're going to try to hold to our 2 minutes, but we wanted to make sure that our advisory board had full time to do that. We didn't put them on a separate spot on the agenda, but we thank them for being here, and we will be trying to keep to our 2 minutes for the rest as we have been. So thank you, and we have Gloria Vindis. Let's see. We didn't have her listed for in-person or online. Did she not? Gloria Vindis, are you with us? All right, we'll mark that and come back to you at the end and see if we've got you. Lexi Cunningham? Scheduled for in-person. Oh, there we go. There's Lexi.
Good morning, members of the board. Lexi Cunningham.
The Joint Legislative Committee, comprised of members of the Utah School Boards Association, the Utah School Superintendents Association, and the Utah Association of School Business Officials, met on Thursday, January 4th, 2024, and voted unanimously to support R277328, Educational Equity in School. We believe the rule should not be repealed and urge you to reaffirm your commitment to educational equity. R277328 defines educational equity as acknowledging that all students are capable of learning and distributing resources to provide equal opportunities based upon the needs of each individual student. Equitable resources include funding, programs, policies, initiative, and supports that recognize each student's unique background and school context to guarantee that all students have access to high-quality education. R277328 also directs LEAs to provide training that will assist schools in creating a learning environment that is safe and respectful for all students. The rule asks LEAs to acknowledge differences by looking for the good in everyone and to collaborate with diverse communities to recognize that what we have in common. The foundation of Utah's educational system is based upon these principles. We are surprised that USBE board leadership made no attempt to reach out to educational leaders to discuss the proposed change before bringing it to a vote before the whole board. The removal of R277328 will have an impact on every LEA. USBA, USSA, and UASBA leadership would welcome a conversation with USBE board leadership. We feel R277328, educational equity in schools, is important because it individualizes learning, ensures equal access, creates safe learning environments, promotes positive recognition, ensures high quality education, and supports the foundation of the Utah education system. The future of education is on our collective hands. This is something that we as educational leaders take very seriously. Public education is our life's work, our passion, our commitment to our communities. The Joint Legislative Committee asks you to stand with the educational leaders of Utah in support of students, families, teachers, and schools, and reaffirm your commitment to R277328, educational equity in schools. Our students, our teachers, our families, and our schools deserve the best from all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi. Good Maragani. Online?
Yeah,
Goud, I'm sorry. I called you Good. Goud Maragani. We got you.
Okay,
You're with
thank
us.
you. Thank you. So my name is Goud Maragani. I'm the president of the Utah Gay Straight Coalition, and I'm here to testify in support of repealing R277328. I read in the news that there's some people that are concerned that repeal of this rule lead to their children being called racist names or to increased racist incidents in schools. And I'll say, like, I understand the issue because growing up in the 80s and 90s, I certainly have dealt with some racism. It was rare, but it did happen. And so I think it's a good goal to try to reduce racist incidents and racism in schools. However, R277328 was not designed or written to prevent racism or to deal with these issues. None of its provisions, nor its stated purpose, address reduction of racial discrimination or reduction of incidents of racism. Those issues are addressed in the state board's code of conduct and its other rules related to bullying and discrimination. Therefore, repealing 328 will have no effect on the occurrences of these incidents. Previous to 328's passage, the USBE, to your credit, opposed racism and sought through rule to help all students succeed and feel safe regardless of their race, gender, sexual orientation, or any other characteristic. That did not change with passage of 328, and it will not change with its repeal. Any effort or project to further reduce instances of bullying and racism should be initiated through an amendment to a currently existing rule. And so I urge you to repeal the rule today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for rolling over 18 seconds to the next speaker. We're moving along. Appreciate your comments. Kari Bartholomew. Online, I think. There we go. We got you. Oh, but we can't hear you. Sorry, you're muted. Still muted.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Yep, you're on.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. I'd like to address the claim that this rule is needed to promote inclusion and belonging. The word belonging appears only once in this rule as part of the definition of inclusion, saying that inclusion means to ensure students feel a sense of belonging. This explicitly ties the goal of belonging and inclusivity to the ability to guarantee that certain people have specific feelings. As an ethnic minority, with a different point of view than my assigned collective, I can assure you that I would not likely be made to be included, feel welcomed, or have a sense of belonging. Rather, I'm likely to be ostracized. Unfortunately, no one can guarantee how people feel. They can only do their best to treat people well, regardless of who they are. While it should already be obvious that treating people well and not being discriminatory or shunning people is how all people in the education field should behave, 328 doesn't outline any specific actions to help reinforce this truth or increase what 328 defines as inclusion. Repealing 328 will not decrease any student's feeling of belonging. But if the USBE and stakeholders are concerned about the presence of the word belonging and that feeling that they are trying to make students feel included, I would suggest passing a resolution or a new rule that actually brings about that change. One other thing that's very important is that this type of inclusion it means to center around some and to push others to the margin. There's so much about equity that I'm listening to a lot of people say that I could agree with. It seems to me that many people have not actually read the rule. So I hope that you have and will make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Jones. Online?
Online. Hi, my name is Kelly Jones. What I learned about justice and inequity in the world, I learned from books or at school. I learned about the Holocaust in 8th grade, but I didn't learn about Ida B. Hanks or lynching until I was a graduate student. They covered the Salem witch trials, but I didn't learn that Shirley Chisholm was the first woman Democrat to run for president until I was an adult. I know my parents were proud when I won the Martin Luther King Jr. writing contest in junior high, but I don't know whether we ever sat down and talked about whether they supported him when he was alive, or like so many other white folks, felt that his ideas went too far. He wasn't revered in his time, remember. He was reviled. He was jailed over 35 times. He was murdered for believing in fundamental equality. He had a dream that we could reach a more equitable standard someday. But today I ask you, how are we doing with his dream? How are we doing when we can meet just a few short years after a statewide equity standard was adopted, was voted in 14-1 and suggests that it be repealed? What happened in 3 years? Did we solve educational inequity? I ask you to stand firm and vote no on this repeal. I ask you to give educators the ability to fill in the gaps. There is no substitute for directed learning, for guided curriculum. You're going to hear Dr. King's words twisted to suggest that he wanted us to be colorblind. He did not. He wanted his children to be treated with dignity that they deserved and to build a successful life. He didn't want them to struggle like he had. But we can't work for that dream if we can't teach about the struggle. Coretta Scott King said, "Struggle is never-ending process. It is freedom. Freedom is never really won. You earn it and win it in every generation. Every generation has that duty to carry on the struggle and to work for equity." Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Ignacio Valdez, candidate for the Utah House of Representatives. Is he with us? Zoom? Don't see Mr. Valdez. He is online somewhere. We can circle. Oh, is he there just trying to get on? Okay, let's circle back. Oh, here we go.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Valdez. The floor is yours. We can hear you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ignacio Valdez, candidate for Representatives District 10 here in Ogden, Utah. It is unfortunate that many in education establishment are fear-mongering over the repeal of R277328. It has been said this rule is beneficial because not student differences leads to racism. I would like to evaluate this statement. The language of the rule does not address the study of racial differences in the classroom. The rule instead mentions group differences twice in reference to teachers both times. The first time in section 3-2-D as in Delta, it says teachers should be taught to acknowledge differences, looking for the good in everyone, including oneself, and showing due regard for feelings, rights, cultures, and traditions. The second time in section 3-2-E as an echo, it says teachers should learn to acknowledge diverse cultures, language, and traditions, values, needs, and lived experiences. There's no explanation about how exactly this would be accomplished in the rule. How does a teacher acknowledge differences in practice? By making mental notes about all the differences the kids have between each other. Maybe there is no explanation of how to do this because it is assumed that it is the natural state of humans to notice that some kids celebrate Christmas and some celebrate Ramadan. Or is this directive vague on purpose to allow teachers to come up with their own interpretations of how to acknowledge lived experience in culture? Either way, the repeal of this rule does not in any way remove a mandate to study differences in the classroom because such a thing does not exist in this rule. But it may perhaps remove a guideline for teachers to acknowledge differences in some vague sense. And there's a concern that teachers will no longer notice that there are differences between students because this rule is repealed. Then it's possible that new rule may be required in the place of R277328 to make sure that they notice them again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez. Brianna Hugh. Brianna, are you with us online?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just trying to get stuff working.
We
Sorry.
got you.
Thanks. Okay. I just want to start with an idea from a recent book that I read called Belonging Through a Culture of Dignity, The Keys to Successful Equity Implementation. It's by Floyd Cobb and John Crownapple. They talk a lot about how Maslow's hierarchy of needs is more like a ladder, even though we try to make it a pyramid. So where in this ladder, our needs build on each other. So first you have physical needs, then safety, then belonging, then achievement, then self-actualization. But what happens when you try to put achievement before belonging? Our students fail both in belonging and in achievement. I just want to point out that we have a lot of rules and a lot of standards about achievement. But when you skip over belonging to try to get to achievement, it doesn't work. Our students are not thriving in our schools. And belonging is something that everybody deserves in our schools. And R277328 ensures that. When we don't explicitly train teachers and admin how to address equity issues and violations, they are not equipped to meet the needs of all students and continue to have issues in our school. You recently voted as a board to adopt a new mission statement. That new mission statement is to open the doors of opportunity to all students. So as you consider this rule today, I want you to think about what does that actually mean? And what are the tangible and measurable ways that you as a board are ensuring that all students have those doors of opportunity open to them? We need good training. We need protection for our students. We need protection for our teachers, and we need protection for our families. This rule ensures that. Don't skip over belonging to try to get to achievement. It won't work. Thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you, Brianna. All right, let's circle back. We had Gloria Vindes on our list. I think she's the only one we missed. Am I right? Are you with us, Gloria? Oh.
And so she has made other arrangements today because she was told. That is, it's just what I've been told.
Huh.
So she is not.
Okay. She's been on the list. So that okay. I think the next on the list then is Juan Valadares. Okay. Next is Savitri Judge. I'm just going on the order of the waiting list. Sorry?
Yeah, we just have one more because we didn't have someone.
We got a number of people on the waiting list. We'll just. Oh yeah. Sorry, we got one spot. So let's see who we get to. Kevin Kouros. Got the golden ticket.
Well, thank you, and thank you for having a wait list. I certainly appreciate it. Thank you, Chair Moss, and thank you, board members. My name is Dr. Kevin Cruz, and I'm here speaking just as a parent and as an individual. I would just like to start off by, if I was a board member and I was told that if I supported equity that I lacked knowledge, I'd find that very offensive and divisive. Full stop. You all are smart people, regardless of what side of this vote you fall on. I ask that you vote no on the repeal of R277-328 because it seems like there is not an agreed upon definition of equity among the board, and the process of this repeal and its justification has lacked public transparency. To me, it seems the discrepancy arises from what equity is and is not. Equity does not give a student an advantage. Instead, educational equity provides teachers the knowledge and resources to prevent an individual student from falling behind their peers, not getting ahead of their peers. If you repeal this in the spirit of equal opportunity, how will the board ensure that all students have access to these opportunities? For instance, how will schools make sure that a student knows about an opportunity, can afford that opportunity, can make it to the scheduled time of that opportunity, can physically participate in that opportunity, and can feel included during that opportunity? For equal opportunity to work, there needs to be acknowledgement of the barriers that exist to access this equal opportunities, and these barriers are not a fallacy. They are supported by reliable and valid research. Without sufficient public transparency, this repeal appears symbolic on the surface. Please keep educational equity in Utah schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, that wraps our public comment. We are over, but we do greatly appreciate hearing from everybody who's joined us. Encourage you to submit. We've got, as you can imagine, our email boxes are full, but we read them. I've read every one that's come in, so please feel free to express your thoughts in email. Go to the website, call us, whatever you like. We want to make sure we hear from everybody, and apologize we're limited because we do have a lot of business to get to. So thank you for joining us, and we will move on to our superintendent's report. Dr. Dixon.
Okay, it takes four of us, clearly, to run this. All right. Thank you, board members. Good to see you on this snowy day. Leaving here at 7 p.m. last night was a very different story than coming in this morning. So just started off with a good, hopeful commute. Starting off with our Employee of the Month, Sabrina Gill, and I think she's online. There she is, my favorite part of meeting. Not that I don't love all your debate around rulemaking, but I really love to brag on our employees. Sabrina is an administrative secretary in our special education department. And we had such a fun conversation with her yesterday. So I want to highlight a few things about Sabrina. We don't always spend a lot of time highlighting people who are dependable. And Sabrina, you know, I mean, seriously, we kind of highlight and give awards for big things. And we don't always highlight people who show up, do their work, are dependable, and create this culture and sense of we're here to serve and help. And that is Sabrina to a T. If you mention her name in our agency, she is known as someone who's just willing to lean in and help everyone. And I'll give you a specific example. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but every year the special education department sends out thousands of surveys to parents. They want to know about the kind of services their students, their children are receiving, and they want that feedback, and it helps guide the work that we do. That is a huge lift. And this year, the person who is in charge of that came up with other employment, and so it left this gap in trying to make that happen. And Sabrina just jumped in and said, I'll do that, and kept it running so smoothly, and then onboarded the next person who came in. She is also a Qualtrics wizard. The word is even hard to say. Now, I will tell you, that is something I avoid. I never want to be a Qualtrics wizard. Sarah is smiling at me because when you are, then everybody runs to you for help. And Sabrina actually takes joy and pride in not only being a Qualtrics wizard because she can help everybody, but she is a wizard at all sorts of technology applications. So she is the go-to person to help. And if she doesn't know how to do something, she quickly figures it out and circles back to the person to help them. She is very beloved, not only in the special education department, but throughout the agency. Again, you mention her name, and it doesn't matter where she works. People know of her, appreciate her, and love her for her kindness, dependability, the cheerful way that she works with every parent, teacher, anybody who calls the department. She always follows through to make sure they know what has happened. So she is one of those great, dependable, lovely human beings that we admire so much and couldn't do our jobs without her. So Sabrina, congratulations. Next, we'll have a preview of the student art, which is fun. We haven't had photography in a while, so don't know if, oh, there they are.
Thank you. I'm Lori Bayevsky. I am your USBE Fine Arts Coordinator. It's so wonderful to see all of you here. I have a special shout out and thanks to the board members who will be adjudicating the Springville High School Art Show coming right up. And that is for board members Wood, Straight, Bogus, Booth, and Lear. Thank you. Thank you so much for your service and supporting our high school artists across the state. We have a very special guest today to introduce the arts installation that you're looking at on the wall. It's my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Rebecca Penarosa. She is our Beverly Taylor Sorensen endowed chair at Westminster University.
Thank you. It's a wonderful privilege to be here. Thank you, board members, for your time. And we would like to thank our partners, the Utah State Board of Education, Artworks for Kids, and the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Learning Program. I am privileged to explain and to detail just in a few words this photo journal that you see across the room today. At Westminster University, we are so privileged to be one of 7 endowed institutions from Beverly herself. And Beverly was so wise, she entrusted us with endowments to not only train future educators, but to oversee the professional development and continuing education of current classroom teachers and BTS Arts educators. And with that endowment, she entrusted us to do many different things. And for one of those things, she asked Westminster, before her passing, to hold a summer intensive. And what that looked like was up to us. And 8 years ago, when I was hired through Westminster, I really thought deeply about Westminster's vision and what that would be like and how we could best give opportunities to BTS arts educators to grow their mindset and their curriculum. And with those funds, typically someone is hired to come in and tell you about their experiences, and you do the best you can to mentally put yourself there. And I know this because I was an elementary music educator for over a decade. So I've been to those trainings, and I know when I leave, I try to hold on to them, but I know what really sticks. And what sticks with me is depth and experience. And so we sort of flipped the classroom, if you will, and rather than pay to bring someone in, we funded to take our teachers out. And this last July, we went to Rwanda for 2 weeks. And we took our music and dance educators there under the guise that they would learn authentic drumming and music techniques through the Rwandan people. And I can tell you from experience, when you teach children that call and response comes from Africa, it means one thing, but when you are actually planting beans and cassava root and you are singing call and response with the women there who eat this and have prepared it for you, it is a whole nother experience, and it will never leave your mind. And that day on our bus ride home, one of our music educators told me, top 10. This is one of my top 10 days of my entire life, including my marriage and the birth of my 5 children. So we got one of those last few spots. So we started our journey in Rwanda with learning about the Rwandan people. We learned about restorative justice and what it means to recover from a genocide and how to live side by side with those people that have hurt you. Again, another transferable skill for educators. And then at the end of our trip, our educators grew their resumes by sharing a 2-day intensive conference with 67 Rwandan educators on Beverly's paradigm, arts integration. How do you marry social studies, science, math with dance and music? And how do you teach by getting the students out of their seats so that they can retain those concepts? And our workshop was well attended, 100% attendance both days, with a ripple effect that is hard to yet know exactly how many students it will reach. But every educator that went has come back and presented in their own regions of their experiences. Over 5,000 students are directly impacted by these BTS arts educators that embarked on this journey with us. Over 67,000 students impacted through coaches and over 100,000 Rwandan students. So we like to think that Beverly's reach is now international, which makes us really proud. And so I just want to thank the Sorensen Legacy Foundation for this endowment, which fully funded this experience. This experience was also a continuing education course. So our BTS arts educators were able to enroll in the course and receive lane change credit, which gives them pay raise, which we're always excited about for educators. So we hope and know that this will impact our students positively through changing cultural environments in their schools. And we are just so excited to share this with you. And I'm open to questions if you have any. I know time is limited. We are going to the beautiful island of Tutuila, American Samoa next year to continue this work.
You got a chaperone volunteer over here.
Yes, we would love to have you. Life-changing.
Might have some competition. Thank you very, very much. And let's see, we've got some comments or questions. Member Davis.
Chair, turn off your. I just wanted to thank you for your work and just say that when I was a principal of an elementary school, we had one of our 4th grade science teachers did a lot of work with BTS and incorporating the arts into science, and she used and taught a lot of African drumming to help teach students like plate tectonics and yes. Principles to tsunamis and different things. And it was really fascinating to see how the implementation of the arts helped cement the scientific principles in their minds and help with their retention and such. So anyway, thanks for your work.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Other questions?
Yeah, just a quick comment. My family was able to go to Nepal on a school trip a few years ago, but just I I have an appreciation for the dance, the music, right, of the cultures of the individuals there, and what a awesome experience that was, to engage in that in real time, right, with individuals that this was part of their culture. So I'm so great. It's awesome that you're able to bring that back and then perpetuate that in the education experiences you have, and for the sake of music itself, right? Not just for the sake of integrating it somewhere, but for the sake of music, which has its own depth of, we're talking about math this afternoon, but there is an element of mathematics and rhythm and repetition that plays out in music that is just human, right? You hear the music, you can't help but stand up and dance and be part of what's going on. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And back to Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you for that awesome. Molly, thank you for that awesome report. I love that. And just like I was trying to envision Beverly wherever she is, just thinking about the legacy that she has left and the opportunities that are life-changing for these teachers and then for the students that they come back and serve. So thank you so much. That's great. Yeah.
Back to.
All right, Kelt, you ready to drive? So today I'm going to give 2 shout outs in accordance to things that the board have asked us to do, or things that we have initiated together that are getting noticed. So one, excuse me, first and foremost, U.S. Department of Education. We are held accountable for the ESSER dollars, the COVID relief funds that they're giving us. And I'm really proud of the way our state has been good stewards of those dollars, not only making sure that we have systems in place like our grants management system, but monitoring along the way. And I will tell you, as I talk to colleagues, in fact, even just last night, I was talking to a peer from another state, wishing that they had better ways to track and that they're having to come in after the fact and try to find some expenditures and get some money back. And I'm really confident in our system. And we were recognized by the U.S. Department of Education. They came out in the summer of 2022. And I don't know that they actually physically came out, but they conducted quarterly reviews. And they were looking at high priority issues to elevate promising practices, identified needs for technical assistance, and monitor the implementation of our ARP ESSER funds. Specifically, they were looking at the requirement for LEAs to set aside 20% of their allocation for activities to address the academic impact on lost instructional time. So Utah was highlighted for our COVID dashboard as a best practice for transparency and public accountability for the funding on their national report. So just a shout out, well done to our LEAs. And specifically, I want to give a shout out to Jessica, who is here, Jessica Kerr, wave. Jessica oversees the dashboard and the tracking of those funds and has done a phenomenal job, as has Sarah and others around her who work with her on her team. So great recognition. Thanks to our LEAs for the way that they are tracking, spending money, and reporting that to us. Next, I want to give a highlight in terms of our efficiency in the improvements in licensing. I'm pretty sure every board member has had at least one call, text, email saying, I have an endorsement I'm waiting on. I have a license that hasn't been processed. I'm pretty sure somebody's approached you, a family member, a neighbor. I know I get that from time to time. And our licensing staff has worked just phenomenally well to try and get these efficiencies in place. Dr. Haidt said, I'll bet there's a technology solution out there somewhere, because they had added on additional people. And, we're a licensing team that well over a decade ago went digital instead of paper, which other states just thought we were crazy. So just efficiency in that. I've heard tells of taking like a year to process a license based on paper. So Dr. Haidt came along and said, all right, we're going to look at some solutions. USIM's working really hard to get our licensing component in place, but there had to be a processing application that we could add. And so we sought out and found SM Apply. And this application, you can see from the chart just how amazingly we were able to cut down on time. So for those of you that can't quite see, let's just go with the, well, we'll start at the top. Associate Educator License. So we call that AEL because we need acronyms in education. So that typically used to take about 12 to 15 weeks to get through that process. It now takes 16 and a half days. An endorsement only application. So somebody has their license, they're adding on an endorsement. That used to take 4 to 6 weeks. With this application and the amazing work of staff, it's not all about technology. It now takes 3.2 days. And last but not least, just like a license equivalency review. So somebody comes in and says, I have this license from another state, or I have a major equivalent, whatever it is, you still have to review everything. That's a lot of labor, and that used to take 10 to 15 weeks, now 10.8 days. So if you look at the decrease in time, those percentages are just amazing. So basically, it takes an average of 8.5 days to engage in a transaction around a license instead of multiple weeks. So now if you have a constituent call, hopefully they're calling to say, this is so awesome. I got my endorsement in 2 weeks and it took me, 16 for my prior endorsement. So big shout out to licensing staff and Dr. Height, who's in the back on behalf of you and your team. Well done. Now, one of the, somebody's, do you have a comment or question about that particular?
I do. I had a comment, and it's not supposed to sound like self-important or anything, but I was fortunate enough last summer to receive a call from not just any constituent, but former Governor Mike Leavitt, who said, I have a colleague, I'm calling you, and we have mutual friends. His children grew up with mine, but I don't really know him. That's a little bit of an aside. Sounds less self-important. But anyway, he called me and said, I have a colleague at SUU who told me how fabulous she was, and somehow she's not able to get endorsed in the way that, of course, it seems obvious that she should be endorsed. And fortunately, I've sent other inquiries to Dr. Height, and I did the same to former Governor Leavitt and said, I know a fabulous person who will take care of this quickly. This is not just a bureaucratic boondoggle. I know this person will help you immediately. And I did, and he had the courtesy to send me a text, I think it was like 2 days later, that said, problem solved. Thank you very much for referring me to Dr. Height. So she helps everyone, the high and mighty, the people on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You might recall that as part of our Teacher of the Year program, the last couple of years, I've gone out and visited the classrooms of our 5 finalists, and it's just one of my favorite things to do. I was at Midvale Middle yesterday and saw or day before, saw some of the most amazing math instruction from Mr. Eddington. I want to report on a visit to Uinta High School to see Cammie Ellison, who is a business and marketing teacher there. She's a CTE teacher that has, as is often the case in a rural setting, multiple subjects that she teaches, but she's in CTE and primarily business and marketing. And the day we were there happened to be a lesson plan where they were talking about how do you go about creating a business? Where do you start? What's the best way to go about it? And they were researching different ways to approach it through nonprofits and for-profit, and where do you get started? And so she had a student by the name of Kyler Martinson. I think he was one of her second-year students. He got up and went through the process of how he filled out an LLC. They had the form in front of them. He talked about how he got started on his creating fly rods, fishing fly rods. And by the time I left, I was following him on social media and referring him to friends because there were other kids in the class who said, you should follow him, Superintendent Dixon, on social media, and you can see what he does. So a lot of the kids were really engaged in his business, but they were also excited about all of the ideas they had for their own and really working the steps of where do you start, where you go about it. I thought, wow, it really sparked some interest in me of if I were to start a business, what would it look like? What would I do? But now I know the steps to take. So I learned just being in the classroom that day. And what I wanted to point out is the great teaching that I see out there is the role of teacher as the facilitator, and students are doing the heavy lifting. They're doing the work, and I see that every time I go into a classroom of an excellent teacher. I also want to highlight for Uinta, it is I'm going to use the word belonging, which I love that word because we all belong. I didn't know that it could be a controversial word until today. I thought it was a safe word because we belong to communities and we belong to parishes and we belong to families. So when I think of belonging, and it's very intentional of creating cultures where people come and they're part of something. And that's what I witnessed at Uinta High School. So to create this kind of culture, they have adopted the motto of grit. The G stands for gratitude. So they are teaching their kids to have gratitude and be grateful. The R stands for responsible. They're teaching their kids how to be very responsible. I is for integrity, teaching kids what integrity means and how to have it, where to see models of integrity. And the T is for toughness, meaning perseverance. You can do things. Hang in there. Life can get tough, but you can overcome it. So I loved how they had defined grit, and you see it everywhere. One of the things that they do to be really clear about what that means for their kiddos, they make these big posters and they highlight a student who is displaying gratitude. And on the poster, they talk about how the student is showing gratitude for others. Like they give exemplars. And so you'll walk into this big open space and maybe see 4 to 6 posters with the student's face and then playing out one of those letters of the acronym GRIT. And I love that. It's modeling, teaching kids what it means to be part of a culture where they all work together to be their very best selves. When I go into a school, of course, the best source of information is always the students. And I happen to ask the students at Uinta High, I hope you've been to Uinta High. Raise your hand if you've been to Uinta High School. It's an amazing place. It's a great place to be. A culture of feedback, a lot of feedback for teachers, for students. I mean, you walk in and you really just immediately you see and feel and sense and know the culture of feedback. The other thing that I noted is that they're very clear about the things they need to work on. And I was standing in the open space talking to a group of students, and I said, "What is your favorite class and why?" I love that out of 6 girls standing there getting ready to go to lunch, they told me 6 completely different classes. And when I asked them why, it was anything from engaging, challenging, fun, busy, time goes by quickly, but without fail, they all talked about the teacher as part of that equation. So shout out to not only Uinta High, but those that are very strategic about how they create culture that students want to be there. They want to come, they want to do good work, and they want to accomplish things. And to me, that's the sense of belonging when I think of belonging. We heard President Reese last week, I'm losing track of time now, but I guess it was last week, give a keynote at the Utah State School Board Association, not state, Utah School Board Association conference. And I really appreciated his keynote. He talked about the kind of culture he's trying to create at Brigham Young University, where people want to come and they want to belong to the culture of BYU. And it's just really helped me be more mindful when I walk into a school to see how they are strategically creating that culture and very explicitly creating culture. It doesn't just happen. Well, I guess culture does happen. And if you can either be strategic about it and create an excellent culture, or culture creates itself. So it's really important, I think, to the success of our students, for our school leaders, our teachers, for everybody to focus together on school culture. So that's my report. And I'm going to share gratitude today for the role that I have, the great people that I get to work with, and the educators out in the field that make it happen, and the parents who support their students and our teachers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon. Thank you. Okay, I think it is time for a break. So we will take 7. Is that what you just suggested?
The timer on.
7.
I was gonna say 5, but I know we always go over.
7 is good.
So good. We are, just like we always do.
There's just so much good stuff to talk about. These guys.
We're not even good at that. Okay, we're ready to start. Back to your seats.
Jenny, can we start? Apparently we have a quorum. I don't want to be in my car for 97 hours. But I thought today was supposed to be a no snow day. Okay, board members, are we ready? We have no chairman. I mean, we have no leadership now. She left. We had Jenny, but no longer. I know, but we don't have leadership, and I don't dare go without leadership.
All right, we are back. after 7.2 minutes.
Oh, I.
Yeah, nice try. 72.
Yeah, I didn't even get into the bathroom until.
Tomato, tomato. All right, we are back with, we are on to finance. So, Chair Norton, bring the fun.
Yes, so we are starting on agenda item 4.4, state fiscal year 2023 discretionary carry forward balance status and approval for use. The first motion we have for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approves using $30,000 from the Federal Mineral Lease Fund from the board's discretionary funds for family studies as outlined and to include financial literacy, research questions, and similar courses.
Okay, questions, comments? If not, let's vote. Are we all set up to go? Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
then hit your mic.
Question?
There you
Hold
go.
on, hold. Well, let's see. We've got 2 votes up there already, but Member Klein, were you trying to?
Yes, is this the success sequence research? Is that what this one is? Yes. That's what I thought. Okay,
Vice
thank
Chair
you.
Earl?
Just
You wanna
wanted,
address
yeah,
that?
I don't know if somebody wants to elaborate on
This is
that
Vice
because
Chair
it doesn't
Earl's,
really share it in the recommended action. It just, the recommended action doesn't give much detail as, or the correct detail according to the description that we received in our backups. I just thought it would be better that the public know exactly what it is.
So
we're
I
voting
just,
on.
to speak to that, I asked for, some people asked for some additional information. This is one possibility. I asked if they could put a possibility together, what it might look like. And the reason why is because we have to put it out for contract. So it would have to go out and then people would have to submit their contracts. It's not a set contract. Does that make any sense? So it's, the research project would go forward. We'd have to submit for entities to submit. The entity that's put together some information will probably submit, but then we would pick from those. So it's not a, does that make sense? Yeah, it's, and because we don't, you would have to put it out for contract for it to be, but yeah, and sorry, an RFP. So I asked for, people asked, what could that look like? They wanted some more information on it. And I said, would you mind writing something up? If you were to do this, what would it maybe look like? So that would be.
So will the success sequence ideas be included in the RFP? Or is that, are we specifying that?
Yeah, let me look at the language that, I'm sorry. Do we have the motion up on the board? Yeah, I think you're right. It would need to include that. So if you want it to make an amendment, I thought.
Well, I'm not going to make an amendment, but it's too broad the way it is for me to support it as is.
Okay, further comment or question? If not, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and yeah, because that was not, that's accurate. I guess maybe I'm seeking clarification also then from that committee itself. Was the intent the research project as it was put forward, or the language as it's specified here? That would be my question, because this is something, and I don't know what this is, to be honest with you. I agreed with Board Member Klein on that.
Deputy Jones, thank you, sir.
Chair Moss, Scott Jones, Deputy Superintendent of Operations. So to Vice Chair Earl's point, there was request for more information. To Chair to Board Member Klein's concern, the RFP will be reviewed and vetted for specificity and details on what the expectations are of a vendor for the research study. We don't normally put RFPs in front of the board per se, but the intent is to be as detailed as possible and include the requirements of what the research project entails. So
is
these are
it
just
the language, we have the language here, but is it the language that I submitted, or is it this language here? that would put
that
out?
would be determined as part of the RFP process. So if you say it should be the language that you submitted, that would go into the RFP.
Okay,
So, and not this language. So,
then I don't mind having the financial literacy in there. I would just
Okay.
make an amendment that we make sure it includes the success sequence in that as well.
Great.
So.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is that a formal amendment then?
Yeah, that's an amendment.
Okay, so what would be the language of the amendment? Let's tee that up for discussion and vote then.
For family studies, including the success sequence. Actually,
Did include with the financial literacy piece?
Yeah, the part that I added, honestly, I'm not sure that's, I saw that as a big part of what the success sequence discussion has been. It's been a financial matter. It's also a health matter. So I added that, but honestly, I think, Vice Chair Earl may have a different opinion on that. It's her program. I think I've been talking to folks about financial literacy. So if there's an amendment to take that out, I'm not necessarily against it. I just open it up for the floor. But I would defer to Vice Chair Earl on the intent of her proposal.
Yeah, the intent would have the success sequence in there. I had research questions. Were those research questions? Maybe that's the question to ask. Were those? It doesn't look like those were moved forward unless this is included with this.
We read it all.
Okay, so but that's not part of the motion. So that's considered part of the motion or not? No. Okay.
No. We read the entire piece, and then the motion that was brought before us was the one that's listed there, and then we added in
The financial literacy.
The financial literacy, which was a bigger part of our
So
discussion.
I guess my question is, does it include the research questions that were asked?
I think it was left pretty open.
Okay, so yeah, then I would, okay, I've already got
We were
amendment.
talking more about family studies in general.
Okay.
I think, sorry. Do we not have a second? We need to see what the motion is. I will just,
Can we-
yeah, let's tee up the motion, then I can address it and we can get some clarity. Do we have the motion up, how you'd like it? Does that look right?
Just a second. Because you want to look at the financial literacy component, specifically this was to look at, instead of being so broad, it was narrowed to in our health curriculum. That's my research questions coming out. That's why I'm asking the question. And so it would seem to me, leaving it broad, we were going to get maybe some information, but it would seem like keeping it narrowly focused provides a very defined direction instead of just a broad family studies kind of a thing, if that makes sense. So I would, yeah, that's hard.
So that's reflected in the backup.
It is reflected, but that's
it's
why I
not
was
in the
asking. It's
motion.
not in the motion, so it wouldn't be the
Yeah.
motion, it's just family studies and financial literacy.
Is the motion then to add the research questions
Yeah, I think-
from the backup as well
Well, I'd
as
have
the
to add that
reference
as a
to
second
success
motion if
sequence?
someone. Yes, I would.
Well, we didn't
I
finish
think I would
framing
just
your
add this,
motion,
that we add
so-
the research questions too, instead of in place that. Sorry. Trying to. I would ask that we add the research questions in association with this request.
So those are in backup. It's.
I can read those
the
out.
questions are.
It says, how could Utah schools incorporate the success sequence within health education courses already established within schools? What learning objectives do health education 1 and 2 teach concerning the key components of the success sequence? What portion of class instruction is currently focused on protective factors similar to the success sequence?
Member Davis has had her light on.
Member Davis. Can we can we see what the motion is? I was holding the lights because we haven't had a second or.
We did.
Oh, you're right. Member Bogus did, but I'm not sure if we had the motion up there. I think she was still formulating her motion.
I
So-
still second it, so we can talk about it.
Thank you. Let's see what it is though, and then we can discuss it. Do we have the research questions that we can throw into the motion? They're in backup, and sorry, I forgot who's driving, but They're in the agenda memo. We just need to throw them into the motion. Do we have those? Are you throwing the questions? Okay, I don't mean to push you. Just wondered if you were trying to just reference them or incorporate. I think we probably need to incorporate to be clear, because the reference is tough. Yes.
I think it's part of the, yeah, this is an addition to. Yeah. Yes, include financial literacy research questions. This is adding that to the questions themselves. I think it's sufficient.
Individual marriage and research. That's what I used to teach in my family.
All right, we have it up. Sorry, folks. Do we have that? You still go okay with your second, Member Bogus?
Yes, it's needed to.
I understand. I just don't want you to have a surprise once it's put up there, right? So, okay, you're good with it? Okay, okay. All right, I think
Okay,
we
so-
have, hold on, we have a
Yeah.
motion, we have a second, and so the floor is open if there are amendments or discussion to that motion. So what's our sequence here?
It's,
Lights.
I don't
Member
know
Lear?
if
Or-
Davis was completed. If so, then it's Lear and then Real. Davis.
Back to you,
Lear.
Member Davis?
Yeah, I supported this one in our finance committee because it didn't put any additional burden on teachers or students. I just want to make sure I understand from Member O bringing the motion forward, Chair, if just to clarify and make sure this can be done studying the family success sequence, the current standards, how they might incorporate. It's not going to involve surveying or interviewing teachers and students and all of that kind of stuff, right?
Good question. Vice Chair Earl?
Because it has not been put out, it could be what we want it to be, which would, what I envisioned was looking at class structure, the curriculums or the standards that we have, the materials we have, and saying, where can this be incorporated in? It wasn't meant to go out and do interviews and such.
Okay.
So,
And I think Member Davis is asking because those of us that are on the Reports and Requirements Task Force know that if we are out there putting more out, we better have a thorough discussion about it. We're trying not to pile more requests for information, surveys, reports, et cetera, but I think I'm hearing from the answer that's not the intent, right? So this is to sort of survey materials and class structure. Yeah.
Then
Yep.
just a quick follow-up. The reason I did vote to support this in our finance committee was for that reason, but also because this came up when we did our health standards and we voted against it, but it came up so fast and it was the name of the program and it was, I love that if we're going to put something with a name to it that could possibly change with the research down the road or whatever, that we're thinking about it carefully and studying because I really do believe in the concepts of it. So anyway, I support it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair
Can
Earl?
I just a
any
quick response to that. The reason why it wasn't put in, if you remember correctly, because I was the one that submitted it, was because someone said, oh, it's a term that'll come and go. It'll be gone in a year. And it hasn't. And the reason why it hasn't is because it's based on pretty sound research. And if anything, it's actually been perpetuated more. We have a number of districts actually. One of our large districts is doing some promotional items around this idea. And so just looking at our curriculum and the things that we're doing, I think this is a great way to implement some sound research in that area.
Yes.
But I didn't say that. But I think we're remembering that conversation. But I don't know who else expressed, but I expressed a concern that I didn't know if it would change within it as years go on. Like what types of things would be added or taken away or changed. And so then you put a name of something in and you don't have control over what the content evolves and ebbs and flows to be. So that was what, but I do appreciate a more in-depth study of it.
Okay, who's next? Member Lear?
It would be Lear, Real, and then Klein.
There we
And
go.
I like the first part of the motion a lot. I think studying these things is a very good thing. As I look quickly at success sequence, it absolutely has a political bent, and I don't like that. I would like to study this objectively and be able to look at the information without being led in a certain direction, and that troubles me. So I can't support the motion, including the questions. I do like the first part of the motion. We know there are problems with young men and their success in school, and that relates to the family questions, but I would prefer be broader rather than more narrow in terms of a specific success sequence. And I'm not sure about health, or Leanne mentioned financial literacy. I'm not sure where that fits the most appropriately, but I can't support this with those questions because I think it sends the study in a certain direction.
All right, thank you, Member Lear. Member Real?
Thank you. I agree with Member Lear on a lot of the notes that she made, but one piece for me is that health education is an area that has a lot of code requirements. And from what I know about those courses and the standards, there's very little space for adding to those courses. So I think, I'm not sure if there is a way to potentially include in the research areas in which this would be better fit, because for me, health education there's so many code requirements in some of those 8-week to 12-week 16-week courses or 12-week courses that are fitting in the already jammed standards. Seems like maybe it would be better fit somewhere else.
Okay, thank you. Member Klein?
Oh, goodness. Just for the record, I think the public should know what the success sequence is. It's obtaining a high school education, finding a full-time job, waiting for marriage to have children, is basically what it is, just for the record. But I'm thinking on that last question, it's just a slight edit. I would say what portion of class instruction currently incorporates success sequence concepts. That's would that be a friendly, or do I need to
I'm fine with
amend
that
the
unless there's
amendment?
someone that has opposition to it. It would be friendly. So.
Okay. And then my only concern is, I don't know if we can scroll up.
All right. You don't? Okay, then we'll vote on it. So it'll be moved as a motion,
Okay,
as an
so-
amendment.
I even oppose it more if you add that.
So I would amend the amendment. What portion of classroom instruction includes success sequence concepts, or currently includes success sequence concepts?
Okay, do we have it framed up correctly? Is there a second? The motion's now up on the board. Second from Member Green. Open to discussion. So we don't have leftover lights, do we? Member Norton? No. Okay, you're for this? Okay.
Okay, it does not appear, only Norton is in the queue.
Member Straight took his light off. Are you wanting to address this though? Well, go ahead, Member Norton.
Okay.
Anybody else can jump in line.
I guess I have a question with this by when we bring it back to success sequence. Are we talking about then putting this into our standards and that success sequence would be in our standards? Because that feels to me like we are now stepping over the boundaries into the LEA's world of determining what curriculum, because they're going to have to pick curriculum that has success sequence in there. You know, these are great principles, and many people have chosen to use those principles in their life, and it has turned, you know, it's been very successful for them to use that. And that's why I like the whole concept of this. And I think it is when we were talking about family studies and including these concepts, that's great. But when we have to use success sequence and these questions, then I feel like we have now determined the curriculum that a district or a charter would have to use for this family studies class that may or may not become part of our standards.
Can I ask a clarifying question for that? But is there a proposal? I didn't catch this as having a proposal for a family studies class. Am I overlooking something? Does the original amendment have a proposal that add a?
Family studies for whatever, I don't know what that is.
Is that a class, or is that just the broadly like small letters family studies? I guess that's my question. I know that.
I didn't ask for family studies. This was the research question that I had.
So there's not a proposal to add a class or consider adding a class. I took this to be more of a, look around and see the extent to which these principles of the success sequence are found in our materials. Mm-hmm. Is that right? And I guess personally, I would consider that as part of, should we be adding these principles to existing materials? Other people might have their own interpretations, but I guess that's a great point, because that would be a different thing that what I was thinking. So I want to clarify. It doesn't sound like there's a proposal to add a class, though. No. Okay. I think that's important clarity for me. All right, who's next? We got Member Lear? Member Lear.
And I feel like this comment furthers my concern, because that I didn't mention in the earlier comment. I can live with LEAs choosing a political bent to their curriculum. That's a choice that they make. I don't want to do that as a state. So I don't like adding the success sequence, even if it's something I would support, even if it's something that's admirable. I don't like things that go in a certain political direction. And I really don't like then telling LEAs, when you choose your curriculum, the standard directs you to include something to do with success sequence.
Can I comment?
Okay, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, this isn't, you have to use this curriculum. This is just looking at where are the components that we already have in place. And then it would make recommendations, but that's what research does, right? It looks at where we're at, and it says, here's some areas where you could improve upon, and then it goes from there. But someone had said, well, if the whole, like, broadening it out, if you broaden it out, which is fine, $30,000, it was pretty narrow for a reason. If you're doing research, normally you're around $50,000 or more to do more of an in-depth analysis. This was kind of a broad overview, or at least that was the intent.
Follow up to that, Chair, just very quickly. And that may be so, but then why are we not studying or why are we not studying a variety of constructs or programs that might have a different end in mind, or might have different principles embedded in them? That seems to me the more objective kind of a study, not where is success sequence, but not where is anti-success sequence.
Because
where's the failure sequence? Let's study that.
Exactly.
I just
and so I
wondered,
think
but-
I want to have an opportunity to stay, and maybe 30,000 isn't enough. Then it isn't enough, and we either find more money, or but just studying in one political direction to look for qualifiers or indicators doesn't, to me, feel comfortable.
So I know you keep adding political direction, and maybe you've attached a political direction into it.
I read on
it's listing off the things that we have the greatest success for, moving up in on towards the American dream, so to speak. So I guess if that's a political direction, yeah. But if you wanted to submit another research project, I submitted this thinking, or if you want to alter it or whatever. But this is the reason why we're doing this is because I submitted a research request, right? So.
Right. And, well, I don't want to keep a back and forth going.
All right. Are there others? I had a comment, but I don't want to jump in line. Member Klein?
I've made this comment before, and I think it needs to be made again, that I think that the difference is there, in this room, we have people that define success differently. And this is, I think, where we get the impasse. And that's just another reason why we should be allowing individuals to define success for themselves. There are some things, though, that are objectively, I would think, non-debatable when it comes to what is success. To be able to become self-sufficient and to, have strong, lasting marriages and families and be able to support the family. I don't know who would say that that is not success. Anybody that would say that's not success, I would say must have a political bent against the family or against marriage or against children. And so I would say that to me sounds more like the political bent. The family, marriage, children, that's not inherently political unless somebody politicizes it in order to destroy that success sequence that has been proven over time.
Thank you, Member Klein. My comment is, I've been hearing a lot about this over the last year or so, and what I like about it, and, there's labels and such that come and go. It's basically what works. The question is a research question. What produces kind of an anti-poverty effect? And there's a lot of that stuff out there. It's across the spectrum. Everything we do becomes politicized. We know that. What I like is people who say, what's the research that this is correlated or perhaps caused by something? And what the research I've seen on this, including the Brookings Institute, which is pretty much straight up the middle, is basically, does that produce something? So I like it. I mean, I like the idea that we study it, because if it shows that you're more likely to not live in poverty, that's, I think, something that we want. So I'm in favor of it, but I get the comments. What you do with it could become politicized. And so if there are other angles that people want to research, but I'm in favor of asking the questions, what's out there, and are these things adding up to something that students might want to know about? I think it's a good point that they may want something entirely different. And so prescribing this would be a problem for me, laying out there in the course of health or financial literacy that, hey, research has found X, Y, and Z correlates or perhaps causes Y, is something that we do regularly. And I think it would be a benefit to them to be aware of that if that turns out to be something the board wants to consider. Not an opposing curriculum, not, telling them you must do this, just getting the awareness out there. So that's my view. Anybody else? I don't want to hog time. If not, let's vote. The amendment is from Member Klein. I apologize. I broke my own rule. I was speaking a little more broadly than Member Klein's amendment. So The motion to amend question 3 to say what portion of classroom instruction currently includes success sequence concepts. That was seconded, wasn't it? Yes, Member Green. Sorry. All right, let's vote. Showing 27 votes? Oh.
How come it says 26 votes on there?
There may be some people.
It says like 12 out of 26.
Okay, yeah, because it says that I can vote, which I will.
Everybody is. It's everybody.
And
is.
you get 13 votes? Wow.
There's 15.
I'm just
So
kidding.
you're
I know. I mean, but to get to 27, it's
I could.
no. Okay, we've got 15. Oh, with all voting, that passes 12-3. The nay votes being members Wood, Member Rio, Member Lair. So, as amended, the motion for the body is up on the chart on the screen. Yeah, if we could add that language in, that would be great. Really? Oh yeah, could we scroll up to see the top part too? Sure.
Point of order question?
I'm sorry, I've gotten lost in the thing. I think this would fit better in financial literacy than health, but the financial literacy.
No, it's.
That's in there.
It's still part of the original. Yeah. This is adding that to that.
So, go ahead, Member Davis. Yeah, the questions don't include financial literacy. Is that the point that it's listed above but not in the questions themselves?
Yeah, I'm sorry, my understanding was it would be considered if it was better to go in health standards or financial literacy standards, which is what
So currently, I guess, well, I'm just trying to clarify and move us along. I think we have a question that comes out. The question of whether we do anything with that would be another issue, I would believe. But we do have I guess for me, one question is, it says financial literacy. Do we need to add that to the research question so that it's clear that we're asking about both? Is that?
Yeah. And
So I don't even think this question, as I understand it, includes consideration of whether this would go in standards,
it's just.
right? It's purely research.
You just need to add financial literacy to number 2 question.
That would fine. So that they're looking at both. Cindy, just add it to it.
Jenny, maybe the point is not to add this to standards, but just to give a resource to LEAs.
It
For
doesn't even say
anything they
that.
want to be used in, health or financial literacy or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think it even says that.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
I think I misunderstood.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is it a friendly to add financial literacy in question 2, I think was the question somebody raised.
Sure.
I don't know who that was, but okay. I heard it. Nobody wants to own it. I'll take it. So that's a friendly, then I guess I'll make that. What learning objectives in health education 1 and 2 or financial literacy teach concerning the key concepts of the success sequence? Okay.
You would probably want to put health education up in the lead for the motion also, so that it's both.
Yes. Would that be a friendly? Okay. Any objection to either of those as friendlies so that we would add financial literacy in the question and add health in the intro so that they're both consistent in referencing both. And again, this is just a research question. I don't think it's a suggestion or a decision point. It obviously is with any research. It could suggest somebody might want to use it for action, propose, bring it back. But this itself, I don't understand to do anything about saying, should we do anything? It's just an is question, not an ought question, right? Is that okay? So those have been made friendlies, except we need to add financial literacy in question 2. Oh. Who? Please do, yes.
I think you may, Chair Moss, have answered my question, but I just want to hear it again from the maker of the motion, and for the public. So this is not something yet that is going to be imposed on anyone. It's just, we have money to do some studies, and Member Earl is suggesting that this would be an interesting thing to study. Is it as simple as that?
It is as simple as that. We're seeing where do we see it in there? Is there areas of improvement that we could incorporate it in? There is no action associated with it. When a research project comes back, we can then take action if we choose to.
Gotcha.
This isn't redo the standards.
Short follow-up.
Yep.
So that it's possible in this research process, there could be other programs studied that might not be exactly success sequence, but could be, children first, then careers, then, it could be something completely different.
No,
that
not
could
really. That's
enter
not
in-
what the success sequence is.
So it only is limited to the success sequence. Is that what you're saying?
The concepts within the success sequence. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
It is suggesting you should graduate from high school, that kind of stuff, which, but yeah.
All right. Further comments, questions? That's my understanding too. Is this is a question about a specific area of discussion that a lot of research has been focused on. It's not meant to suggest a course of action. It's not exclusive of other questions. But it would be a decision that for 30 grand, we'd like to know more about this thing that's been percolating out there in Brookings and elsewhere. And board members, of course, are free, as Member Earl did, to say, hey, I'd like to look at this question. And so, Member Wood. Yeah.
And then Klein. So question on number 1, could it then be, how could Utah schools incorporate the success sequences within courses already established? Why are we limiting to health education if we have some of our districts I've heard have a family studies course. Some, we have my daughter did CTE through with the child development that talked about the whole line of best practices in child development are parents who are educated, married. So could we remove health education and simply put within courses already established within schools?
Member Earl, is that a
No,
friendly-
it's not. Here's the thing. It's narrow for a reason. If we want to, if we want to do a $100,000 study and say where in all of the public education do we see the success sequence? The reason why it's narrowed is saying, okay, where are the key areas that this may be able to influence in our schools, and where the key areas that we're seeing. Financial literacy is definitely one of those. Health education. This is where we talk about families, and we talk about relationships. We talk about healthy things that help us in high school, out of high school. So it's asking where can we improve those protective factors, and maybe there's nowhere in it, right? If you want to make it broader, we can make it broader. We can, ask for another $30,000. $30,000 isn't much when you're doing research. So it's just creating a narrow. It's narrowly focused. Just trying to say where are these things in here right now. So if we want to go further than that, then let's add some more money to it. Let's say all the curriculum and or all the standards that we have. So
it's not a friendly, is it an amendment? Okay. And again, feel free, you can obviously go the normal route and tee up an amendment, but, okay, sure, yes. You got her. We got you. You're in.
So no, I don't have an amendment. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I loved your comment. I love that you were using protective factors, because I think there are specific actions that taken. Unfortunately, we took those protective factors, that statement out, but I did like your protective factors.
Okay, further comment to the underlying motion, Member Hymas.
Underlying motion?
Well, sorry, the underlying motion to amend, Member Earl.
No, well, that's fine. I support it. I was going to comment, but to Leanne saying if we've got to put more money if we want more broad. I don't like the broad specifically. I do support the motion underlying and overall motion. I'd love to move on from this. Beating a dead horse is hard. So,
And unfruitful.
anyway, I really appreciate the research question. I appreciate that it's open to board members. I appreciate that this one came out, and this is what Member Earl came up with and said, this is what I want to see research. And now we're going to beat the tar out of it. But I think it is important. I think it's important. We're on this vein of equity here, and we talk about something that has been proven to work and proven to set up better lives. And now we're saying, well, wait a second. Why not do the research, right? Why not say, well, let's see what it can do and then make it available. I don't even want to get there because that's way down the road, but let's look at it. So I support the motions.
Okay, thank you, Member Hymas. The motion to amend is then up, and so as amended, the board approves using $300,000 from federal mineral lease from discretionary funds. 30. That was not a that was not a friendly amendment. Sorry, that was a slip. 30,000 from the federal mineral lease fund from discretionary funds for family studies as outlined and to include health and education 1 and 2 and financial literacy research questions and similar courses. Was the underlying motion correct, or is that as amended? That first question has been amended to include health education. So all of this is the motion as amended, with the underlying parts being the amendments that have been accepted. So with that, let's vote. Okay, voting concluded. That passes 13-2 with the no votes being members Reel and Lear. Thank you. And we then, let's see. I think that does it, yes? We still go back to the underlying. Okay, I forgot whether that amended the underlying. All right, so what do we have left then? That was to incorporate the amendments, and now we have to vote for the total motion as amended. Am I getting? Geez, I'm out of practice. Sorry, folks. All right, we now have the motion as amended, which is on the board, which now includes the underlined language, which we just passed. Any further comments or discussion to that underlying motion? All right, let's vote. Okay, voting is closed. That motion passes also by 13-2 with the nays being Reel and Lear. Okay, thank you. And let's see, we're back to, I think that concludes that particular item. We had 2 more that came out of, yeah, the element of the item, I should say. So 2 more to come out of that discretionary funds proposal.
Okay, the next motion for this use of discretionary funds is that the committee recommends that the board approves using $400,000 one-time funding from the Federal Mineral Lease Fund for the board's discretionary fund for Pathful Connect.
Discussion of that motion. I have comments, and I guess I got the floor. So this came out of something I've been working on with Talent Ready Utah. Member Straight was involved in conversation yesterday. Talia Longhurst and Brecken Haywood are here from our CTE. The project we've been discussing is how do you make work-based learning opportunities and internships available to those who don't have immediate geographical access to those types of things. And so we've got a lot going on on the Wasatch Front, whether it's software or tech or med tech or hospitals. Kids who live close to that often have access. Those who don't do not. So you got kids on the west side, you got kids on the basin. There's my district is out in the basin. And there are kids who just don't have that. They don't know about Pluralsight or Qualtrics or some of these other things that are going on along the Wasatch Front. So that's been the discussion. We've talked about putting together a toolkit that would help businesses and districts understand how do you do that in a way that gives a good educational experience and allows businesses to reach out to kids that might not be in their regular scope and bring them into that process. And partly what we've found is that just people don't understand how to do this. There's no toolkit out there that helps explain. And so I've been working with businesses and trade groups and chambers. We've also talked to a number of LEAs, charters, and districts. There's some real interest in doing this. It's an access point. It gives broader participation opportunities. And as we talked about the toolkit to kind of explain how that works, our CTE office brought up an opportunity they're aware of called Pathful, which actually has a platform for doing this and then other things. They've set up videos that talk about how to, prepare for and explore different job opportunities. They set up, people to remote in to a school and explain what this particular job opportunity is all about. So it's just basically spreading access. And when that came up, we brought it for another use of discretionary funding. They're being used in Idaho, several other states, and it appeared to both fulfill kind of the need that we were addressing, that once we have all these interested participants on the business side and the school side, and once we've explained to them how you work through things like data privacy and workers' comp and access and what's the kid going to do, well, then how do we bring those people together? And we've got a few that I think are willing to show proof of concept and do this, but then we got to make it available to whoever wants to sign on. That's where Pathful came in. If a kid just jumps on and says, I'm interested in electrical engineering, and a company on the Wasatch Front says, yeah, I'm interested in that, now you got a platform, right? So that's the backup, and we spent an hour and a half, Member Straight and I talking to the company yesterday to make sure that my questions were, can we have this adapted to what we've been working up to rather than just signing on to a fixed platform? And we got some really good feedback about how they will prepare a white label that's basically our version of their product and then do it the things that we're looking at and what we've been working on. So any other comments, questions about that? If not, we can vote. Or Member Straight. And Member K.
There you go.
I was hitting the wrong button. Anyway, yeah, I appreciated the presentation and the educational equity that was provided by this program and support that. I see great opportunities for excellence and having especially rural schools or disadvantaged schools have opportunity to project themselves into success. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Straight. Member Carey.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in opposition to the motion. I spent some time on pathful.com, and I would encourage board members to visit that site if they haven't already. And their site is unambiguous and clear that it's about, and it says it, we're going to prepare a K through 12 workforce. And I ask myself, when do kids have the time just to be kids? And it says right there that, in our elementary schools, we're going to prepare them introduce them to the world of work. They're going to have enough time to be introduced to the world of work. And nowhere do I see on their website a mention about how this helps academic excellence, which I thought was a theme of this board. Their focus, their singular focus is, are we going to produce kids, this pipeline into the workforce? And I understand the wisdom of that, but wow, elementary school, kindergarten, we're going to introduce them to the world of work. So I speak against it for those two reasons. One, let children just be children for at least kindergarten. maybe elementary school, and then I don't see any emphasis on academic excellence. And if we just want to prepare kids for work, there's plenty of non-educational organizations that will help them do that. So I speak against the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I would just ditto Member Carey's comments. I made most of my comments in committee, but I'll just leave it at that. If people would like to hear my comments, they were made in committee. I definitely speak against the motion, and I would echo the concerns of Member Carey.
Member Davis.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about kids being kids. I'm always saying more playtime in kindergarten, for heaven's sakes. But I think that I did support this one because we were assured that we were not going to be beholden to a certain kind of program. Like, we were going to make the choices, and the LEAs were going to get to make the choices. And the bigger issue really is access. I mean, we've got our kids on the Wasatch Front here that can access internships and all kinds of opportunities. And I'm with you. I don't care about the elementary stuff, but in our high schools, we have kids. I know everyone's trying to not to use this word equity, but the opportunities are inequitable, and they don't get the same as our kids on the Wasatch Front. And this would provide at least some opportunity and exposure to that.
Thank you, Member Davis. Member Norton.
One of the things that I would like to bring to this conversation is I too have a great love for the innocence of children, and it breaks my heart to see some of those dramatic changes that have happened as I look at my fifth graders, but that's the world. However, for as long as I remember, those little kindergarten and first graders want to grow up and be a policeman, or they want to grow up and be a fireman. They have a natural curiosity for work and for the things that their parents may or may not do, or the other people that they see in the communities. And so I think I don't think we're getting them ready to go into an internship at that age, but I do think that it's good for them to see that there's lots of kinds of work and lots of kinds of opportunities for them, even if they live in a rural community, to that they can still participate in and learn about. And then the other thing is the importance of the life skills of responsibility and persistence and trustworthiness, which are another part of the world of work that I think these internships can bring home to all of our students. But I think it's important that we continue to teach those life skills in our elementary schools, and to support what they're learning at their home, because I feel like we probably all can see that the work ethic in our country has dropped significantly, and that's something that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Member Norton. Other lights? I want to. Vice Chair.
I just wanted to be in line, but I mean.
Was Member Klein up first?
Let Member Klein go.
Okay.
Of course, I would have to hit her button. There we go.
All right. So I also researched the website, Pathful Connect, and so many concerns on there, not the least of which is the incredible amount of data mining the data that it collects on the students. Says identifies key interests, values, and skills to guide career exploration process and recommend potential careers. So it is leading them into these workforce pipelines into certain areas at very young ages. They have this whole section just for junior children, so K-12 or K through 5, where this is focused, and the fact that they're collecting things about their values, I think goes right directly against state code, because I doubt there's any kind of parental consent required for this. It just collects it behind the scenes while they're working. It's getting them to earn credentials towards the workplace, which then that becomes their currency into the workplace. And that I just think that's highly inappropriate when they should be working on their academic grades and not workforce readiness or workforce credentials even. They have two different payment plans here, the bronze plan and the platinum plan, both of which allow students who send and receive private messages from adults, strangers in the corporate worlds. We're paying $400,000 to give strangers access to our children in private messaging with that capability. And there's just so many red flags with this. I cannot support this.
Thank you, Member Klein. Member Hart, Vice Chair Hart.
So when I heard about this program, I did some research myself, and our students, many of our students do not have access. It is so easy to forget that so many of our students are outside the Wasatch Front, outside Silicon Slopes. This whole notion that this is the opposite of children having their childhood and playing. Every child talks and thinks about, I'm going to be a firefighter. There's no dichotomy between talking about what you might do when you're grown versus having a childhood. Quite frankly, I'm interested in the middle and high school aspects of this. I'm interested in getting those resources to students. I'm interested in those students having opportunities to learn about different parts of the workforce. We just got done talking about the success criteria, the success sequence, which includes getting a job, but then we turn around and say we're going to not make a resource available, not force a resource, not force involvement with a resource, but not make a resource available. That's, I'm just going to call out that contradiction right here and now. So I think this is a great tool to make available. I would never in a million years say that students should access a resource that their parents aren't aware of and consent to. That isn't an issue. The question here is whether this is a resource that our students could benefit from. All those other things are just details. They are not what we're deciding on here. And the answer for me is that students benefit when they have access to real world people in the real world that are doing exactly what we know to be successful, and that is work. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. Member Wood.
Can you explain to me how the funding works? So we had 400,000 now, but it looks like it's a subscription base. It's 12 months. If we get districts that start to use this, now are they forced to pay the fee? How does it, once we get past the 12 months, what next?
I should defer, and I will say that, well, I'll come back to the other elements but on the funding side, it's a 1-year subscription, and so that's the extent of the commitment. But Talia or Brecken, are you able to handle that? And I know I'm not quite sure about how that money, the logistics of how that subscription works for LEAs that want to participate.
And what happens past the 12 months, I'd like to know.
Oh, right. And my understanding is nothing is past the 12 months unless
Okay, so it's just a
we
single
renew.
year.
Yeah,
Okay.
but Talia, yes, thank you
And
for
on
joining
one
us.
side note, my 3-year-old grandson wants to be a dietitian when he grows up so he can take bones out of people's feet. So they are thinking about work even at 3.
Thank you. Talia.
Talia Longhurst, Director of Career and Technical Education here at USBE. This is one-time funding. It would, the money would only cover 1 year, and our goal is to see how it works, to see, and our focus is around grades 9 through 12. Hopefully, some middle schools, junior high schools might be interested, but we're really looking at just grades 9 through 12 at this point in time. But we need to see how it works here in Utah. We know there's been success in other states. We have tried some pilots here in Utah that have been well received, very small bits of access for certain schools just to see what they think and give us some feedback. But this is one time, and then we'll have to discuss where we go from here. We know that there are some industry groups who are interested in seeing this be successful and have expressed some interest in working with us. So the opportunities are wide open from here on out.
Member Green, you're next.
Yeah, this is for Chair Moss or maybe Member Straight. Did they say what class this goes? Like, is this a class that this would fall under, or is this, how do you engage with this in the school setting?
Okay, so let's say you teach a drama class, and you know, they might bring someone on, like the example they gave was someone who does lighting, who works in the movie industry, and they come on and they talk about what they do, how they do it, the different effects of lighting. It's just basically a way to provide an opportunity for students to see themselves as successful.
So just to clarify, they bring professionals in to
But they don't bring it there.
or
Okay,
is
so
is it virtual?
it's virtual because if you live out in Roosevelt, probably not movie industry out there, although there could be. But anyway, it's provided for anyone who has an interest in that. And yeah, so it could be for the whole state. And they have it broke down into areas. But it's very individualized towards our state. Am I getting all this right, Chair Moss?
That's my understanding, and yeah, I'll
And just
go
to
ahead,
clarify
back to
then,
Member Green.
so the student would sign up for this, they would sign up for Pathful Connect, correct?
Correct.
And they would do that outside of school hours, or is this facilitated in their XLT class, or?
So yeah, can I answer, or did you want to?
Go ahead,
Member
please.
Straight. So just some clarity. I had no discussion or interest in pushing this into elementary schools. I have no interest in doing it on an opt-out basis. We are talking about opportunities for high schoolers to conduct internships potentially if they want to. And I was just out at Representative Welton's classroom, I don't know, about a month ago, and I was visiting with him, and he asked me to, take over his class and chat for a bit, which is always fun. And I asked him the question I think all of us probably ask: what would you have liked to have better in your schools? What can we do for you? Whatever. The number one thing was, I wish I had known about career opportunities earlier, and including middle school is what they said. Career planning is not the only or most important part of school for me. I'm just sharing my views because I was kind of involved in some of this. It is, however, an opportunity for kids to find something they love academically and transfer it into something that might be a career for them. I loved history. I ended up in poli-sci and then law, right? Kids are designers, the ones that are more creative than me. They learn about animation. So for me, this is not a process to bring industry what they need. I'm into industry. My clients are industry. For me, this is about opportunity for students to say, hey, that's pretty cool. And now, gee, could I make a living at it? What would that look like? And there are different stages of that. You first find out what an animator does. Then maybe you have an animator, piped in. If your teacher says, I'd sure like to have these guys talk to somebody at Disney's Imagineering, and then that person pops up on your screen and says, hey, let me tell you what I do. And then as you get older in high school, you might actually be able to work on a project or get an internship with somebody that's not down your street or in your neighborhood. That, to me, is the beauty of it. It's entirely driven by student interest. So, I actually have an amendment at some point, unless other people have, questions or concerns. But, yeah, I see a couple lights. So I'll come back to that. My intent, though, is to limit this to high school and middle school, make sure it's an opt-in basis by a student for actual interaction and data, and to have safety protocol. I see a lot of hands. We'll get to you. Let me just finish my comment. That's what I'm envisioning with this. If a teacher decides to pipe somebody in and talk about it, there's no data, There's no survey. This is not something that becomes a, kind of a standard practice. Everybody has to do it. If you get to the point where you want as a student to be engaged in some further fashion with the company, then you would have only an opt-in with the appropriate data safeguards. That's how I see it. So I can hold on a formal amendment because I see some lights, or maybe not, and I can just make an amendment.
Going on and off like it's
All right, let me make an amendment then, and we can talk about that.
one that's on right now is member straight.
Okay. Did you want to address that, or should I make the amendment and we
Please
can talk
make
about
the
it?
amendment.
All right, my amendment is that Pathful, let's see. Where is our actual motion? For I thought it was. Oh, geez, why is that the motion? Why is that the? Okay. All right, we've gotten ahead of ourselves. Some of this concept we've heard from our CTE folks that about this Pathful Connect. That is a specific vendor, which I understood was being proposed as a sole source or something to that effect. But I'm hearing we need to make that a. Do you want to address the question of whether we need an RFP or sole source on this? Anybody? We want to do this right. That's kind of what came up from our staff when we talked about the concept. But if we need to do the RFP, then this is just one of who knows how many might jump in. Deputy Jones, do you
Right.
wanna-
So, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So it's not necessarily an issue at all that you're proposing this, in that there's a particular company named in this. However, before doing or saying or anything, publicly about that particular company, it should only be about the software. Because to your point, Chair, we can pursue this as if it's a sole source, right? But until we know for sure that it can be a sole source, then it needs to
Okay.
be just about the software.
Good, okay.
And
I
we
understood
don't
that
know-
had already been
You're
decided. So
fine.
let's
Yeah,
change
you're
the
fine.
amendment. We'll say discretionary funds for software to provide, and I'm sorry, I'd taken that as having already been analyzed. Software to provide virtual work-based learning opportunities for high school and middle school students on an opt-in basis, subject to appropriate data protocols. I'm getting 2 thumbs up that I'm framing that right? Used for a software platform, I think is what we want. This is not just software you plug in, it's a platform you access. Okay, so up in software, we'll say a software platform to provide virtual work-based learning opportunities for high school and middle school students on an opt-in basis, subject to appropriate data protocols. I guess that is proposed by me as a friendly amendment, and I will accept it, but the body has to accept. Is there objection to that friendly amendment? Or, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, this is an amendment to the finance amendment, correct? Which had not been seconded. All right. So this is my motion to amend the Finance Committee recommendation, which does require a second. Seconded, and let's put that out for discussion. Any discussion to that motion? Is your light? Sorry. Okay. Yeah, Member Carey.
Yeah, Chair, would you accept a friendly amendment that instead of data protocols, perhaps appropriate data privacy protocols?
You bet. That is friendly on my part. Any objection from the body? Yes. Objection to that or something else?
I think it's broader than privacy protocols. It's safety protocols too.
So safety and data.
But maybe there's other pieces. That's why I thought protocols was, or I don't know if you want to add, but it's just broader than privacy.
Fair enough. That's friendly for me too. Let's see if anybody in the body objects, but that's privacy and safety protocols. Then
Some of
is
the worst adult
proposal.
stalkers stalk online.
Sure.
So keep that in mind.
Yep. Okay. Those are both friendly for me. Any objection from the body to those friendlies? Okay.
But
think,
oh,
yes.
sorry.
Member Lair.
One slight more correction. To include, is that okay?
To include,
Appropriate
oh, sure.
to include, so that it could be to include to include
So
appropriate
we
data
take
privacy.
out subject.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Yeah, and to get rid of subject. That
Take
feels
subject, the
better to
word
me.
subject out. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a friendly. Okay, so the motion as amended with the friendlies is that the board approve using $400,000 one-time funds from the Federal Mental Release Fund from the board's discretionary funds to be used as for a software platform to provide virtual work-based learning opportunities for high school and middle school students on an opt-in basis to include appropriate data privacy and safety protocols. Seeing no other lights, let's vote. We are missing 4, 3, 2. We're missing 2. We're missing 2 votes. Down to 1. Okay, voting is complete. That passes 14-1 with the nay vote being Member Klein. Thank you very much. Back to Chair. Did I wrap that item up? Did we vote on? No, we do need to go back. Jeez, where am I? Okay. As amended then, the motion is essentially what we just completed there. So the board approves 400,000 one time, et cetera, et cetera. Any further discussion of that motion as amended? If not, let's vote.
The same thing, it's just that it had,
The two-step. Three.
I mean,
3 left. 2. 2 left.
who's not voted?
1 left. I'm not calling people out, but you know who you are. One left.
I voted, right? It's not me, right?
Oh, I don't know. We got 1 left who hasn't voted.
Straight?
We're still looking for your vote.
No, it's okay. You could have already touched it.
Okay, voting's complete. That passes 13-2 with the nay votes being members Bogus and Klein. Thank you. Back to Chair Norton. I believe there's one more.
The committee recommends that the board approves using $167,500 from the tax delay fund from the board's discretionary funds to pay for an educational specialist for 1 year for the student support services section.
I see no lights. Do I? Member Klein's, you have.
Member Klein?
I would speak against the motion.
Further lights, let's vote. Two more. one more.
I'll double check and make sure you pushed your button.
Who are we missing there?
Randy,
Member Booth, I think we're missing you, sir.
you may have pushed it, but sometimes you got it.
There we go. Voting's complete. That passes 13 in favor, 1 abstaining, and 1 no. The abstention being Member Bogus, and the no vote being Member Klein. I'm sorry, I had my mic on.
I just have a motion.
Okay. Okay, that concludes that item. Not finance. Member
Yeah,
Vice Chair
I
Earl?
want to make a motion that to postpone, 3 items for research did not move out of committee, but I'd like those postponed till February for further discussion. And I could talk about what those are, those math fluency, the descriptive study of SEL, and then the one about school-age boys in Utah. So
Is that a motion to bring them back here in February or back to committee?
back here. The cell phone holders that's getting held. The legislature's looking at things like that, so I'm not going to touch that. It's on. Sorry. So it would be 4.4. It was the second thing that just talked about discretionary fund requests. So it would be, we passed 1 out of 2, but then the other 3 items there. So I'm asking that they be postponed till February's board meeting.
So, do we have a second? It's been seconded. Any discussion of that motion?
I know.
Do we know which items, Member Lear?
Yes, I had 2 questions. Could we not at least consider the cell phone issue? I really don't care what the legislature does and think that we have more insight into what happens in schools.
You can, after this, if you wanted to move that item forward, you can do that. I just didn't.
Is it a friendly amendment to add it to this?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I would like to add all of them to at least be discussed by finance.
Oh, no, I want it back in committee. I mean, not in committee, back in board.
Back in the board meeting,
Okay.
wherever it's.
Yeah, I'm great with that.
Wherever it's going for
Sure.
here.
So, all right, let's make clear for board members, which are the items? Do we have those up on the board?
That would be all the
that
remaining
we're-
items, right?
Yes,
All the
that we're
remaining
not
items being-
considered to move forward.
And I did have another question, but it completely escaped me, so I may have to come
So
back.
these are not in our backup or the motion, correct? These are items that were considered by finance, were not brought forward, and are not in our backup.
They are.
Or they are in the
They are in the
backups.
backup. They were not moved forward from committee.
Right,
And I was
okay.
asking for consideration here in the full board, but I'm asking for that to be postponed until next month's
In
meeting.
February.
Yes.
So does anybody have questions about what those items are? I just want to make sure folks know what we're talking about. Okay, so, and that includes the cell phone item. There was money proposed for cell phone holders in schools, right? That was the, okay. Okay. Yes, Member Lear.
What is the window for asking for these studies? Is it any time or is it?
Any board member, and I think Scott says this continually, any board member at any time can make a request for funding. This mineral lease funding specifically has to do with
ongoing.
research
Gotcha.
or innovation, that kind of a thing. That's why I asked for these research projects to just inform some of the things we have going on.
Thank you.
But anybody can ask. We have $2 million still sitting in there.
There's no window, there's no.
Well, no, but we've got the end of our
Fiscal
you've got
year.
the
end of our
the end of the
fiscal
year.
Gotcha.
fiscal year.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is then to postpone consideration of all items for discretionary funding that were not brought forward from finance from today to February's board meeting. Any final discussion? If not, let's vote. Five left. We know y'all want to stay here till 2 in the morning, but let's get the votes done. Yes.
Lunch is on, it's a buffet that's like heated with things, and they're picking it back up at 1:30, and it's got burners.
They're picking it back up from here?
Yes.
Okay, so we need to be there
they
by
will
1?
take their lunch back.
So
at
that
1:30.
voting's concluded. That passes 12-3. The no votes being members Wood, Klein, and Norton. And I'm just hearing a little bit about lunch. Are we wanting to do that? I think we can try to finish finance. They're here till 1:30?
We have to be done with eating at 1:30.
Right.
Because it's
Right.
a hot thing.
Got it. So if we can get done by 1 or so, or 10-1, then we can go eat. But we'll have to, let's see if we can finish finance. I don't know if we can, but
right.
2 items. Back to Chair Norton.
Okay. Oh, snap. Are we on the 4.6? The committee recommends?
Resolution.
Okay. The committee recommends that the board approve the Utah State Board of Education resolution regarding school trust lands and funds, draft number 4.
Member Reel.
Thanks, Chair. I have a question about this motion. Is in looking over the drafts, I noticed that we took out the acknowledgement that not all the land was suitable for development. And I wondered about that because it's, as far as I know, and maybe someone on staff can elaborate, there is land that is not developable because of, scenic beauty or because it is native land, etc. And some of those lands have actually brought in a lot of funds for us. For example, like the Grand Staircase has brought in dollars into the fund. So I was wondering why we removed that completely from this, the new draft that we have, the latest one.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to that. The language that sits here is, if you go onto their site, this is the language of what they do. And it does, what you're talking about is referenced in there, right? Outdoor recreation, forest management. There are things that, you're right, they're not, you can't build on it. You can't do mineral stuff. So it's there. It broadens it out though to the things that the trust lands entities do. And it takes it right from their site. So that's why, so it's more comprehensive of the things they're actually engaged in.
Is that the latest draft? Oh, I thought I saw in the amendment that that paragraph was pulled. No. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I thought that
it
paragraph was pulled.
It was stated what they did instead of making more of a political statement about these lands are, environmentally or whatever. It just says, this is what we do, right? These are the lands, this is what we do. It's the forest management, it's the outdoor recreation, which does bring in quite a bit of money, right? With the usage of that. So livestock grazing.
You're thinking that instead of by saying outdoor recreation, you're thinking that includes undevelopable lands, non-developable lands, like
it
true
would, and
public
so would some of these others. Mineral extraction could be on undevelopable lands as well. So.
All right. Oh. And I don't know if anyone can confirm, because I thought that it was my understanding that, for example, the land that was acquired through the trust on Grand Staircase has actually brought in a lot of revenue into the fund. And so I didn't know if anyone knew the answer to that.
Do we have anybody who knows the answer to that question? Paula, maybe? Thank you, Paula, if you want to weigh in.
So the question, I think, is if the Grand Staircase Escalante exchange, it did. The exchange of land in that exchange traded some lands that potentially were not going to be able to generate revenue into some areas that have.
Thank you, Paula. Back to Member Reel. Sure.
I guess my only follow-up would be, do we feel like with the removal of that more specific piece about these lands that are true public lands that cannot be developed on. If we remove that and make it a little bit more subtle, or is that going to hurt anything in the overall picture? Because if there is opportunity to have exchanges that bring in that revenue, that even if it is undevelopable land, it could be important to have and have that noted in there.
Got it. Thank you, Member Reel. Member Bogus?
Yes, sir. So, I spoke against this in committee. I voted against it in committee, and I just think that when we're taking official USBE positions, that we should just, actually, I have a substitute motion.
Okay.
I move that the board enter an official position of support for the increase from 4 to 5%, and be done with this instead of debating this resolution ad nauseum. I think we should enter an official position of support for the legislative action and call it a day.
Is there a second? Second from Member Lear, and that is now, I want one clarified question. Is that not up for consideration later or in our legislative action items, the increase from 4 to 5%, or is it from 5 to 6? We already went from 4 to 5.
It's from 4 to 5, sir. I do believe it's 4 to 5.
4 to 5. We've discussed this. I've just lost track. Did we enter a vote of support for that? I think we might have. Paula, we already went on the record supporting that increase from 4 to 5, which is a constitutional amendment, correct?
So in the legislative session, you did support the bill that puts it on the ballot to move from 4 to 5%. That's
Okay,
correct.
so that's been considered. We went on the record. We voted to support. It was passed out. It's on the ballot for an amendment.
So then, sir, I would question, what is the need for a resolution if we have already entered a position of support?
Well, the 4 to 5 is different from this, right? So, I mean, we got two separate issues. The 4 to 5 allows the trust to kick off 5% of the body for distribution, right, holding the rest. So it is connected when the part where we talk about fair distribution between current and future. There's other stuff in here that's separate. So I guess that on that point, there is a connection. This expresses a broader position, I think, on, that we support fairness between building the body of the trust and also distributing for current needs. Whereas the other is a specific one-time, proposal to go from 4 to 5% of kicking it off, right?
Mhm.
So I guess that's my understanding. But
So,
go ahead.
Well, if my memory is incorrect, if that position has been entered, I would withdraw my motion. But I don't believe this resolution is needed. I believe it's heavily politically charged, and we discussed that in committee, and I don't support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Bogus. Member Klein?
Yes, so I would support not having a resolution. I don't think that there's a need for it, as long as we have already made our position clear on upping the numbers. Also, there is a lot of I have a lot of amendments that I would make to this resolution, and I've talked to some about my concerns, and there's just a lot of ambiguity built into it, a lot of terms without definitions. There's even aspects like the whereas clause that says, whereas the Enabling Act and the Utah State Constitution require school trust growth to be managed consistent with trust principles, including that the funds are managed for the support of common schools with a commitment to fair and equitable distributions to both current and future school children. Where exactly in the Enabling Act and the Constitution does it are those claims backed up, that it even says those things?
Is that a request for anybody in particular? Is that to?
If someone can show me exactly where in the Enabling Act or the Constitution that it says.
I don't see. Okay, hold on.
I don't.
I know, but I'm seeing if anybody wants to answer that question. I don't see any response, but we'll consider that a comment then for the debate.
Yeah, I don't believe
Other Member Davis then?
Yeah, I mean, I think feels like we're reading a lot into this, and probably because there's a lot of language in this thing. You know, to Member Klein's point, I felt like there was a lot of language. However, a lot of the language was fixed, if you will. I mean, the basic point of this resolution is to say that the money will be used for school children and not for other people's all ideas of how these trust lands will be used for other development or whatever, business, whatever. The second one was that the money will be distributed equitably between, and we even took that word out because someone had a problem with the word. So we tried to explain it without using the precise word, which is a problem when you try to remove words from your dictionary. But we tried to explain it then that the money for current children and future children and past children, like the distributions shouldn't be all hoarded up now to give to someone later or vice versa. They should be equitably distributed amongst generations of all children. These are the points of this resolution. Is the language a little wordy? Yeah. But this is why this resolution is important.
Thank you, Member Davis. Member Klein? And we need to tee up, we need to get to a vote after this.
Okay,
Member Klein?
so it says that the trust is managed prudently and for the public, prudently and profitably for the public education beneficiaries. Doesn't say school children, it says public education beneficiaries, which could literally be anybody. Anybody.
Okay. So the motion before on the floor, Member Bogus, did you withdraw the motion? Okay. All right. So we are speaking to the underlying motion. Member Klein, back to you.
I would make a substitute motion to I don't know what the word is, repeal or repeal the existing resolution and not go forward with any resolution.
Sorry. You mean to I think that's basically, well, is there a current resolution? We have one on the floor for consideration. You're talking about repealing an existing one, not this one?
Not having a resolution.
Okay. So I don't know if we have that before us. Is there, we're talking about a currently existing, is this an update? If I could ask Paula, this is an update, right, of the existing resolution that we've had on the, out there for a while? Okay. All right. So the motion then as a substitute, was that framed as a substitute? Yes. Member Klein? Okay. Is to repeal the underlying resolution rather than amend as has been proposed here. Member Reel? Do we have a second? Second. Let's see. They got you.
I didn't second. Oh, okay.
What are we waiting on now?
I'm sorry. I think we're getting a lot of communication coming in. So the motion on the floor is to revoke the underlying trust lands resolution for which amendments had been proposed, to revoke rather than to amend. Any final discussion to that motion? Okay, let's vote.
Oh, wait.
Motions to revoke. Just to make clear, I see some vote flipping and questioning. Right, repeal. Sorry, oops. Can we get, okay, yeah, because that is a significant difference. Instead of appealing, the motion is to repeal. You're doing great. I'm sorry. We're just throwing a million things at you at once here. Thank you for raising that. I didn't catch the. Thank you. Okay. Repeal the existing resolution and continue without a board resolution for trust lands. Got it. Okay, so that's now up for a vote. Yeah, sorry. Not sure I did. I got it. Okay. All right, 4 left. We got four people that aren't hungry.
Oh, do we have to vote again?
Mm-hmm. Three left. I think the holidays, we're still in a holiday coma. One more.
Oh, okay.
Is that? All right. There we go. That motion fails by a vote of 12-3. We're back to the underlying motion. Let's see. Could you put the question back out, Member Klein? There was a motion. There was a question raised, and if we can't answer it right now, we'll move forward with that as a comment. But if we do have somebody,
It would be Real and then Klein. Well, Klein first, then Real. Sorry.
Okay, my question was where exactly is it stated in the Enabling Act and the Constitution, what it claims in the whereas clause that I read?
I'm not sure we have anybody for that. So seeing no response, we will take that as a rhetorical question.
No,
Which
I want
has
an
value.
answer.
We can't do it, Member Klein, unless somebody has the answer on the spot. We're not going to slow down the vote. Some of these questions have to be raised before if we're going to do the research that's necessary. So I understand if that means that
Well,
a member
I
is
just
not
want to make
comfortable.
sure that it is that the claims that they are making in this whereas clause are actually true about what it says in the Enabling Act and the Constitution, so that we're not passing something that is just not accurate.
It's a great question. It's one that we can do in advance or on our own. We're all free to read the Enabling Act. We can Google it while we sit here. I'm not hearing an immediate response. I'm certainly
So
trying to get one, but
if we pass this and then discover that that's not accurate, then what?
then somebody would bring it back. Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. It's just that we have some questions about everything, and sometimes we're able to get a quick answer, and other times we're not if it's raised on the fly. And so that's where we are. So moving to the next, who's got another
Me.
question, comment? Member Real?
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion and I appreciate getting my questions answered. Thank you. And I'd like to call the question.
Question has been called. That requires a 2/3 vote or a showing of no lights. Member Real, do you want to proceed to a vote? I don't.
That'd be great.
I think on the motion to call the question. I don't think we need.
I don't need to make a motion if we're ready to go.
Okay, yeah, I see no lights, and so if that's all right, we will proceed to a vote. Hold on, let's frame up the. Motion is that the board approves the resolution regarding school trust lands and funds. Draft 4. Voting is open. There we go. Voting is concluded. That passes 12-3. The no votes being members Green, Bogus, and Klein. Back to you. She withdrew the motion to call the question because there were no lights, and so we proceeded to vote on the underlying. Okay. Yes, correct. Back to Chair Norton.
It's our last one.
Okay.
This is from our last our last agenda item, which is 413, Board Policy 2007, Board Member Participation in Legislative Proceedings. The committee recommends that the board approves Board Policy 2007, Draft 2.
Discussion to that motion. I see Member Hymas. Is he first? Okay, Member Hymas, then Member Laird.
Thank you. You might have seen the draft 3 in backup, and I'd like to bring that forward as a substitute, but I also have amendments on that draft 3.
Okay, so the motion is to bring forward draft 3 and approve. Do we have a second? I will second it. So that's on the floor now. Back to the maker.
Thank you.
And please remind me if I'm not going back to the maker of the motion. I think the holidays have just thrown us into a deep rust. So I apologize, but back to you, Member Hymas.
Thank you. So there are some changes from draft 2 to draft 3. A few of those for clarity. One being the policy name itself, board member participation in legislative proceedings. So I wanted to focus that on legislative proceedings. And so some of the wording changed there. I know some things were made, some amendments were made in committee. One that I thought were kind of redundant, and so I removed one being on lines 3 and 4, others on 6, 8, 10. Now I'm just shouting numbers, right? But they're in there. But one of the amendments, if we're ready to look at amendments, Chair, I'd like to just put forth a couple of amendments.
You've got the floor, so if you want to.
Well, let me just bring forth
You've
a couple of
you got
amendments.
the floor, and so yes, if you
Yeah,
propose.
I'd like to strike section 5. It was pointed out that between 4 and 6, where 5 exactly lies, it is again redundant. So 4 and 6 kind of cover that. And then section 7, I rewrote this. I don't love it. There's been some feedback on, hey, here's where you can go to get these. I mean, it's all online. And so I think as board members, we have access to this already. So I would, although I did add section 7, I'm now asking to remove section 7. Because I believe anytime that a board member speaks in a legislative committee or other meeting, it's done online or it's accessible.
It's accessible, but if people don't know that it happened, they don't. Hold on. Sorry, I can take this mic.
Yeah. So anyway,
Let's-
those are my
we'll open it
2
up.
amendments to draft 3. So technically I have 3 things going here.
Okay, so the proposed amendment, draft 3 from backup is on the floor with 2 amendments from Member Hymas to remove sections 5 and 7. I'm sorry, they're not on the floor. That's the motion. Seconded.
Okay.
I thought we had a second. Okay.
You seconded,
I seconded.
But then he added amendments to
All right.
and I spoke to them before.
And those have been seconded by Member Bogus. To you, Member Bogus. I think. Is she first or Member Lear? Excuse me.
Member August. Well, Member Earl, and then.
Do we need to vote on this?
Well,
Are you speaking to the substitute?
I would make an amendment to the substitute.
Wait, but
So the
wait, item
substitute
1.
is draft 3. The amendment to that is to have
So are we
those
speaking
two.
to the amendments that
Yes,
you
the
just?
amendments.
Okay.
What's on the
Okay,
floor is
got
the
it, got it.
amendments to remove sections 5 and 7.
Okay, so
then
after that, I have.
Member Lear, and then over to.
Carol.
I have a substitute motion. I
I'm looking to the parliamentarians. We've got an amendment to a substitute is on the floor. The question is whether there's another motion to substitute.
So we can't have it then because it's a sub and an amendment.
Okay.
What
all right.
about, can I go back to an amendment to the initial motion?
No.
We got two out there, so I think we
Gotcha.
got to consider Member Hymas's two amendments to remove 5 and 7 first. So nothing going to hold off Member Lear? Okay. Was somebody else in line to speak to the proposed amendments, the remove 5 and 7?
So I appreciate Member Hymas's work on this. Just a quick comment would be that while there is documentation without notification, board members don't know where to go or that it may have even occurred. And so I do think maybe where it says in section 7, shall receive an informational summary, I would move to amend the amendment and say to strike paragraphs 5 and have number 7 read, and each board member shall receive notice that a presentation was given. And where to find the copy, a link to the legislative, whatever that might be.
Okay. I think that's a question for the body. The next slide is Member Norton, I think.
I just wanted to comment that I appreciate the work that Board Member Hymas has done. I think that the new language adds great clarity to the motion, and I think that the careful, calculated way in which he removed information made it easier to work with, and I am grateful for the time that he put into this. So I fully support it.
Okay, I got to go back here for some traffic. So did we get a motion that was then? I thought it was just a comment, but yes, it is a motion. Oh, so that's, I think, out of order, isn't it? No, sir, it's an amendment to the amendment. To Member Hymas's amendment, but that's a substitute to the underlying. That's okay. So let me just ask for clarity because I want to be fair about this. There is technically, we determined a while ago, no actual motion to substitute. It is a motion to amend with a substitution. And the difference is you're substituting entirely versus a section. But are we being consistent? Okay, I'm just making sure. I want to be fair when we ruled out, I think it was Member Lear's motion. So hers as a substitute was not appropriate, but the amendment to the amendment of the substitute was okay. I'm going to talk to these guys. Sorry. Okay, sorry. I'm just want to make sure I go to my parliamentary. I know you're smart, but I want to make sure I get the official. Oh, you were looking at me. I'm sorry. I was looking through you.
I know.
It wasn't very nice. Okay. All right, we got it. Sorry. I want to make sure we're fair. So that's on the floor. Speaking to Member Bogus's amendment. Member Davis.
I need to be hot. Thank you. Can we just have the language put up on the screen that's being stricken? I'm having machine issues.
Member Klein seconded Member Bogus's motion, so it is properly on the floor now that we're sure it's in order. Do we have the language up there?
Board Member Bogus?
His was a substitute, and then he amended his substitute. So that's
And then
as
there
far
was
as
an
you can
amendment
go.
to the amendment.
Yeah, but we have one too many amendments with Bogus's. Yep.
Hold on. That was my question. I'm sorry. Just freeze. We'll turn to our parliamentarians because they take out personal considerations and just give us a yes.
Issued a substitute motion and amended the substitute motion, and then I amended the amendment. So we're on a
that's what
substitute
we
motion
had.
to
Yeah.
amendments D.
The ruling was that that's appropriate. I like to double check. That's correct. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. We got a ruling. We're back to debating it. Okay. Thanks for asking. I always like double checking. It's the safest route. All right. Where are we? Do we have lights? Any other lights to the motion? We're getting the language up there. Okay.
I apologize. I think it says board members shall receive an informational summary. I think it should just say, maybe just quotes around that language. I don't know that you're not on mic, so keep going. Oh, I'm so sorry, ma'am. It's okay. I just can't. So yes, I do believe that is correct. I think it would be clearer to put quotes or before the word each and after the word given.
Okay, do we have quotes?
I don't know that it needs it. I'm just wondering for clarity because I had to read it myself.
Okay. It's a requested friendly, is it? Okay.
Especially in the legislative chamber.
Okay, I guess the friendly's not accepted, so. All right, I think we've got it teed up here. Member Bogus's motion to amend the amendment is to keep and amend paragraph 7 to read that each board member shall receive notice that a presentation was given. Any comment, question? Member Wood, sorry.
Hit the thing.
Is this a question? Is this deleting all of 7 and just leaving this single line? Is that your intent, Member Bogus?
Yes, ma'am. I agree with Member Hymas's reasoning for pulling that, but I do think that we don't know where to find the documentation unless we are aware that the presentation was given. And so I think this synthesizes it.
Could we put presentation or testimony? Just to add in the two lines that were there.
Clarify that. Anytime any board member gives a testimony, you want, okay. Oh, okay.
I would offer that that is a friendly so that we don't go 3 deep. So without objection,
Thank you for the assist. All right, so that's a friendly. It's on the floor. We've debated the motion then from Member Bogus to amend the amendment is to keep and amend paragraph 7 to read that each board member shall receive notice that a presentation or testimony was given. Seeing no further lights. Nope. Member Klein.
Is that added into the existing paragraph? No.
Or is it?
That's all 7 will say because it leaves out some important context of, when it's a board, when there's a presentation given on behalf of the board. It says each board member shall receive notice that a presentation or testimony was given, maybe in behalf of the board.
Yes.
Thank you. So, Member Klein, I do believe that read in context, it does make sense. So if you look at 5, 6, 7, and then 8, if it falls into that sequential pattern, I do believe the context allows for the clarity. Someone is welcome to disagree with me. That is my opinion.
Okay. Let's see. Member Lear?
I'm
more have a question for the body. I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I'll try. After having gotten this party started, it isn't really the result I'd hoped for, but what would be meaningful to me would be to have it say, to get the notice before the board member speaks, so that there's no appearance of stealth, but it's rather information for all board members. So if board members don't agree with that person's proposed presentation, that board member could be also in attendance at some meeting and present a different point of view. So in the spirit of discussion here, and maybe it's to board member Bogus, shall receive notice that a presentation or testimony will be given and the date. Would you oppose that? Just to avoid the appearance of stealth or surprise. Just in case anybody's thinking that that's the motive.
So, ma'am, I have no desire for stealth in this. And I don't know that I'm comfortable with your amendment yet. I need to think on that. But I would offer that since this is about official positions, that a contrary opinion to be offered on behalf of the board is a little weird.
No, and I if I can respond, I'm not
please,
saying
please, well, with your
Please.
permission, sir.
I'm not
Yes.
saying contrary at all. I'm just saying sometimes things are characterized. And if board members knew in advance that a presentation was going to take, they'd be able to hear the board members' explanation and be able to maybe provide additional information, maybe to provide a different characterization. Not that everything's black and white. So I'm just thinking, to avoid the appearance of stealth or lack of transparency, that knowing in advance would be an ideal situation.
I have no objection to that, but I would offer that during the legislative session, being in these committee meetings, sometimes people are called on in the moment. And so while I support the idea, I would be amenable to language without objection that says, if possible,
sure,
something to that end. But I don't think we should make it absolute, because I do think people are called on in the moment, and I don't want to.
That sets up a good faith presumption, and I'm in. That would help. It again, not ideal, but
I'm sorry. Oh,
better.
I would leave it to the body without objection if you have language, ma'am.
I would say the
Need anything? Need to bring something?
and so I had the floor. Can I make a motion?
Yes. Back to you.
Okay.
So you
Actually, she can't.
She can't. She
You
can
can't.
suggest language without objection, but there cannot be a motion.
Sorry, that's right. We are still on the.
No, it's a procedural thing.
Yeah, sorry. No. We're just out of amendments. That's all. Friendlies are still okay.
You can suggest language without objection, but if there is objection, we have objection.
Okay. So back to member Bogus's, and then we probably got to get to lunch. Let's see what we can do here. The motion is to amend the amendment to keep and amend paragraph 7 to read, each board member shall receive notice that a presentation or testimony was given. Is that where we ended up?
Yep.
Okay. Let us vote. Yeah, we're getting to that. We got 5 who have not voted yet. 3, 2, 1. Vice Chair Hart's not here, so voting is concluded. That passes 10-4. The no votes being members Lear, Straight, and Davis and Norton. Okay. We're back to member Hymas's motion to strike paragraphs 5 and 7, but amended with what we just passed from member Bogus, so that we keep 7 as amended. Floor is open, member Lear and member Klein. We are going to have to move quick. I think let me just get a point of order, a point which trumps any other possible motion because it's about food. I just want to know, do we just need to get our food from the buffet before 1:30 and then take our time eating it, or is there are we going to run into trouble?
They are taking the buffet away.
Right, so if we put it on our plates before 1:30 and they take away, we're good, yes?
15 minutes to put it on the plate.
Okay, I think we can do that. We don't have to eat it by
No.
very tight technical question. Correct. All right, so we need to get in there and be able to dish ourselves up from the buffet by 1:30, but then we can take a half hour to eat. So back to Member Klein, is it?
I think.
Where are we here? Member Lear, I'm sorry.
And let me just say, I think I've made my point about stealth and honor and transparency. So I think I'll not make a motion.
Okay, Member Klein.
So I just wanted to amend that so that the board members also receive the notes from the presentation, because going on the legislative website doesn't always give you the notes of the presentation.
So point, just to clarify, what notes?
So if you're
Well-
doing a presentation, you have PowerPoints and then you have the notes.
The
within
materials that were used to present,
Uh-huh.
not notes taken during the presentation.
Correct.
All right, you're talking about materials used in the presentation.
Right, like PowerPoint notes and the
Which can have
PowerPoints.
notes or not, but
Mhm.
yeah, if it has notes.
Because if you look it up on the legislative website, you may be able to see the PowerPoint and you may not be able to, or it may be really small. And you don't get the notes with
I
that.
see.
So it would be nice to have the full presentation, if there is one, sent to along with the notice.
Okay. So that's a new motion, which is in order. Another motion to amend. Do we have that? Yeah, okay. Receive the speaker's materials for a presentation under paragraph 7, which
Correct.
would include the notes and anything that actually goes up on the presentation.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any comment, questions? Member Carey?
I just have a separate motion.
Okay. Let's vote.
Did we get someone second that?
I'm sorry. Did we get a second?
I would second.
Seconded? Let's vote, unless there's lights. No, I don't see any. Okay. Four, 3, 2, 1. And we're there. That passes 12-3. The no votes are members Booth, member Hymas, and member Norton. Okay. All right. So we have now back to member Hymas's underlying motion to amend, which is to strike paragraph 5, and now we've received and voted on a motion to amend as to paragraph 7 as amended with member Klein's language. Keep a member in paragraph 7. Seeing no lights, let's vote.
I don't have a voting screen.
Yeah,
They're still getting there.
I thought there was something wrong with my device.
Me too. All right. We got 2 left. What's that? Well, we got two votes left, 1 vote left.
What do you, oh, well,
Is that member, let's see, who hasn't voted? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. So now we have the underlying, I think we've got member Hymas's was a motion. No, that was a substitute motion, correct? That was an amendment. All right. Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot draft 3 was itself a substitute. Okay, so the substitute motion, which we have now been working on, is draft 3 that came out of member Hymas, and that now as amendment is up for discussion. Member Vice Chair Earl.
can I do my amendment real quick, clean up? I have one more amendment. It's where it says the general goals of legislators. I'd like to strike that and put in the objective of the presentation. When we bring something to the legislature, it's not always, what do you guys want us to present to you? It's okay, tell us about your reading program, what's happening. So it's not the goals of the legislature we're presenting, it's the objectives of the presentation, whatever they're requesting. And so I just think there's two spots that it's in there. I just think that's a little more clear on what we're actually doing. They request something from us, but we're not meeting their goals. Okay.
Any objection? I hear that's a friendly. No objection. Okay. Back, the floor is open. We can vote unless, Member Carey?
No, I just have a motion.
Okay. Floor is open. Well, this is the bottom, right? No, I'm sorry. We do have the objection.
No, it was out objection.
Yeah, that was without objection. So
Yeah. So we now have Member Hymas's underlying motion as amended. So yeah, this would be the right time.
Thank you, Chair. I just, I'm concerned that the proposed policy conflicts with our existing bylaws. In order to discuss it, I'm going to make a motion to strike lines 5, 6, and 7 of the amended motion. And my concern is that our current bylaws say that only the chair and vice chairs may represent this board. And it looks like under the proposed policy, we're saying that the chair may appoint other members who are not vice chairs to represent the board. So I have spoken to Michelle and Ben, and their input may be valuable at this particular stage. But my understanding and my reading is that given provisions Roman numeral 6, 6A, Roman numeral 6, 7A, it is only the chair and vice chairs that may represent the board under our current bylaws.
AEG Buse, or did you want to address that? You don't have to, or Ben, but.
She's not clicked it.
Hold on, we got to get you live for the folks.
Well, but staff one is, it's already, it's broken because I clicked it just for the record. That too?
Okay.
There we
And
go.
can you reference the section of the bylaws
Yes,
when you address that?
I'd be happy to. In bylaws, section 5, subsection 2 says that board members' duties and responsibilities include other duties as assigned by the board chair. So that's one place in it. But then in another place in the board bylaws, in section 6, subsections 6A and 7A say that the board chair and vice chairs are the individuals who can act as official spokespersons for the board. So there's a conflict there.
Sorry, let's get to that. I'm sorry. Section, or bylaw section 6, which is election of officers.
Yeah.
And then what's the subsection?
Subsection 6A.
6A.
That's under duties of the board chair. 6A.
I don't see, maybe I'm looking at an old, shoot.
Go to the website, because I did the same.
Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Do we want to wait until you get your lunch? Because you may miss your lunch if you don't go get your lunch.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes, I guess, so let's,
Just make a motion.
sounds good. We can just put it on hold. We're not really postponing, we're just taking a break, so. All right, we'll be back. We'll take 30 minutes or 35. We'll be back here at the top of the hour.
They'd have to amend the bylaws.
They are going to need to.
Say notwithstanding the other sections, whatever.
I think that if you look.
We are back on the record. Sorry, that's a lawyer statement. We're back in the body, whatever. Okay, we were back on a motion from Member Carey regarding policy 2007. So I will yield the floor back to Member Carey.
Just by way of
Oh. Trying to get it there.
Thank you, Chair. Just by way of summary, Chair, I had made a motion to strike lines 5 through 7, in that it was my understanding from reading the bylaws that only the chair and vice chairs may represent this board. And I believe before we broke for lunch, Assistant Attorney General Buse was giving a summary of the conflicting provisions in our bylaws. So if I may, I would ask that AAG Buse be able to finish her presentation on that.
Yes, thank you, AG Buse. Back to you.
Okay, I realize that some of you were looking at an old version of the bylaws, and so it's easiest to get the most recent one to go to the board's website on the State Board of Education website. And if you go to the board's section of it and scroll down towards the left side of the page, you'll find board bylaws, and it brings up the most recent version of it. And in it, there are 3 provisions, 2 of them about who can be an official spokesperson for the board, and then 1 of them about duties of board members in general. And so the one that's on duties of board members in general is Section 5, subsection 3, and it says that one of the duties of board members in general are other duties as assigned by the board chair. Then, if we go to Section 6, which is the duties of the chair and the vice chairs, subsection 6A says one of the duties of the chair is to act as official spokesperson, and 7A says duties of the vice chairs is to act as official spokespersons. And so there is a conflict in there. Generally, when there's a conflict in laws, the more specific law supersedes the more general law. And so if we followed that general rule of statutory construction, the more specific would be the sections on the board chair and vice chairs being the only ones who are able to act as official spokespersons for the board. So that was the discussion that we had with Board Member Carey.
Thank you. And if I could ask a follow-up, I've tried to avoid debating any of this stuff or sharing an opinion because it's basically, giving the will of the body for what I need to do. But I do have a clarifying question. Does spokesperson mean that in all cases, or are there times at which, it says what it says, right? So I'm just going to follow whatever guidance you give. Do we know anything whether that means that I'm the only one or the vice chairs upon delegation? I guess that's just the language. There's no clarifying out there in terms of other interpretation. Okay.
I don't know what your practice has been in the past, whether you've delegated that beyond that.
Yeah.
There is a provision in there that there can be a delegation to other board members for running the board meeting.
Right.
So there are some places where delegations have been put in there.
And it's
it just
not here.
hasn't been delegation for being a spokesperson for the board. So
Got
I
it.
apologize that makes a more difficult decision for you in what you're doing right now, and that I didn't see that or notice that before when I reviewed the policy.
Well, it's very helpful. Thank you for the clarification. I'll put it back out to the board. Member Carey?
In light of the, I always want to say testimony, and that's too much, but if I say thoughts, that's too little. In light of the comments by AAG Buse, which suggests that the guidelines regarding statutory interpretation would favor the analysis that only the chair and vice chairs may represent the board, and as this particular provision 2007 would empower everyone in contradiction to those bylaws, I would say, and I'd withdraw my motion to amend and rather do a motion to send this back to finance. You can, was it finance? To finance, and Chair Norton can thank me later. But I would make a motion to send this back to finance and reconcile. If we need to change the bylaws, then we look at that, but I don't believe we're ready to proceed on this at this time. And that would be my motion.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded. Discussion of that motion to refer back to finance. Member Davis, are you for this?
Yeah, I see the quandary, but I wouldn't put this back again. It's already been put back once, then it would be put back another time. and the legislative session starts. So whoever the people, were, our committee chairs who brought this forward, if, it's starting now. So I would just say if we add the words or as assigned, then this becomes more specific than the other. Would that be accurate?
I think she's saying within a particular legal document, the specific trumps the general, but not between two different documents because the bylaws would be subject to code.
Okay.
Sorry.
So can we put as assigned in this and then ask that the bylaws be brought up so we can amend that bylaw in committee? I mean,
that might be for a procedural point for, that might be a procedural question for member abuse. I guess bylaws require 10 votes. It would have to start in committee, right, to have a bylaw. So in that case, we would have a policy that's out of step with the bylaws as we go into the legislative session, hoping that it's fixed in March after. I get where you're trying to go. I'm just trying to map this out too. Oh, hey, can you get Cindy back on?
I'll just withdraw that, but the chair should have the flexibility to assign someone to represent the board, like any of the committee chairs in particular, and has done in the past with legislative testimonials. So, it's fine, let's let it go and get this day done. But honestly, we should not, we should look at the chair being able to assign someone to represent.
I have one clarifying question, I guess, and I'm trying to act as the official spokesperson for the board. I think when I was finance chair, I was asked on occasion to present from the finance committee, and I would keep my comments to that. I think we had one recently where the full board hadn't seen it, and I don't remember if it was Chair or somebody. That might be a question for AG abuse too, though. If they're not speaking for the full board, but they're speaking for this is what's been done in our committee upon request from the board chair, would that be okay since they're not speaking for the board?
Their assignment as the chair of that committee, that would fit within the assignment that you gave them. And that is in their duties that you can assign. You can assign them the duties that go with being a board chair. A committee chair and a committee member. Those are in the bylaws, those assignments.
Thank you. Okay. I think it may have been me who was speaking, but we were speaking about something that had only gone through committee. And so I had to make clear I'm only speaking for something, I don't know, what it might have been 114. It might have been an early version of our legislative funding request, but we were only partway there, right? And so whoever it was made clear that this is just passed by our committee, not by the board. But that would seem to be something a committee chair could do just as well as the board chair if they kept it within that scope. I think that's what you're saying. So, right? Okay.
We may just.
So that's a possibility. Okay, well, it's on the floor. Let's see if we have other thoughts. I think that's correct, that if it went back to committee, the first time we could get it back here is March, just as the session is ending. So that would be a challenge. Who's up? Member Lear.
Well, I would support having the chair have a little more flexibility. I'm not, however, ready to open, because we can't just open up that narrow piece of the other rule, of the other bylaw. So
Yeah, you can.
I don't think so.
You can, correct me if I'm wrong, you can open up a section. You don't open up the whole bylaws. Is that inaccurate?
If only Michelle Buse were here, we could ask her. Well, she said a committee chair. She said a committee chair.
Okay, we're past abuse. I just want to put this off until after the session, is my point. I don't want to, if we do it as narrowly as that, a section of that rule, and then be able to decide in the finance committee which we like, that would be great. If it means opening up that whole bylaw, then I think that's a discussion for another month.
Could we ask?
We have.
I seem to recall some
since I've
discussion
been-
about that.
Yeah,
Maybe even
since
some
I've been back, we
clarification.
actually did do that with a rule where we only opened one section of the rule. So I would think that we could do that with the bylaws as well. I can check Robert's Rules of Order, but we did do that with the rule as well. We've opened just that section of the rule.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. And Vice Chair Earl's reminding we actually did that with the bylaws when we addressed the question of the disclaimer, I believe. We opened it for that and not for the entire bylaws, and we had guidance at the time that that was okay. All right, given that clarification, again, I don't have an opinion or position. I just want to make sure we know what the options are and the repercussions of whatever. But other thoughts, lights, Member Carey?
Yeah, I just want to speak to the motion, and that is that I just want to reiterate, I know that some may think that, why are we focusing on this? This seems like a trivial thing, and we have the legislative session. These bylaws protect each one of us, whether we're Democrats or Republicans, we represent big districts or little districts. It protects us from arbitrary and capricious rulings by leadership or chairs, and it keeps us as members in line. So I don't look at these bylaws as something that we should look at and say, well, how do we get around this to make it work right now? I think that is very short-term and harmful thinking. I think the proper approach is to say, what is in the best interest of the students of this state, this body, and then we deliberate and we make those decisions. And it's a little disheartening when the emphasis is on this quick fix. I think that gets us into more trouble over the long run, and that's why I've made the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Davis?
No, Member Davis.
Excuse me, okay.
I didn't mean that.
What do you mean?
I hit you.
That's fine. Do it. Do it. I need it. Member Hymas.
Can I just clarify? And I'm going to ask for a friend named Kristen. And if this goes back to committee, are they re-looking? So you're saying refer the policy back to committee. We're not, and Joe, maybe you can ask this. We're not asking for them to re-look at the policy because right now we're wanting to decide whether or not to align the bylaws to even consider the policy. Is that right? So if this goes back to committee, I don't think it's another discussion on policy 2007. It's a discussion on whether or not we want to align this to even move forward. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Board Member Hymas. Yes, I would agree with that 100%, that this is not about looking at this again, but rather in the totality of the context of we have this conflict, how do we address it, how do we resolve it, does it require a different course of action, not necessarily this particular rule. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just curious, maybe we've heard from the board chairs, or the committee chairs, and Member Carey's also in leadership. I'm just curious if the board chairs that put this up have any opinion about whether to send it back to committee. What would be your preference? Again, this has been driven by committee chairs. I want to respect your intent. Any comment there?
It's a bit concerning that we're on the third time. I hope that this isn't baseball and third strike we're out. But I think it's an important issue that needs to be addressed, and we need to dig until we get it done. And so do I want to do it? Absolutely not. If it needs to be done, then I think that we do what we need to do to get it done. And we obviously have a conflict there that needs to be addressed. But that's from my perspective, and I'd love to hear what Chair Booth and Chair Hymas have to say, if you wouldn't mind.
Any comment from Member Booth, or I should say Chair Booth or Chair Hymas?
Davis and then Hymas.
I would make an alternate motion that we bring the policy back to this board in 1 month, and that we bring that little section that needs to be changed only of the bylaws, so it doesn't turn into a big can of worms. That little section to be amended be brought back with it 1 month from today to the full board. Yes, it is.
That's a substitute. Does that have a second?
Second.
So that's been seconded. Okay, so well, we're about to be in the phase where we have a weekly meeting. right, through the legislative session. So I think that's what's being proposed. I mean, I guess I would just say for clarity, what we have is a section that says a section of the proposed policy that says the board chair can identify another board member to go speak, and a bylaw that says only the board chair can be the spokesperson for the board. So in the middle of that, I think, as I understand it, if I were to assign, the board chair were to assign or request a board member to speak as the committee chair or speak for their committee, that would not raise any tension with the bylaws, as I understand it, right? So that is an open, that's an opportunity if we want to pursue that, but only have the chair invite board members to speak within their role. We can do that without amending the bylaws. If the desire is to amend the bylaws so that the chair is not the only official spokesperson or delegated to the vice chairs, then obviously we can have that discussion. But I just want to make clear, there is that option. Unless people are inclined to want a broader opportunity to speak as the spokesperson for the board, that would require a bylaw amendment. So, Member Hymas, or I'm sorry, am I getting out of line?
My intent was just that we would change it so that it could be the chair or as assigned. You could assign any member of this body to speak on an issue of which they are an expert. Maybe they're helping to chair the reports and requirements task force or some other thing. That you have full flexibility as assigned, but that person is under the same restrictions that this presents in the rule.
Got it. So that would take a bylaw change. Member Hymas? Or where are we? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I support this motion. I appreciate what Kristen said as well. It would be nice to be done with this, but we do not want to conflict with bylaws, right? And that's why I asked the question earlier, is to make sure we're focused on the right thing, because I don't know if this policy, from what I understand, needs to just be set aside. So the discussion on the policy should be ending, and then we are voting to, Cindy, is this right? We're voting now to open up the opportunity to discuss the bylaw. And ultimately that will either shut down the policy or not, right? If you're not in favor of the policy, then don't open up the bylaw, right? And you're going to have a 10 majority vote anyway. So thank you. Just the section, just the small, yeah.
Or as assigned.
And I'm in favor with that, yeah.
So again, for clarity, this would postpone this discussion about 2007 to the February meeting or our next legislative meeting, and include discussion of the bylaw. Yes, that line of the bylaw. Okay. Which requires 10 votes. This policy requires only a majority. All right, I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same page. Remember, Carrie, did you have comment to this?
No, I have two more motions.
And do we need to clarify that along the board bylaws, it is board bylaw paragraph 6A or whatever that is? 6 Roman 6 or whatever, regular Arabic 6A. 6A. Okay, can we add that? That's that works. It's reverse the Roman and the regular, but all right. Any discussion then? Further discussion on that motion? AG Buse?
Few minutes and see if there's a better place for that to fit within the bylaws, and make sure that
Leave the motion vague.
if you leave the motion to within that section, solve that for that purpose, find the best place to put it in. I don't know how to word that in a motion.
Is that a friendly 6A or another relevant section of the bylaws, or? Or another relevant section of the bylaws? Does that cover it? Because that clearly defines it by relevance to this.
Okay, yes.
Okay, all right. With that, I think we've got it up and we can vote. All right, let's see. Motion's on the floor. Please vote. I'm sorry, it's on the floor, but not on the board. We'll wait for you. We'll stew in it and think about it. Well, the motion is to bump this and the bylaw to, actually, I'm sorry, do we want to say February? Or do we want to say the next board meeting?
You can't keep in mind,
Okay.
we're not gonna, look how long this has taken, and we only have a couple of meetings. Yep.
You want February? Okay, we're trying to give board members time for this to go into effect, whatever they want to do. It's February will be, we'll still have it a month and a half, but we'll be halfway through the session, so your call. If that's, sure.
Do with our other questions or concerns about this rule? I know that Member Carey said he had a couple of amendments, but if the rest of us have, or others of us have clarifications, or what do we do with, will we have
be
another 2-hour
deferred.
discussion about this?
Or we can try to do it in between. We can put ourselves to the task of getting clarity in the meantime, and then it'll come to the board vote.
And I did ask one person who wrote this draft, and he didn't know. So not that I haven't tried, not exhaustively, but I'm just thinking there are some phrases and words in here that still need clarification.
Well, I guess, we could do it now, or we could do it in the next board meeting, or we could try to give it a shot behind the scenes a little bit and save ourselves some
I'll try that.
some
Thanks.
time. And I'd be happy to do that too. I think we could all do that to make sure we clarify what we can clarify. Okay. Do we need to change, or are we sticking with February? I think we're sticking with February.
Was that Member Davis's motion?
Yeah, we just lost the motion maker. Watch.
Disconnected from device.
It's okay. Anybody have a song, a poem,
I like the Jeopardy music.
a dance? What's that? Yeah, I'm just giving it a sec. I want to make sure if you guys are thinking. Remember, Davis, or is this what we're going to move on then? Is the motion as is, or were there thoughts of amending? That's where it is. Okay. So, Member Davis, substitute motion is the board continue board policy 2007 to February board meeting along with section 6.6A or another relevant section of the board bylaws. Member Carey, did you have a?
Just a point of clarification. The screen reads differently from what was just read by the chair, and I understand we're limited to characters. Is that why? Okay.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure. Okay, thank you.
This will be in the minutes, and that will govern. So this is for our convenience and.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Yeah,
Kels.
but yes, good question. Okay. Seeing no lights, let us vote.
Why is mine not? Mine's not coming through.
Did you tap it? Oh, there you go. Okay, voting is complete. That passes 12-3. The noes are Member Carey, Member Bogus, and Member Klein. All right, so that puts us back to. Actually, that supersedes everything, I believe. So, okay, does that conclude finance, Chair Norton? All right. That's how I remember it. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all your work in finance. Let us go to law and licensing. Chair Hymas.
Thank you. We are going to jump down to agenda item 5.6. This is R277-304, Teacher Preparation Programs. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-304, Teacher Preparation Programs Draft 2 on second and final reading. However, as you could have guessed, there's changes. So, do we have, I should have looked in. Draft 3 is in the backup. In talking to staff and looking over some of these changes, the year 2024 has been changed to 2025 so that universities and other programs are all on the same timeline. So if there are any, and I believe those are the only changes that are made relevant in there. So I'm happy to take any questions, but my motion would be, and I think we need a second on this, is that the board approve R277-304 Teacher Preparation Programs Draft 3 on second and final reading.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion to that motion? Member Earl?
I think
I'm sorry, I meant Member Lear.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Matt to summarize or point to the changes. I'm looking through it quickly and.
Yeah, and my apologies, and this was,
Because it came from staff and not from the committee, so.
well, yes and no. It's just kind of, it came from conversations that I had asked some questions about. It came to me from outside, and then I asked some questions, and then there were some findings. You know the process. You've been through this before. Ben, you're a lifesaver. Can we get, yeah.
Chair.
And you can start, I think it's lines
Thank you.
92.
Yeah, Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. So before in the rule, we had different effective dates for the changes for Apple program candidates and for university preparation program candidates. We originally had Apple program candidates having this take effect in September, and then we gave an extra year to the university preparation programs. After discussing it, we felt it would be better as far as notice is concerned. In fact, the law requires us, as far as notice is concerned, to make it effective for all programs in September of 2025. So that was the change that we made throughout the rule. There's about 4 places throughout the rule where we changed that. So Apple program candidates and all preparation program candidates are bound by these changes at the same time.
Thank you.
All right, Member Klein, I think.
Yes. Yes, I would move to reject the changes on line 9. So it would unstrike allows and then take out directs. Simply because, and if I can get a second on that, I will speak to it.
Line what?
Line 9 says, so allows was changed to directs, and I just want it put back the way it was. It's with an S, allows. Okay, can I speak to it? Yes, so in looking up that piece of code that it's referencing, 53E6201, Section 3A, it says the board may make rules, which allows better reflects a may than directs, because directs sounds more like a shall. So just to be consistent with what it says in code, it should be allows, not directs.
Yeah, I just want to clarify as well. If this is 53E-6-201, subsection or section 1 states the state board shall establish in rule made in accordance with this title, and then the other line referenced, I believe, referenced by
3A.
Member Klein is 3A. The state board may, by rule made in accordance with Title 163G. So I don't really think it's saying may make rule. It's saying may, by rule, do this, right? So I think the conversation is around the state board shall establish in rule. It should be around 1, not 3A, if allow or direct is relevant here.
Okay, I will withdraw that.
Does that
Yes,
make sense?
That helps.
Okay.
Thank you. I have another motion.
Okay.
I would motion to strike lines 67 through 76, where it talks about incorporating by reference. the general teaching preparation competencies and elementary content competencies. And if I can get a second, I will speak to that.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Member Bogus is second.
67 through 76. First of all, I am against incorporating by reference, as it is not transparent to have these documents that you have to go search. And if I remember from a previous discussion, any changes that are made to documents incorporated by reference, if there are changes to those documents, they need to come to us. It needs to be brought to us first, right? Okay. So even still, in looking at those documents that are incorporated by reference, these competencies, in my opinion, have a lot of problems. And I feel like if we're going to incorporate by reference, then we need to vote on each of those competencies one by one and not just incorporate by reference. And so I would move to strike with the caveat that I would withdraw that motion if we could go through and amend the competencies one by one, but I think that that would take quite a bit of time.
Okay, discussion. Member Lear.
Well, I'd like to talk to, maybe she's coming for that purpose. I'd like Dr. Height, the licensing director, to speak to the appropriateness or the, is this a good idea? Is it a bad idea? Is it doable? What's her opinion? Because to me, just to throw in a, not a spoiler for sure, but an opinion, if we were to review everything page by page that's incorporated by reference in all of our rules, A, we would be doing staff work,
Carol,
and B, it would tie us
Board
up.
Member Lair, can
Yes.
you rephrase that instead of, can you tell us if this is a good idea, bad idea? So that staff aren't having to weigh in on, is this a good idea, bad idea? Is there a specific question you have related to this?
Yes, how doable is reading every competency one by one, and is it, and voting on that? Is this, and second part of that
You're
is-
talking about efficiency, how efficient, how,
right,
yeah,
and,
okay.
and also, is this staff work or not, typically?
Okay.
Typically, not to use the word typically.
Would you like Ben or? Yeah.
The concern that I wanted to raise, if I may, is that we can't, if we take out the section where these are incorporated by reference, it causes problems throughout the rule, because these documents that have been incorporated by reference are also then, we also then require the preparation programs to incorporate these documents. So we incorporate those by reference because that's the way we we kind of tie it all together. So it would require, if the board was inclined to take out the incorporation by reference section, we'd have to rethink how we do the language throughout the rule, and it would just require a lot more changes.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything to add, or is that good? Okay, all right.
She's kind of thinking about it.
I'll add one thing. Malia Height, Executive Coordinator of Educator Licensing. By striking these lines in this rule, it would mean that you have no standards for what it means to be a teacher in the state of Utah as far as their educator preparation program goes.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Davis, you have a comment?
I have more of a logistical question. We went straight to teacher preparation programs, but if a board member wants to bring a motion for one of these above agenda items, we can do that, right? Were they discussed?
You mean request and brought it
Yeah,
to a
so
committee?
I was going to
Yeah.
ask Matt, but he just came back in. But
Oh,
did you talk about each of those three things, of those no motion things? I mean,
You know what, you're right, I didn't. They will come up later on the agenda.
today?
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
so.
If I may, I don't think we didn't vote separately turn up. Or
Let me just clarify, because Ben's clarifying for me. I thought you were talking about are you talking about the previous agenda items? Yes,
Oh.
yes. Those are going to be in agenda items 6, I believe. Thank you. Yep.
All right, there is no one further, and we're going to go ahead and take a vote on this item. The item is strike lines 67 through 76. Are we ready for that? As that comes up, go ahead and vote. One more. There we go. Okay, and Chair Moss is not here currently. It looks like we have, someone might have to help me. Bogus has abstained. Green, Carey, and Board Member Klein have all voted in favor, and so 10 votes in opposition. So, okay, do we have any other items? All right, we're going to go ahead and vote on what's the original motion? That the board approve R277, I'm sorry. Okay. Member Klein, you have another motion?
Yes, I would move to strike the changes on lines 169 to 171.
So you're moving to strike line 69 through, not 69?
169 to 171.
169 to 171. Okay, we'll get those up. I can continue. So. Okay, is there a second to that motion? To strikes 116.
Just to strike the changes made to 169 to 170.
So you don't want to strike the line, you want to strike
Yes, I want to go
changes or
back
the
to the
lines?
original language.
So it would be removing and collaborating, and it would be removing school counselor or school social worker. What it would be instilling is it would be instilling back into it, and let me just read it, consulting with qualified personnel such as mental health or behavioral professionals regarding the emotional wellness of a student and responding appropriately. Okay, is there a second?
I don't know, is that what you want? Is that what you're saying? Because that's not what I heard when you spoke.
So, or what I understood.
So my preference would be, and maybe I will change my motion to this, and then if that fails, we can go back to this, would be just to strike those lines entirely.
Oh, okay, so
And then
yeah.
if that fails, we can go back to, I would make a motion to strike the changes that have been made and go back to the original.
So you are asking to strike 169 to
Yes.
170. Okay, that's not, okay, thank you. All right, any questions or comments to that? Kelsey, you ready? Okay, we're ready for a vote. So if you vote to strike those 4 lines, 5. Okay, you can vote yes or no. Okay, Sarah's gone. Okay, I was like, we're missing one. Okay, so yes, the yes votes, this failed, but the yes votes were Green, Carey, Bogus, and Klein. And then there are 10 no's. And you have another, did you have another amendment, Board Member Klein? Okay, go ahead.
So I would move to strike the changes that are made in the draft on lines 169 to 171.
Okay, and I previously read those, but it would be consulting with qualified personnel such as mental health or behavioral professional regarding the emotional well-being of a student and responding appropriately. And it would be, the blue language added would be consulting with and collaborating with qualified personnel such as school counselor or school social worker regarding the emotional well-being of students.
Do I have a second? Okay, so I just think we shouldn't be taking out the professional aspect as if we, I just think we need to keep that part in there so that it's qualified personnel, as in professional, not just a school counselor that may or may not have those same qualifications. I just don't think we want to water it down.
Okay, Board Member Davis, did you have a comment?
I have a question. What was the committee rationale for taking out mental health or behavior professional instead putting in school counselor or school social worker? Because we have school counselors, we have school social workers, but we also have behavior intervention specialists. So I'm wondering, because it's such as, so
Okay.
it would really include all of those things?
Do you have a response for that?
Yes. So the committee felt that leaning towards positions that are licensed positions as the examples rather than a more broad term of mental health or behavior professional limited it to an educator that's working in the school.
Thank you, but those would be included with the such as, right?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other information? Okay, all right, we're going to go ahead and vote. I don't see any other comments, so wait for that to come up. So give us just a second. Go ahead and vote. Okay, 3 more. Did yours go? What's that? Oh. You have a mix either way. Okay, it looks like Sarah's gone. Are we missing one person? Did everybody vote? Straight. Oh, yeah, but it says 13 still. We're missing one.
Oh, we are.
Okay, there we go. So we have 3 yeses to amend, and those are Davis, Green, and Carey, and 1 abstention. That's Board Member Klein, and then 10. Okay, and I'm just teasing. It's Board Member Klein is a yes, and then we have 10 no's on that, so that fails. Okay, we're going to go back to the original agenda item, which is
Vice Chair Earl, may I move an amendment?
yeah.
And I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
I would move to amend line 169 and 70 to simply state consulting with appropriate personnel regarding the emotional well-being of students. Because this encompasses, well, with a second, I'll speak to my motion.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a second. You want to speak to that?
Yeah, so as this is written in its original form, it's not always possible to have a psychiatrist in the room. And it's not always the way that it happens inside the buildings. For example, I had shared with Member Hymas that if I have a struggle with one of my students, I would go to the classroom teacher. That is where I would go first. And then we would go together to the next level and we would work through the appropriate steps. And so I think the word appropriate there is more encompassing of the way it happens in real time. And then I would offer that when we are speaking about mental health, we really should be going to professionals, licensed professionals, and not to. I understand that there's a very clear difference between a school counselor and a psychiatrist. So, and I think we need to, as the board, delineate between those two. So I think this just more encompasses how this plays out in real time in our schools. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Board Member Klein? Do you want to turn it on?
So I would actually, I like this better, but I would amend it to add consulting with parents and appropriate personnel regarding the emotional well-being of students. So just adding
So that
parents.
yeah. Okay. Just one quick question on that, where this is a preparation program. Can you speak to that? Can someone speak to that? Is that, yeah, go ahead.
Consulting and collaborating with parents is actually its very own separate item. It's found in line 308 through 309, communicating with parent. Oh, this one's specific to students with disabilities, but there are other spaces that are just to parents. Can you repeat that? So in line, I found it in line 145, it says effectively communicating and collaborating with parents specifically.
About emotional well-being or just in general?
Oh, just in general.
So I would keep my motion as is so that it's there specifically regarding the emotional well-being of students. If they're going to go to the counselor, they should consult first with a parent and then with, in fact, fix that, my motion, so that it says consulting first with the parent, and then appropriate personnel regarding the emotional well-being of students as needed.
Okay, we're asking if that, is there anybody, could that be a friendly amendment, or is anybody not for that? Okay, so then we'd have to, that was a secondary amendment, so. Okay, Member Bogus, did that get seconded? Yeah, but Board Member Klein just made a motion. I'm just wondering if it got seconded.
So I'll second it so I can speak to it.
Okay. So consulting with appropriate personnel, where are we adding that at? Before appropriate?
I would say
So
with
consulting with
parents first,
and appropriate
with
personnel.
parents first, and then with appropriate personnel as needed regarding the emotional well-being of students.
169 and 70.
So parents first, if you can add first, and then. Parents first and then.
Okay, is it up there yet the way you want it?
That's correct.
Does that work? Okay. All right, Board Member Bogus, did you have comment?
I do. I would have loved to have taken this offline, but I need to speak against this motion, and that's something I very rarely do when it comes to speaking to parents first. But we have another section of this rule that deals with that, and when you're in these moments where kids are in an escalation cycle and you can see something coming at the end of the day, and sometimes it's, are you seeing what I'm seeing? It's not a phone call home, it's a phone call to the principal that says, I need you to come and observe and see if you see what I see and confirm that you're seeing what I'm seeing, and then we'll reach out from there. It's not always an escalated incident. And I think if we narrow the scope so much that in the everyday action of teaching and learning, that before we speak to anybody else, we have to call a parent when we're dealing with issues in real time, we're doing a disservice to our students. And I know that there are many in this room that are going to disagree with me, and that is okay. But real time, active educating students.
So if we put
I struggle
parents-
with this.
If we just take it back to parents and appropriate personnel.
Yes, I could go for that.
I'm fine with taking that back.
Okay. Are we looking at a friendly unless someone, anybody?
So
No, it's
it
not
w-
friendly anymore. So we'd have to vote on this. You'd have to make another motion.
Yeah, so it would just read consulting parents and appropriate personnel regarding the emotional well-being of students is what it would say.
Okay, so Carol, you wanted to vote on the first, parents first, and then, are you okay with the motion?
belong in this competency collection.
Okay, so we're gonna make this change without the first, unless there's any other, and then we're
Can
gonna
we-
vote on this.
Can
Okay.
I just speak? If my child was having emotional problems at school that were sufficient for an appropriate personnel to be contacted at the school, as a parent, I think I have the right to know that and be able to be alerted to that so that I can work with the school and work with my child to address the problem. The parent should not be left out of the loop on something.
And I
that
don't believe that's the
alerts
case,
that requires alerting those kind of personnel.
I do have one question. Is appropriate the same as qualified? Are those two different? A qualified person different than an appropriate person? Because I would be nervous about putting appropriate in there when it should really be qualified. If it doesn't matter, then if an appropriate person is a qualified person. Okay. Yeah. I can
I think some of the field might struggle with, well, who is appropriate, and if we say qualified, then it limits it to a licensed individual,
To
which
very
is
specific. Okay. Okay. All right. We are. Oh yeah. Board Member Hymas.
I just want to reiterate that these are competencies. These are not steps to be taken, right? It's just because it's labeled number 6 or 7 or whatever doesn't mean it's the 7th or 6th step in the process. These are competencies, and communicating with parents is one of those competencies. So I'm going to vote no on this, but that doesn't mean that I don't like to work with parents. I am a parent, right? They're going to be informed, but these are just the competencies that we go through. And so we're trying to fit everything into one competency. It's already in one rule. And again, this is a teacher prep program. This is not a teacher take these steps.
Okay. And can I ask one other question? And I don't know if this is just a broad question, but if a child is meeting with a counselor at school, do they keep the parent in the dark, or are the parents notified? My understanding is they notify a parent if they're doing that. Am I? Okay. And maybe this isn't, it just sounded like that wasn't happening, that it was just going on. And whether or not it's happening, I'm just saying, is that a procedure? Okay. All right. Let's, the vote is amend lines 169 to 70 to add parents and before appropriate, and as needed after appropriate personnel. So it would read, consulting with parents and appropriate personnel regarding the emotional well-being of students. Okay, let's go ahead and yep. Okay. Yep. Okay, go ahead and you can take a vote. The voting is up if you want to vote. We're at 11. We're missing Sarah and missing one other person. Okay. So we are missing 3 then. Okay, so we have 3 board members missing right now. Carrie, who did we say? Sarah Rill and Chair Moss. And so the yes votes are, let me see if I can see. Green, Davis, August, and Klein. Okay. And so, okay. All right, we're going to move to the motion. Those in, well, not those in favor. Let's go back up. Oh, Member Hymas, sorry.
Thank you. So we've got one motion that was just kind of an oversight. We need to.
We need to vote on August's amendment.
Okay,
what
all
we're
right,
going
right.
first?
What was
Okay.
her amendment?
That's
Sorry,
okay.
that's right.
I'll
That
get
was
back
an
to it.
amendment to the amendment. So Board Member Boggess's motion was on lines 169 to 170, change it to read consulting with appropriate personnel regarding the emotional well-being of students. There is an amendment to that, so. Okay, almost ready. I'm waiting for the cue. No lights. Okay, go ahead and vote. And we have 3 board members missing. We have board member Moss. Who else? Carrie and Rill, just so people know. Okay, we have 11. Let's see, we're missing. Do you want to abstain or do you want to vote? Board member Rill, do you feel like? Oh, you did. I'm missing some still.
I will find them.
One more. Okay, so that's 5 yeses, 8 noes, so that does not pass. The yeses are Green, Boggess, Hymas, Earl, and Klein. Okay. Jen? Nope, Matt Hymas had a, board member Hymas had a motion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's up here on the board. Like I said, there was an oversight. We did, for draft 3, we had a few changes to align the university and the Apple programs. There was one that was missed on line 93. I'm speaking to it, my apologies. The motion is that I'm making here, putting before the board, is that the board amend R277-304 draft 3 to strike the word university from line 93.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Yes. Okay, board member Booth seconded that, and do you want to speak to it?
It was just an oversight. We just need to correct it to make sure that the rule has consistency.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote on this amendment. The amendment is on line, amend R277304 draft 3 to strike the word university from line 93. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, hold on, do you have a comment? We do have a comment or a question. Go ahead, board member Klein.
Light, there we go. I'm just curious, so the Apple program or whatever, the preparation program doesn't have to be through a university, is that correct?
Well, I don't believe so. I know Belia put her light on as well. Dr. Haidt, she might have a comment, but no, it doesn't have to go through the university. And that seems to have answered that, yeah.
So is that the trend for everything that's happened, that we're doing in that space, is we don't need the universities for teacher preparation programs anymore?
That is not the case, but do you want to answer that?
Wait, you just. I would argue that we definitely need universities to participate in educator preparation in the state of Utah. We certainly need universities for any of our programs that require advanced degrees, for example, school psychologist. But I think that the system requires university preparation as part of the system.
So
So why are we straight? I think our university programs exist either in a university or in an alternate route, which is LEA based. And right now, we have both of those systems that exist to prepare teachers.
And for example, we have some grow your own type
Yes.
situations where we have people that are qualified or they're in the schools, they need to get complete certain competencies in order to get a degree, in order to teach, in order to get there. Yeah, okay.
So the university is not required. And are we phasing, are we moving towards one or the other and towards phasing out the other? Or is it going to remain a dual path for the foreseeable future? Or is that something that is changing down the road?
Yeah. Right now, that's what the system is using, is a university program. One of the requirements for a professionally licensed teacher is a bachelor's degree, which does rely on universities. So there's not a plan to usurp all the power from universities to take ed prep away.
They both have a role.
Yeah,
they both have a role. And it just depends on where the individual is that's trying to get the training. Some people are in a rural district, they may be getting their training there so that they're not able to travel to a university, but they're actually going through a program. Possibly online. It could be through their district or through their education service centers in order to get the qualifications that they need in order to teach. And it's part of that. Some of it's grow your own, some of it's other things, but it's trying to create that flexibility and to also qualified individuals. And the qualifications are outlined here. So, but it's not just university, it's both. University has an impact and a role.
But we don't need, but somebody could go either way, to a university or just through the program. So the university is not required.
Yeah, that is accurate.
Baccalaureate degree, that is true.
Yes. So, okay, back to the. Member Davis. Okay, Member Davis. Oh.
We're here. Can I just remind the board what the amendment is here? And it's to strike university to get it consistent with the other ones, right? And we can vote no and then continue on with this discussion. We're not getting rid of universities. We're now saying that both programs, right? A program, either or, has to meet this deadline. So I just want to get back to what our discussion is going away from what the motion is.
Okay. Okay, and we're ready to vote. Oh, Member Davis, my apologies.
No, I was just gonna say, I think in this case, I understand your concerns and I share some of them. Member Klein, I was gonna say, in this case, I think it makes both programs beholden to the requirements.
Yeah.
And then I was going to call the question, but I think we're already in the middle of voting, so.
We were eager, so, all right, go ahead. I can read it again, but you can go ahead and vote. That the board amend R277304 draft 3 to strike the word university from line 93.
We're missing.
Are we done? 1, 2. We're missing 3 again, so I think we're there.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, and we're missing more than that, so. Oh, is Sarah gone now too? Okay, so it passes. It has 1 abstention. The votes are 12. And then Board Member Klein abstained on this one. So, okay, we'll go for the. Right? Is there another motion? No amendments. Okay, so the motion is that the board approve R277304 teacher preparation programs draft 2 on second and final reading as amended. All those in favor? I'm so sorry. Same language I just read, but make it draft 3. Okay. So go ahead and vote as soon as it comes up. Thank you, Board Member Straight, for helping us move through this. That last one. In case anybody heard that audible, ah. I think we're there. So this passes. We have 8 votes in favor, 1 abstention. I can't tell who's abstained. Sorry, I got my glasses on. Davis is abstaining, 3 noes, which are Green, Bogus, and Klein. Okay, and we're on to, whoops, what is the next item? I know I keep doing that.
Well, it's Jim. I mean, it's Matt.
Yeah, thank you. We are moving on to agenda item 3.7. This is revoke approval status
Yeah.
for Wasatch Front Consortium. 5.7. Thank you. We can have staff if she wants to speak to this, but the motion that I believe is going to stand for now, and we'll have staff fill us in if you don't mind. The motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board revoke approval status of the Wasatch Front Consortium Apple program if the program does not voluntarily close by January 15th, 2024, and direct staff to work with enrolled educators to complete their established professional learning plans.
Okay, and I believe there is a question or comment, is that right?
Yes, I know that educators have been moving to other programs because I've spoken with several of them. Is this item, does this need still a vote?
Hi, Malia Hyatt, Executive Coordinator of Educator Licensing. Yes, the Wasatch Front Consortium did voluntarily close effective today, but we would still support the recommended actions so that our staff can follow up with those educators who were in that program to make sure that they have a path to licensure.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board revoke approval status of the Wasatch Front Consortium Apple program if the program does not voluntarily close by January 15th, 2024, and direct staff to work with enrolled educators to complete their established professional learning plans. All those in favor, go ahead and, Board Member Klein.
Is it appropriate for us to be voting to revoke if they've already closed? I just think we should probably amend the action so that it doesn't look bad on their part, like we had to revoke it when they.
Okay, let's.
So direct staff to
confirm,
to work
accept,
with it,
or to accept the voluntary closure. And
do we
work
have
with
to
staff?
accept it? They already did it. So
or just strike that first part.
Yeah, I would just direct staff to work with enrolled educators to complete. Yes.
Second.
To the
yes,
educators.
And just strike
okay.
everything before direct staff.
And I'll second that.
Except for we do want to articulate it's the Wasatch Front Consortium.
Okay.
Apple program.
So direct staff to work with previously or educators previously enrolled at Wasatch Front Consortium Apple program to complete their established professional learning plans.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, I seconded.
Second it? Okay. Okay, so the motion before the board, and I'll read it slow while they're typing.
Hold on.
With
Davis is next.
Okay.
I mean, I've just only done a cursory read on this, but do we need some kind of like a documentation that the board recognized that the approval status was revoked for any future whatevers? Okay.
Are we asked? Who would like to answer that?
I said no.
Okay. Sorry. I'm like, I guess that's a no if you're listening online. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Let me go ahead and read this then. What am I looking at? Okay. So the amendment is that, I'll just read the motion, that the board directs staff to work with educators previously enrolled in the Wasatch Front Consortium Apple program to complete their previously established professional learning plans. And that's the amendment, so we'll be voting twice, keep in mind, but go ahead and vote. This is for it's right here. Okay. That's okay. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Who else?
We're done.
Okay, so the motion passes unanimously, and Board Member Reel's not here. Okay, and then it's the motion again, because that was an amendment. This is the motion, so you'll have to vote again. Same motion. I can read it again, though. That the board directs staff to work with the educators previously enrolled in the Wasatch Front Consortium Apple program to complete their previously established professional learning plans. Thank you, Sid, for holding it. The motion as amended. Sorry, thank you. I know, I was just making notice that it was amended. On this one? I'll tell you on which ones to do it, though. We're voting? Okay, we're voting. It's up. Let's see. Did you vote, Carrie? Okay, we're done. It's unanimous again, 14-0. Okay, Board Member Hymas, you're up.
Thank you. We are,
So we're on item 6 now.
yes, we are finished with agenda item 5. I do want to make, I know it was brought up earlier to discuss these action items. If the board remembers, there was a second meeting in which these were held. That's why they're here now. So we are going to go to agenda item 6.2, R277-111. 6.2. Board oversight framework. Now, the motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-111 Board Oversight Framework Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approve. Is there, maybe I'll ask if there's any amendments. Okay, a second. Okay, thank you. Do you have it says 111. 111. Board Member Klein, did you have a comment or a motion?
I have amendments.
Amendments. Okay. Yes.
I think we need Deputy Stallings in here.
I think you're right. Is there someone can? Oh. Okay, Ben is helping us at this point. So, okay. We're on 111. There's not a question. Okay. Okay, Board Member Klein, do you want to, I don't know if do we have access to this, or do you have this somewhere? Do you have your amendments?
Yes, I do. Okay, so I start with line 57.
Yes.
Did we receive these in advance at all?
I did not. I don't know.
No.
Board Member Klein, did you send these out to the?
No, I didn't.
No. So line 57, we're working off of draft 2, right?
Yes. So line 57, I would add the board after the word before and change categorizing to categorizes. So it would read before the board categorizes a program. And then it will continue as.
Okay. So on line 57, adding before the board categorizes a program or set of requirements. Sorry, I'm just going to read that section so people can hear it. Shall analyze the program or set of requirements based on the following factors. Okay.
Okay.
Is there a second to that? Okay, Board Member Bogus seconded it. Could you speak to that so we could understand?
Yes, so I know down towards the end, it talks about the board being able to change any category it wants or the framework at any time. So I felt like the language in the rules should reflect that the board gets to categorize, but after receiving the analysis from the superintendent. So the superintendent would still do their analysis and make a recommendation to the board, but the board would be the one to make the final determination on what category.
Okay,
And so
which
my
alre-
other amendments
doesn't
would
that
make
already-
it consistent throughout
Okay.
with that idea.
Okay, I think that would already happen, but maybe that's fine. Does anyone else have a, Board Member Lear, did you have a comment? I do. Okay, do you want to? Yep. Perfect.
My recollection of this discussion, and it was a long time ago,
Thank you.
but that the board would not be literally categorizing, that the staff would be categorizing, but the board could overcall on occasion if that came about. Am I remembering wrong or right?
Ben Rasmussen, do you want to take that comment?
Yeah, just reading through the rest of the section, I think that's correct.
If I remember, we would vote on what is brought before us for each of these categories as it goes through the rule. Like as a rule comes before us, the category would be put into place, and we would be voting on that and would make a.
So in section 5, it does show that the board will may vote to change part or all of the framework or categorization. So that's in section lines 121 through 124.
The board, but and maybe this, can I follow up on that?
Yes. Go ahead.
And maybe this doesn't matter, but it feels like the staff presents the category. To have the board vote on this before the superintendent or put the category in place before the superintendent analyzes the program or set of requirements doesn't quite make sense to me.
If I may.
I see what you're saying, because you're saying that before she can even, or whoever's doing it, can categorize the set of requirements,
The
we're
board
doing something.
would have to decide without an analysis or without the superintendent's take on it. Maybe the superintendent can speak to it, or
okay.
I'm just, that doesn't seem sensible.
I think what the rule anticipates at this point, if I may, is that the decision as to the categorization has been delegated to the superintendent or staff, and then the board can then take action to supersede that in section 5 if they disagree with the superintendent's recommendation.
Okay.
I believe Board Member Klein.
Yes. So this still allows for that. With my amendments, the superintendent would still do the analysis and make the recommendation as the rules come before us. It will. That is essentially the staff making their recommendation to us, and then we solidify the category.
You did. I apologize. I was just getting one.
Okay.
So it would say before the board categorizes a program or a set of requirements, the superintendent shall analyze the program or set of requirements based on the following factors, and then it gives all of those factors as it goes through, and then the superintendent later on will make a recommendation to the board. But the board, all I'm saying is the board is the one that ultimately accepts the recommendation of the superintendent or
I believe
staff based
section
on the
4,
analysis.
I
So
see where
it's
you're
just
going.
clarifying that in the language. So it
Correct me if
doesn't
I'm
really.
wrong, but I think that's what happens on line 104. Like section 4 does that. When the board makes amendments, I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding this, or continues a rule regarding a program or set of requirements, the rule shall state the board's oversight objectives and related duties based on the superintendent's analysis and framework categorization of the program or set of requirements, and may include as necessary the intended category of oversight, designed an internal control system to achieve the board's oversight objectives and create an implementation plan.
That doesn't actually say that the board gets to categorize. It's still putting it on the superintendent to categorize. So I'm simply saying, instead of us being able to override, instead we just have the superintendent do the analysis, bring us back the recommendation, and then we decide if that's the categorization we want to go with.
Okay,
So
I guess
just
I
a
was reading it
minor
as part of
tweak.
that, but you're saying, okay.
It's just a minor
Because I was
tweak.
understanding it's what you're
So-
saying, but you're saying that just
No,
creates
because,
clarity.
yeah, the way it's written, the superintendent does all the categorization, and then we can overturn that if we want. But instead, I'm just asking that they do the analysis, they make the recommendation, and we as the board either affirm that, just like we get recommended actions all the time from staff, but then we are the ones that actually solidify that
Okay.
by
do you
our
have it?
vote.
Chair Moss?
Yeah, I think there's 2 or 3 things going on here. I think the one about when we make a rule, we'll include the categorization. I lost track where that is, but we were just looking at it.
57 or something.
That was a different one. 104, thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, so this seems to me prospectively that initially I think this contemplates mapping the known universe of rules and programs and saying this is a 2, this is a 3, this is a 4. The initial categorization. I think 105 or 104 is going forward. When you have a new rule, we will include the categorization. And I think that the current language allows us to override that the categorization by staff. I think what you're saying is that as in the initial mapping, that's the categorizing of what's currently out there, that once the superintendent has looked through the staff and decided that I think that's a 2, I think that's a 3, we would then have the opportunity to review before it goes into effect, right? Am I hearing you right? So that right now we can look at it and override, and going forward we categorize, but you're making sure
Override means that they get to decide.
No, that's
instead
when
of
it's
just
already
recommend.
That's when it's already approved.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's when it's already approved. I think what you're saying is that to make sure that we are part of the initial process, right?
Okay.
So I'm saying I agree that there's an extra step needed. I wonder if that might be a consent calendar item, since we're talking about 100 rules that we might have on consent, that we've categorized these and we think this is a 2, we think this is a 3. Somebody could pull it, but we wouldn't necessarily, we could spend days, right? So
Well,
it's just a
actually,
thought. I'm throwing it out
when
there
the
to see
rule
what your
comes
thought is.
before us, it will have the categorization on there. That is where the superintendent will create the categorization. But when a rule comes before us, it's not solid till the board votes on it. The board
Right,
has
so
the ability
it's a recommendation. And that's
Yeah,
what I'm
that's right.
saying. It just needs to be clarified in here that is staff's recommendation to the board, that it's not the superintendent or staff's responsibility to create it, just to recommend a categorization based on their analysis.
Yeah,
and then
that's what
we
it says,
approve
based on the superintendent's analysis and framework categorization of the program and set of requirements. So it'll be listed when the rule comes before us. So that is the point where we can weigh in. We can weigh in before if you wanted to on any.
But the language throughout is the superintendent shall, when it's really the board that we want to make that final determination.
Okay. Any other comments?
So the superintendent
Board Member
shall-
Carey?
shall determine.
Do you want to hit?
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to speak in favor of the motion that's being made. And as I look at this, I have a lot of concerns, and I just want to thank the chair, Jim Moss, just for his patience as we try to work through 114 and 111. But again, I don't see the demand, as I've met with, as we all have with the legislators. At interim committee, I was told that, well, here is where we're going to see, the demand from the legislature to show that we're doing something on this issue. And they seem less than disinterested on this matter. So again, I'm forced to come back and say, where is the push to implement this framework coming from? It's certainly not our legislature. And I see several issues with this, but I do think Board Member Klein's amendment makes it much more palatable, and that's why I'm speaking in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'll drive. Member Davis.
Yeah, can I call the question?
Can always call the
I
question.
actually want to call the question on the whole rule, so I can wait and be in line till after this amendment gets done if we need to.
Yeah, I mean, a motion to call the question is in order. It would be calling the question on Member Klein's amendment. that.
No, I'll wait in line till after this
Okay,
amendment.
you'd
is
rather
over.
wait till after this? Okay, gotcha. Back to you, Member Klein, unless we have a, let me just see here. Yes, Klein and then Lair. Oh, there we go.
So my understanding is that with Robert's rules, you can't call the question to end amendments or end debate.
On an
So
amendment?
once people have all had a chance to weigh in, then you can call the question, but you can't just call the question to cut off amendments or debate.
Well, I think
That would usurp
if what
the
you mean by
process.
that is that you would be calling the question on the whole rule, I think my reaction to that was you can't. You can call the question on the individual item that's before the body. Is that
Right,
the same thing you're
once
saying?
everybody's had a chance to speak to it that wants to speak
Well,
to it.
no, you can call the question on, that's the point of, the
Okay.
point of calling the question is to cut off debate. But you can only do it with the item that's pending, I believe, right? So yeah, this wouldn't call the
Okay.
question on the whole rule, it would just go to your motion and then somebody else could bring other amendments and whatever. I apologize. Well, I'm in favor of the amendment myself. I'll just speak quickly to it. I think that's the intent, is that the superintendent, those who are in the weeds administering the program, would look at it and say, look at the code. What does the legislature tell us to do about this? What's been our practice? What's our staffing? And say, we think that's a 3, upon which point we as the board would get to look at that and say, yeah, we agree or we disagree. So I think that's the intent of your motion as I understand it. And I guess I'm just curious whether the language makes that clear. We want the staff to do the work and then bring it to us, right? So, there we go. Before categorizing for the board's consideration. Is that your language or is that?
That's some staff
Okay.
recommended language to maybe accomplish the same thing.
Can I put that to you guys then? Again, I've spoken in favor of the concept and how that's teed up, I guess, staff are trying to help us with. Superintendent Stallings? I'm sorry, I stopped talking.
Yes. Thank you, Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. I was just going to share that this new language that's highlighted there is exactly the intent that staff was intending. That the staff or superintendent would produce draft recommendations that would not be binding at all unless and until the board then codified either that recommendation or perhaps changed it. That is when it would be official, if that makes sense. So to Board Member Klein's request, that's completely in line with the way that the staff intended, is whatever draft we come up with would simply be that, a draft for the board's consideration. So we think that the new language will say before the superintendent categorizes, and it would then say for the board's consideration, which makes it clear that I hope, that the whatever categorization that staff comes up with is not binding unless and until the board considers it and takes action. Hopefully that helps.
So then can I just ask a question? Does this require every rule to come, we categorize it, and then the rule goes to committee? Or is this part of I guess I've envisioned this as the rule comes before us, we have a categorization, if I can say that, and that's part of whatever we're doing with the rule. So if it's a continuation, right? It's not 2 separate processes. We don't bring the category before us and then go, okay, now we're going to do the work on the rule, right? Okay, I just want to make sure we're not adding 2 possibilities instead of the 1. But when it comes before us, we can then weigh in and say, no, that isn't where, and when it's in committee, that's not where we want to go, or we'd like to be more restrictive or less restrictive or whatever, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's why you'll see there's a deadline of 5 years, because every 5 years
Yes.
we review every rule. And so we know that within that 5 years, each rule will come to you for consideration and we will do it at that time.
Or as needed, according to what. Yep.
If there are some rules that we need to take action on right away, we will bring those forward right away. If there are some that are not as urgent, they will just come up under the regular course of review.
Okay, I think where are we at? Board Member Lear?
So is Deputy Stallings proposing clearer language for Member Klein's idea?
I don't
or
know.
Is that what you were doing? Yeah.
Yes, we didn't feel like the language that was originally proposed quite got to what we thought was Board Member Klein's intent.
Okay.
The good news is Board Member Klein's intent and what we thought was the actual process are in line. So hopefully, what I'm trying to let you know is what is stated there is what we thought it was
Would be
saying
better
anyway.
language.
Yes, because what we just didn't speak to generally, as you
No, I get all
yeah,
that. I just wanted to make sure you thought, so below the line would be the new motion if Member Klein
Well, it
accepts
depends on, yeah.
if Board Member Klein accepts it, right?
Gotcha.
Board Member Klein, are you interested, or do you want to continue with your?
Yes, I would continue with my amendments to make that.
No, are you
clear throughout.
continuing with the motion that you had? Or are you interested in the language that Angie had proposed, associates, that Ben worked hard on and is grateful that Angie took the credit for?
I'm okay with the language that they have put forward, as long as we can then look at my amendments that I had to make that
Well, I
idea
can't guarantee that, but I can certainly, we can.
throughout. Yeah. So we'll just.
Does
move
it need to be repeated throughout, Ben, or just in one spot?
Just to make it clear, yeah, to move in this direction. So. Yeah, I'm just trying to make consistent throughout with this one idea.
So, okay, let me be clear on the motion. Are you want to move?
That's fine. We can use their language there.
Okay, so the language that we're looking at, is there any opposition to that? This is friendly then. Everybody's smiling? Great. Okay, so so we're going to add here, before categorizing a program or set of requirements for the board's consideration, we're adding that where?
That would be line 57.
Line 57.
Yep, and then it continues after that. The superintendent shall analyze the program or set of requirements based on the following factors. And then that leads into the rest of the body, but that's the full sentence in context.
Is there a duplication of this somewhere else that we can just say also on line 30, also on line, I don't know. No, okay. All right, so this is the motion before the board. Okay, Kelsey, you ready? Not quite. Okay. I don't see any other comments. So we're going to amend line 57 to read, before categorizing a program or set of requirements for the board's consideration. And those that are in favor, mark yes if you're opposed. One, oh, there's one, no, what is the no? Green? Rill, sorry. Board Member Rill is a no, and 14 yeses. Okay. Board Member Klein? Can someone turn hers on?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I would go down to lines 70 and 71. And after where it says after the superintendent, so after the superintendent shall, I would add recommend that the board before categorize a program.
Yeah, you may. Well, yeah, I guess if there's a second.
I'll second
Oh,
it.
you just have a question on, okay, go ahead.
But
Second.
if I have to second to get a
Yeah, yeah,
query,
yeah.
that's fine. Member Klein, would it be fair and sporting to say that since the previous motion passed, that we are just aligning the rest of the motion to clarify the process by which we're going through?
I just want to make sure the wording is correct.
Consistent throughout.
And I have those recommendations. Do you want me to pass those on to staff and have them?
I'm asking, and I'm not bellying up. I'm just asking if it would be possible to make a motion that directs staff to update the rule in line with this,
Maybe
so that
bring it
it's
back next
consistent
week.
throughout. Maybe make it consistent throughout, bring it back next week, and you could send staff your recommendations. I'm just wondering.
I'm totally fine with that. If the board is amenable to that, if we can put it off a week and get it all aligned.
Okay, so what's your motion?
So I would, we can move that, direct staff or work with staff to update the rule to be consistent. Keep going. I'm following your lead. Consistent with the motion to amend. That works. Is that clear enough, or do we need more context?
I'd need more context. Just so that it aligns with the board.
So that the rest of the rule aligns with the amendment made to line 57.
Okay. Okay. Is that it then?
Direct staff to update the rule consistent with the motion to amend on line 57 and continue the rule in next week's board meeting.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that direct staff to update the rule consistent with the motion to amend on line 57 and continue the rule to next week's board meeting. Any comments to this?
I have a sub.
Okay, we have a sub. Go ahead.
I move that we begin the motion with Member Klein's direct staff to update the rule consistent with the motion to amend on line 57 and consider the changes technical unless brought back to the board as substantive. Then it doesn't need to come back to the board. These Thursday meetings, you guys, they are short and we get kicked out of there. So as much as we can keep our regular business out and really focus on legislation, it's just better.
Okay, that's the substitute motion. Anybody else have a comment? Lear?
I just want to make sure I like Cindy's language. Thank you. Sorry for barging right in. I like Cindy's, Member Davis's language of the motion, considering, because some of the language may be just great, but I also think Angie has been working on this for 8 months. And so I don't want to tie her hands with someone else's language, but considering it is a really good idea. So just want to make sure that's really clear.
I would actually put that as a friendly, if there's no objection.
Well, Cindy already added the considering word that I thought was so important.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we're going to go ahead and vote. So the motion before the board is that direct staff to update the rule consistent with the motion to amend on line 57 and consider the changes technical unless brought back to the board as substantive. Get ready. Get steady. Oh.
In consultation with staff, if that is implied in that, then that's great. But I want to make sure that Angie's the one that decides if they're technical or substantive, and what comes back to the board. So if that's the common understanding, then that's great.
Let me see clarity. Does this substantive changes, will it be brought back, or is if we pass this, then it will be?
Substantive changes need to come back.
Yeah, if they're, okay, got you. Okay, want to make sure I had clarity on that.
Somebody has to consider.
Yeah. Got it. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
anything
you.
that's substantive, I'm happy for her to highlight when it comes back.
No, that's,
If
it's
it
not
comes
coming
back.
back.
Oh,
That's
it's not
what we're
gonna come
saying.
back.
Unless it's substantive.
And so it stays as it is, as opposed to.
With the alignment. We'll bring back. Yep. Okay. I just want to be clear so that there's no misunderstandings and board leadership gets in trouble or something. I'm just saying. Or Angie or anyone else. Okay. Ready and go. Not yet. Sorry. Yeah, we're ready. You might have, but we are doing it again. Now we are voting. Okay, we're missing, oh, that's unanimous. So thank you. Now we're going to the next item on the agenda. And I think Board Member Hymas, that's you. Oh, just kidding. We're going to vote on the full rule as amended. Thank you for that reminder. So it may not be. Yeah. So, where am I looking? So the action is that the board accept, that's all right. That the board approve R277-111 Board Oversight Framework Draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. And begin. Okay. We got one vote still out there. Who are we missing? Okay, there we go. We have Board Member Bogus, and Board Member Klein are no's, and the rest are yes. Okay, Board Member Hymas, we are back to you for next agenda item.
Worries. Thank you. We are on agenda item 6.3, R277-114, corrective action and withdrawal or reduction of program funds. The motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-114, corrective action and withdrawal or reduction of program funds, draft 7 on second and final reading. You can tell we've put some work in here. Draft 7.
Okay. Draft 7, we're looking at it. We're going to go ahead and, okay, it looks like Board Member Klein has an amendment or a comment. Okay.
Okay, I would motion to leave lines 20 through 24 as originally written.
Okay. Which draft are you wanting to
7.
leave the original language from? Because
7.
there's not strict. Okay, because I'm looking at line 20 through 27 and it is underlined. So are you looking at a specific draft?
I'm looking at draft 7.
Okay, am I looking at the wrong lines? 20 and 24. Oh, sorry, I was looking at 120, 24. Sorry, my apologies.
19 through 24.
Okay, let me look. Okay, any second to that? Okay, that does not go through. So does Board Member Lear, do you have a motion?
No.
Oh, do you have a comment then?
I do have a comment.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I just want to make sure from Matt that is this the one we voted on, or did staff clean it up a little bit? Remind me.
This, from what I understand, this is what came out of committee. I have not been approached with any changes, and staff haven't let me know of any changes.
Great.
So this came out of committee at our last meeting. I don't know what the date is, but
23rd of December.
23rd. Was it that close? 19th of December.
It just seemed.
Time flies.
Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Do you have any other comments? Okay, Board Member Carey, you have maybe an amendment or something?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And I believe it's been prepared to be up on the board.
Okay. Do you want to read it out? You want me to read it?
Oh, I don't want to do all the work. So if you could.
Okay. I only have to turn this sideways, but I don't mind. Board Member Carey's motion that I'm going to read for him is that the board amend R277-114 draft 7 to replace lines 81 through 91 as follows. for an alleged compliance issue regarding a program or set of requirements uncategorized or in framework category 1 or 2. Board leadership may determine an appropriate method to investigate the alleged compliance issue, including directing the superintendent or the board's internal audit function to investigate the issue. And then down on B, if board leadership directs an investigation as described in subsection 3A, the entity conducting the investigation shall notify the oversight entity that the investigation will review an alleged compliance issue in accordance with this section. Do you have a second? Okay, and will you speak to it?
Yeah, thank you.
Or do you want me to speak to it?
Well, this one I'll get. I just want to say, if you're on law and licensing, this probably seems like deja vu because this is the language that we voted out at the last session that we had. And at the time, my biggest concern with this particular rule was that how does this body, this elected body, exercise oversight if we don't know what actions are taking place? But after speaking with Deputy Stallings and Chair Moss, I believe that this strikes a good middle ground, which will allow for these informal resolutions to take place with the board leadership, but also require that board leadership notify the board member or members in whose district those informal resolutions are taking place. And so again, this isn't a prerequisite that they have to get approval. It's not a requirement that they need permission, but rather this is a notice requirement that if they are working with an LEA school in a board member's district, that board member would have to be notified. And I think that strikes the right balance between helping these LEAs resolve these issues without a formal action. Is that language not there?
I don't think it does that.
Angie, another that I wasn't copied on.
Oh.
And so we were a little confused as to what is going on here.
Oh, the one you sent me, Angie, is the one that I'm relying on.
And I had
and the one
I
that's
sent
up
you
is
this
the one
morning.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I'm like, it doesn't say that, but.
Okay.
So, Greg, just scroll down a little bit.
I apologize.
Oh, okay. You're good.
To the blue. It'll be the blue.
So, without any objection, or is there?
No,
Are
it's
you-
the blue one, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
any, okay, friendly.
Thank you.
I'm going to
Would
read
you-
it for Board Member Carey. So we're going to add the following. 3A, in response to an alleged compliance issue regarding a program or set of requirements, board leadership may work informally with the oversight entity towards resolving the issue with which efforts may include. For an issue regarding an LEA, meeting with the chair of the LEA's governing board, the LEA superintendent or charter director, or considering whether training or additional time will allow the oversight entity to resolve the issue. If board leadership works informally with an oversight entity, as described in subsection 3A, board leadership will notify the board member who represents the area where the oversight entity is located of the resulting recommendations. And those will replace, or it will just be added. It'll be added after line 72. Do you want to speak to that, Board Member Carey, even though I think you did, even though it wasn't upright? But go
Yes,
ahead.
just, it'll be the same thing I said to the one in pink. But again, I think this strikes the right balance with notice to the board member or members. And Deputy Stallings, I don't know if that needs to be changed. I don't know the statutory. We have member singular, but some of our areas, there'd be multiple members that would need to be notified. But I would, if that's just a technical change, I would just ask that we make it. Yep, and thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, do you want, anybody else want to, Board Member Bogus, do you want to speak to this? Okay. All right, and I want to speak to this language real quick. I think this is a good balance in this. So anyways, as I've studied through this, I think this adds in what needs to be there. So, and I think it is good for other board members to know if something's being investigated or whatever in the area. So, thank you. Board Member, do you want to, Chairman?
Yeah.
Do you have an amendment or are you speaking?
No, I'm speaking
Okay.
to it, if that's okay. I just want to back that up. I agree. I think this is some clarification that's needed. It allows leadership to determine if something can be resolved, but gives that transparency piece so that if you're in somebody's backyard, they know that you're talking, they may want to join the discussion. So I appreciate the amendment, and I'll vote for it.
Okay. I'm not going to read it again unless you guys want me to. Oh, comment. Yes, board member.
Okay with
Blair.
this, and the words read, as I'm reading it, I want to make sure this is also the intent that people will then refer back to. Board leadership may work informally with an oversight entity. So it's possible that you just say, nope, it's too complicated, we're too busy, we have other things on our plate, whatever. And then the part in the last paragraph shall notify the board member or members. So it doesn't require you to involve them in the discussion or decision making. It just, you notify them so that they're informed. So there's no possibility of undue influence or local interfering with local decisions by anybody. It's more just a may work informally and may notify the member.
Okay. Shall notify the member.
Yes.
That shall notify, right.
Yeah.
But then not necessarily.
May.
And then, and then member stays on sidelines.
Okay.
It doesn't say that,
One more.
but that's a possibility.
Okay, any other comments? Just yes.
Yeah, one more. I just want to make clear, I think the idea of informal resolution is not a negotiation where we're speaking for the board. We don't go in there and say, you must do this. It's more just, hey, these are the concerns, is there something you might want to do? And so, yeah, I don't want people to think we're going to go in there and negotiate on behalf of the board, right? Or intimidate, yes. No, right. No, that's exactly right. Here's what we're hearing. Can you fix this so we don't have to do something else about it? So yeah, that's the intent. And we notify a board member they may want to join. And if not, it's up to them. But yeah,
Once you notify, it seems like you're still in charge of me.
yeah, I mean, again, in charge is, I think, perhaps a bit of a stretch because we're not calling them on the carpet. We're just talking, look, here's what we're hearing, right? So yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay, we're going to, oh, yes. Board member Carrie, we got to get his mic from down there.
Something that board member, I can't talk from here?
No, you can.
Oh. Oh, sorry. Just the provision B does not say that the notification has to take place prior to resolving the matter. So if it would be accepted as a friendly to my own amendment that
It says before board leadership works informally, board leadership shall notify.
we just added the language before board leadership works informally, just to make sure that the board member of that district is notified prior to the involvement of board leadership. So if there's no objection, I would like to make that amendment or change.
Any objection? Okay. Okay. So we are going to go ahead and vote on this. Are you ready, Kelsey? So board member Carey has an amendment to 114 and go ahead and vote. It's up for everyone. Two more. We have two missing. Check to make sure yours went. We're good. So that's a unanimous vote. Okay, we'll go back to the original document. So, Angie, who's ever scroll. Okay, so the motion before the board, where's my documents? No, we've already voted on that, so it's the original motion as amended. So the motion before the board is that the board approve R277114 corrective action and withdrawal or reduction in program funds, draft 7 as amended on second and final reading. And go ahead and vote. Oh, as soon as Kelsey has it up. As soon as we're done. Okay, we're missing, okay, we've got them. So it's one abstention by board member Klein and a no from board member Bogus, and Board Member Green. And 12 votes in favor, so this passes. And Board Member Carey has a comment.
If I may, I just wanted to echo what Chair Hymas alluded to earlier, which is, this is draft 7, and this had come before loan licensing on several different occasions. And I just wanted to recognize Chair Hymas for always making sure that he was getting these different ideas and trying to bring the best resolution possible, as well as the members of that committee, but especially Angie. Passions were very high on this, and including my own. But Deputy Stallings was always willing to engage in conversation and listen to all sides. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're clear. Board Member Klein wants hers a no on this one, non-abstention, okay? Just make that publicly clear. So, and I would echo actually what Board Member Carey said. I've read through this probably, I don't know how many times over the last month, just thinking about it from different angles. Does this meet the needs of what we have? And I'm grateful for all the public comment, because I think it really made a really strong rule that sometimes that give and take and that tension actually causes people to think. So I appreciate that too. Okay, we are one more.
Okay. And before I go on, can I ask a question? Draft 7 can't be the record. What's our record here for drafts here?
607 had 11 drafts.
11? 12 or 13?
Yeah, you're not even close. Good try.
We've got some work to do.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't want to do that much work.
Yeah. Okay. Good try. I don't know. We're not. Yeah.
We'll do the drafts, but the 3 public hearings is too much.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, go
we're going
ahead.
to move on to agenda item 6.4. And before I do, thank you, Vice Chair Carey. Thank you, Law and Licensing Committee. It was a lot of work. It was a heavy lift. I'm happy with the results, so thank you. 6.4. R277-100, definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-100, definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules, draft 3 on second and final reading.
Okay. And Board Member Klein has an amendment.
Yes, I would like to amend line 19 to add board means the 15 elected members of the State Board of Education.
Okay, so on line number 15, it's a describer, right?
The definition of the board.
Definition of board means, give just a second. Do you want to say that again?
So board means, and then add the 15 elected members of, and then it finishes by saying the State Board of Education. So
Okay.
board means the 15 elected members of the State Board of Education.
Is this from draft 3? Did you say line 15? I'm sorry.
19.
19.
19. Okay, so adding where it has board in this document, this is our definitions document for public that's following. It would add the board means the 15 elected board members, the 15 elected board members. Okay, second, do I have a,
15 elected members of the State Board of Education.
the 15 elected members of the State Board of Education. Is there a second? A second from Board Member Bogus? Any discussion? Oh, question, Board Member Davis.
Yeah, so does this mean that the agency goes back to be calling the State Office of Education and the board is defined as the 15, you should probably say elected or appointed, because if people move away, the governor appoints or something, or some, I don't know how they do it anymore. It changes now.
Yeah, but if someone were to.
The delegates
if
could
someone-
appoint. I mean,
yeah.
someone's going to appoint.
Yeah.
Until a formal election. Anyway,
Yeah,
I guess that's my question. So a handful of years ago, this body was called the Board of Education and defined as such. And the agency was called the State Office of Education. And I think it was, who changed that? It was Chair Jennifer Johnson years, right? And so
Angie?
then Dave Crandall years. Anyway, then everybody was called the board. So if we vote for this, that we redefine, then do we go back and change all the letterhead again?
So,
Back
so
to
that
the state office?
the question would become in our rules, because this is referencing rules. When we refer to the board in the rules, we're not referring to superintendency, right? Because we spell out superintendent different. So this would be accurate because it's for our rules. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Does that make sense? Because
Yeah, but who, I mean,
when you reference board in the rules, we don't assume superintendency with that. So this isn't this is based just on the way we use it in the rules. Yeah. So this would be accurate, an accurate representation.
so this is needed, that's not understood anywhere else in this?
It just clarifies, I think.
Okay.
So, okay, any other comments? Okay, we're ready to vote. Okay. So let me go ahead and read it again, maybe. That the board means inserting the following phrase on line 19, that 15 elected members of ... after the board means after the State Board of Education. Okay, go ahead and vote. Okay, we're at 10. That means 5 of you out there, 2 of you, 1. Okay, that passed with 14 to 1. The 1 being, I can't read without my glasses. Okay, board member Rail voted no. Okay, and let's go ahead with the motion that the board approves R277-100 definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules, draft 3 is amended on second and final reading. So all those in favor, you got your quick fingers, Andrea. You're good. And then we will take a 7-minute break again. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead. Okay, we're missing 5, 4, 3, 2. We're still missing 3, 2. We're missing 2. Still missing 2, and 1 more. We're still okay. There we go. Okay, that's a unanimous vote, and we are. Oh, what? One more item of something.
It's not an item, and I'm happy to go on break. I don't want to keep you. I did want to let the public know and the board know there are 2 items that were on the Law and Licensing Committee meeting for tomorrow. One was that have been moved. And so one was the school counseling program model, and the other was the school counselor services document. Those 2 will move to the February 2nd committee. I just wanted to, again, let public know in case there were going to be any public commenters. I just wanted to get it out now instead of tomorrow morning if they show up. Thank you.
Perfect.
And
Okay.
that wraps up the Law and Licensing
And that
Committee
would
report.
give you a time to stretch your legs, get a drink, and whatever, make a snowman.
Okay, we are back. Okay, we're close to being back. We are back to chair. Oh, wait. We can't be back yet.
No, we aren't. It's Randy.
No, we're on. We have more of one license.
Oh, we do?
Wait. I'm sorry. You are absolutely right. Apologies.
I would
Chair.
like to get this into the record before we start conversing.
You want to read it in?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to.
Yeah, just, I can't raise my hand.
Once Chair Booth
is my problem.
starts going, then yeah, I gotcha. Okay, Chair Booth, the floor is yours.
So we've had a busy month or two with a lot of work in our standards, and I want to express appreciation to those who have spent the time with us. It's been many hours, both in meetings and certainly the level of preparation before the meetings has been tremendous on the part of staff and board members, and we express appreciation for all that hard work. You'll notice that there were some recognitions, and I just want to point an information item. If you haven't had a chance in all of the however 1,300 or however many pages we had this time, the standards and assessment recognition of Title IV Part A listed here on the agenda. If you look on the backup, it's pretty exciting to see student support and academic enrichment program, what has been happening in terms of the spotlight reports on the success of that program. And I'm particularly wanting you to be aware of the local education highlights. Alpine School District, Box Elder, Duchesne, Logan, the listings on each of those, Millard, Murray City, Provo City, Sevier School District, South Summit, all of those school districts have had some real positive changes that I want to, if you haven't had a chance to read through those short paragraphs detailing their wonderful achievements, do it. It'll make you feel good. And the key staff members, Jody, Joanna, Etiana, and Yanka, have all worked so hard to help make this progress. We want to just express appreciation. The first action item is action 8.5, action item R277328, educational equity in schools. And in our committee meeting, the committee moved the repeal of 277328 to the full board for discussion and action. As a way of background, input from our stakeholders was significant, and lots of heightened emotions, so much so that we recognize the need for the wisdom greater than our small little committee, and we voted to move it on to our 15-member board because Utah's children deserve 15 board members who, together with parents, teachers, and leaders of learning, are 100% committed to their education and to their well-being. In the middle of all this, legislative resolutions, statements from party organizations, and a number of influencers in the state have been encouraging repealing it immediately and citing lots of good reasons. Smart people with a lot of concerns about compliance and CRT and other efforts. Whereas on the other side, our Access Committee, as we heard this morning from the chairwoman of that Access Committee, is advising that we do not repeal. And certainly we heard from Lexi Cunningham and received the copy of the letter that you have before you, where USBA, USSA, all voted unanimously to not repeal. Teachers, dozens of teachers, and I would say hundreds of parents, as well as UEA, all recommended no repeal. However, there are those who have very specific reasons why it should be repealed. The rule has been in place for years, 3 years now, and with the tender feelings that have been expressed by a lot of well-meaning and committed parents and students, for whom this really matters, even though to many, it's going to not have that much of it has not had that much significant impact in public education, but for these individuals, it has had. And so I have been thinking, as we now bring it to you for your discussion and action, that rather than just immediately ruling, we're ready to repeal, get rid of it, I would think of those tender feelings and those constituents by the hundreds who have been so vocal in their input. And I would think that we perhaps should take more time to fix the concerns that have been there, if what is there is so important to many individuals as they have expressed. I don't want to be among those who would take away a sense of support, a sense of interest in and commitment to every child in the state of Utah. So I invite you, as we now turn it to Chair Moss and the whole body, to consider taking time and hearing from all of the collective wisdom of this table, so that we don't let down the children who deserve at least 15 board members who are totally committed to their well-being and their success as they pursue their education. I'll turn it now to you, Chair Moss.
Thank you, Chair Booth. And before I put it to the body, let me just address the background of this a little bit. Some indications or statements were made this morning. I have met, and I know others have met, with lots and lots of people. I've met with legislators who took both sides of this issue. I've met with local LEA officials and board members who took both sides, teachers, parents, and parent groups. At no time have I ever made some agreement that this body would simply repeal. I could not do that. I would not do that. I never made an agreement there would be no amendments. Could not, would not. I agreed, because 3 board members asked for it, to bring the motion to repeal to this full board. That was the whole extent of any agreement. And it was an agreement because 3 board members requested it. That's how it works, right? So there's been discussion about whether it would go to committee first, go to the full board. It's always been clear it would make its way to the full board because that's what was requested. As this was made fairly close to the legislative session, we had some back and forth on special meetings. I applaud the patience and diligence of everybody here. We've had, I don't know how many special meetings and how many committees, but we've all been working overtime. And so this had some bouncing around, but all of that was an effort to simply bring it to this body for consideration. So I want to make clear on my part, that's what has been done. And I have met probably a couple times with Representative Jimenez. I think there were 2 or 3 other legislators on those occasions. So that's the background, and I greatly appreciate it. A couple or 3 of those who spoke this morning on the other side of the issue, I've also met with, and I greatly appreciated that opportunity as well. So as Chair Booth indicated, there is a lot of emotion on this. I'll speak to the substance later. I want to give this to the board, but I just wanted that background to be very clear. I do not purport to represent that this body will do anything. What I can do as a board chair is place it on the agenda as requested for the motion that was prepared by our 3 board members. So with that, I think Vice Chair Hart wanted to speak, and then let's open it to the body.
Yeah, I need to read into record a communication that we got this morning. Board members, I will forward it to you after I read it into the record. Because there, I believe, and I'm going to need to go back and listen to it, I believe there were some misleading statements, and I want to clear the record. This is from the Honorable Mike Schultz, Speaker of the House of Representatives. Dear Chair Moss and Utah State Board of Education, the Utah State Board of Education is a valued partner and plays a critical role in implementing state code and ensuring local education agencies comply with all rules and laws. We rely on the board to make critical decisions and work collaboratively to address issues in an effort to reduce state legislation. During the 2023 legislative session, the legislature passed HB 427, Individual Freedom in Public Education. There have been some concerns raised about whether or not the board rules comply with the legislation. We encourage the board to evaluate, ensure compliance, and resolve any conflict. We appreciate your continued partnership and look forward to working with the board. Sincerely, Mike Schultz, Speaker of the House of Representatives. The Speaker is the leader of the House of Representatives. This is their position. Their position is not one of repeal. It is not one of keep. It is simply to direct us to do our job, and that is to evaluate, to ensure compliance, and resolve any conflict. So let's be clear about what the message that was sent from the legislature. Thank you.
Okay, we do have Member Davis.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I will probably be much more calm in my deliberations and communications today. And I appreciate that they've given us full autonomy to amend if that's what we see fit. And in that vein, I would like to move that the board amend R27-328, Educational Equity in Schools, to adopt draft 1. And I'd like to speak to the motion, please.
Motion's in order. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Back to you, Member Davis.
Thank you. I just am going to let you know, this is the 3rd time in 5 years I've written down my comments. So hang on, because they're a little longer than normal. And I just want to give you a fair warning. If you need to doze off for a minute, I understand, but I hope you won't. I was up most of the night pondering this on both sides and thinking through this. Chair Moss and the people of Utah, I support draft 1, an amended version of R277-328. I support this because I hear you. Trevor Warburton, a parent in Springville, Utah, I hear you when you say your 5 children are helped by this rule, especially those with ADHD. Draft 1 provides the definition that educational equity means acknowledging all students are capable of learning and distributing resources to provide appropriate opportunities based on the needs of each individual student, to guarantee that all students have access to high-quality education. So equity for our school purposes is equal and appropriate opportunity, and this definition is found nowhere else other than in this rule. Thus, the rule is necessary. Bryce Williams, Board Vice President of Salt Lake City School District, Board of Education. I hear you when you say this rule helps our educators navigate diverse classrooms with supportive training and is also highly important to Salt Lake City School District because of the number of languages students speak in our classrooms. Draft 1 reminds teachers to recognize and appreciate what we all have in common, and also acknowledge diverse cultures and languages. That was all from him. This language is specific to this rule. Elder Christoph G. Gerard, I hear you when you encourage leaders in the predominant religion of which I participate to create communities of belonging void of contention, discrimination, or division. Draft 1 offers training on implementing strategies of inclusion as they pertain to students and educators with diverse abilities and backgrounds. I also hear you when you say we must act now to eradicate racism from our schools, churches, and communities. And act we must. Emily Clifford, parent of 4 in Holiday, Utah. I hear you when you say the rule language cultivates conditions that focus on learning and removes barriers to allow students to have access to resources and opportunities. And when you say that educational equity benefits all of our students in our schools and learning communities. Tara Cooper, mom in Davis County. I hear you when you say equality is when everyone has shoes. Equity is when everyone has shoes that fit. Sarah Simpkins, mom of 4 in Davis County. I hear you when you say that your Black son is deserving of protection and an equitable and safe education like other children, but you can honestly say, having raised 3 white children as well, that their school experiences have been very different. And similarly, Genevieve Clark from Taylorsville, I hear you when you say your Black daughter has encountered racism in all 3 grades of junior high, as well as every year in elementary school. Most often, she says this had come from other students, but she's also had some teachers and substitute teachers make negative comments about Black people. Draft 1 denounces racism. Paul Gibbs' father in West Valley City, I hear you when you say the availability of help from a speech therapist for your almost 5-year-old son, Peter, who struggles with a speech delay, is an example of equity. Draft 1 discusses the need for appropriate supports. Nate Cripes, supervising attorney for the Disability Law Center, serving the entire state. I hear you when you say the rule defines inclusion as the practice of ensuring students feel a sense of belonging and support, and to the maximum extent appropriate for students with disabilities, providing access to the general curriculum and engagement in regular education classes with peers without disabilities. I hear you especially when you say and acknowledge that while students with disabilities would still have a right to be free from discrimination and segregation under federal law, a repeal signals that the state board does not believe students with disabilities should have these rights. Right or wrong, no one can mandate what matters to us. No one knows really what's in our heads and hearts. But this is how folks are perceiving the messaging. He says, a repeal would signal that the state board does not believe students with disabilities should be served in integrated settings. I hear you that messaging matters. Draft 1 not only maintains this language for people with disabilities, but further clarifies meaningful inclusion with an additional reference to a deeper definition. The rule is necessary as it requires training with a highlighted vision on inclusion in layman's terms outside of the hundreds of pages of legalese that some are saying already fills a requirement. It may fill it, but it certainly doesn't feed it like this clearly focused rule does. I hear you and so many others, including representatives from every single locally elected school district board, bar none, who have reached out over the last month with unique situations and stories and requests not to repeal. However, some of you started writing yesterday saying, hold up, we have concerns about 328 and we want a repeal. So Chair Moss, I want you to know that I hear Brian Kuntz of Lehigh. I hear you, Brian, when you say, I would like for you to vote against it because my understanding is that it can be used to teach CRT in our schools. The previous rule prohibited only 3 CRT concepts, but Draft 1 takes all 5 of the prohibited CRT concepts in legislation for HB 427 and lists them directly in the rule to give clarity in training that teachers may not teach CRT in our K-12 schools. Period. Ever. Period. And I hear you, Emily Daly, parent of 1 daughter in Alpine School District, when you say you want the rule repealed because you'd like your child to learn critical thinking skills, not its opposite. Draft 1 requires training on critical thinking. The Sutherland Institute published an article about this and says, likewise, critical thinking and problem solving are at the heart of competing ideas and complicated issues that are generated in our public debates and within our civic institutions. This is in our Portrait of a Graduate. Importantly, Draft 1 trains teachers on the importance of discussing these competing ideas in an impartial manner We've had a lot of talk about political neutrality, and that's so important. Crystal Swayze from Utah County, I hear you when you say a repeal is needed in order to bring schools' policies into proper compliance with Utah code, specifically in HB 427, Individual Freedom in Public Education. I hear you and Speaker Schultz when you say this. This is perhaps the most important change made in the amendment. The 5 required components of CRT, again, are prohibitions in HB 427 and have been imported directly into the rule, bringing it into alignment with Utah code. Chair Moss, I will conclude by saying that some have quoted our own board members as saying this rule is unnecessary or even fluff. Even though since posting a month ago, we've heard from many about how important the rule is to them. Even still, it needed to be revised and aligned to current code, which draft 1 does. Notwithstanding the needed changes to rule, I really hope none of us are ever feel somewhat dismissed like the parent in the hall told me today he felt by being told that something that matters deeply to us is unnecessary or fluff. Saying that these important concepts aren't needed in a succinct form because they're scattered across other state and federal laws is like saying that you have to go to a different grocery store for each item on your shopping list. Let's truly hear the people on both sides, align the code to 427, and move forward with draft 1 that addresses the requests of both sets of parents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Davis. Member Hymas.
Before I share my thoughts, Chair, I wondered if I want to make sure I'm in line here, because if draft 1, if this motion passes, is it still up on the table to repeal or not repeal? Or if draft 1 was accepted, if this motion was accepted, is that it?
I think this is in the nature of a substitute, is it not? I'm sorry, who's?
Well, there wasn't a motion on the floor, so this is.
Did the motion? Oh, I'm sorry,
Did
we
no
didn't
motion
have a
come from-
motion out of committee.
Okay, so this
Gotcha.
is the motion.
This is the motion.
Okay.
I think if this passes, then correct, it would not be repealed.
So I'm going
That
to
would
speak to
go
this
away.
motion then, if that's okay. Yes. So I appreciate Member Davis's words here. She's very good at speaking, and this has not been a simple process, right? This is not a, for lack of a better term, black or white vote or process. This takes thought and a lot of diving in. However, although I do find draft 1 to be a better draft of the rule, I would speak against having the rule and speak in favor of repealing the rule. 3 years ago, as I was brand new coming in on this board, I was actually excited to see this rule because I was tired of seeing some students told that they were inherently racist because of their skin color, some students told that they were oppressed because of their skin color. And so I thought this rule would bring that together. This rule would say, no, all students, all people are equal. It has not had the effect that I thought it would have. So again, I voted for it back in 21. It's been 3 years. It has not had the effect that I thought it would have. I know that board members, lawmakers, parents all want educational equity, however that looks. Equity is on the forefront of the USBE. Let me just share a couple of things that I've learned as I'm reading this, as I'm looking over this, thinking, okay, and to Member Davis's point of, do we need this? And she says, of course we need this, right? This backs up those who feel this makes a difference in their lives. First off, in the resolution that the board put together denouncing racism, which I still agree with, I obviously denounce racism. It talks about several Utah code that supports what we do, whether this resolution is here or not, including 53G8202, 53E2302, 53G 10204, 53E2 201. It talks about rule R277515. And then, of course, you have 53G-10-206. And let me just read a part of this for the board and the public. It says that no individual is inherently racist. This is the following principles of individual freedom: that no individual is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously, solely by virtue of the individual's race, sex, or sexual orientation. I think we agree with that. That no person should be subject to discrimination or adverse treatment solely or partly on the basis of the individual's race, color, national origin, religion, disability, sex, or sexual orientation. That the meritocracy or character traits, including hard work, ethic, are not racist nor associated with or inconsistent with any racial or ethnic group. This is from Utah Code. And then it goes on to say, the state board or an LEA may not attempt to persuade a student or instructional or administrative personnel to a point of view that is inconsistent with the principles described in subsection 2A, which I just read parts of. And for me, as an individual board member, unfortunately, this rule has been twisted to do just that. It has put the USBE in a place to persuade differently than what this code is saying. That's where my struggle is. That's why I can come out and say this rule is, for me, again, I'm seeing more harm than good. Now, one more point. There are documents within our USBE. I know, and people will be like, well, the USBE pushes this or that. Let me just read a couple things talking about this philosophy of school counseling programs that we're going to talk about in February. All students, this is a USBE document, all students, regardless of abilities, interests, backgrounds, etc., succeed at high levels given sufficient support and encouragement. All students are prepared for 1 to 4 or more years of college. All students respect others, keeps going. All students deserve a quality education. All students have access. All students graduate with. The USBE is not taking a stance on equity here. I want the public to understand this. This is not about equity for me. And it's not about if this rule goes away or stays. It's not like the USBE is going to be more equitable to students or less equitable to students. It is ingrained in educators everywhere, and it is ingrained in our USBE staff and board members that we want equity for all. But that's just it. We want it for all, not individual groups. We want to help all students achieve their goals. So again, although I appreciate the changes that have come forward, and I do think they are closer. For me, I speak in opposition of draft 1. I speak for the repeal of R277-328. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hymas. What's our lineup here?
Member Norton, Member Straight, Member Booth.
Well, that's convenient. We'll go down the row. Member Norton.
Thank you. Every single day I walk into my place of employment and face 29 beautiful children who are ready to learn. And I have learned every year to love every one of those students. Because when you spend time with somebody and you get to know somebody, it breaks down many barriers and we become people to each other. And as that happens, it's so fascinating to watch as just the first few weeks of the year goes on and we are total strangers, and then we learn about each other and we talk with each other and we help each other and we learn to love each other, how it changes the entire rest of the year. That is what this rule helps us do. It provides the message from the State Board of Education that we want all students to feel that they are welcome. We want all students to know that they can learn And part of this is removing those obstacles. But I also want people to realize that when we remove those obstacles to learning for one student, how that helps the entire school. Just this year, our school has decided that we are a school that has a self-contained classroom for students that are in a resource group that have a hard time functioning in a regular classroom because of some of the physical disabilities in their lives. And it's been a very stark line with those students and the rest of the school. But we've decided that we need to step up. And as our entire school has been raising money for this inclusion playground, it's just changed the whole culture of our school. Now, we don't see aides pushing those wheelchairs. We don't see aides helping the students walk down the hall to library. We don't see the whole group of special needs children going back to their classroom to have their lunch. They're all together. Those students know that they have friends. They know that they belong. We need to continue across the state of Utah to build on 328. You're right, Member Hymas, it's not finished. It's not finished by a long shot, but we have started the changes. We are working on the changes. You know, another, and I'll just quickly wrap this up, but when I use a voice enhancement system in my classroom to help the one child who is hard of hearing, many days I'm also helping 5 other students who have head colds and can't hear that day as well as they could have. Sometimes it means that we ask a student or we invite a student who left their glasses home to move to the front of the room. But other students know that they can move around if necessary to help them learn better. A simple cue of touching a shoulder of a student with autism to get them focused again has caught on so that other students, if they're trying to get somebody's attention in a polite and respectful way, that's the way we do it. I just want you to know that it reaches out and ripples out to everybody in the school when we create this culture. And the State Board of Education has the power to start that creation of culture, which we did 3 years ago, and we need to continue with that message that this is important to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Norton. Member Straight.
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to point out just a couple things. First of all, I think there's an acknowledgement, at least I can acknowledge for myself, that there needed to be some amendments to 328. Several weeks ago, I started through a series of speaking with superintendents, school board members, parents, and what I ask of those individuals is, if this rule went away, would it matter? And part of the answer, to be honest, was that we're still under obligation of law. We still have that in place, and that for them, the biggest thing that they wanted protected was the definition of equity. Now, the realization, that question was asked too. Has it had the effect that we hoped it would? No, we're still in the process. Even the Constitution is in the ongoing process of amending. This rule, if we passed draft 1 today, I'm invested in that quite a bit. I'm going to try and look past that a little bit and be logical and reasonable, because in the end, it's still not going to, if we pass it out, it's still not perfect. We still need to continue to perform and make it more perfect. we will probably never be completely perfect. The actions and attitudes and of others in society will not automatically change overnight. Our teachers need the training. You know, one of the things that we keep doing when we talk about 427, did I get my number right? House Bill 427, we don't look at the first section of that like we should. The first section of 427 has to do with how a teacher can successfully and appropriately address the issues that we're most concerned about. In fact, the next question and that we asked was, well, what would you change if you were to go through 427 as a superintendency? What would you change? And the answer really ended up being, after some discussion, that we needed to update 420 based on 427, because we were not completely in alignment with 427. What you see in draft 1 is exactly that. We bring ourselves into compliance. As Board Member Davis mentioned, we had 3 elements of 427. Now we have all 5 elements of 427. And that is on lines 84 through 94 of draft 1. Those are the same things specifically in the Good Representative Jimenez 427. Also, we included 53G-10-202, maintaining constitutional freedom in the public schools. That portion was added into the rule. Now, there's one thing about the rule that I need to point out. It's been expressed that the rule has not had the effect as hoped. Well, the legislation is what drove the rule. 901 drove the initial 328 because we were actually requested to do that and report back. Chair Hansen, Scott Hansen, reported back to the Rules Committee and very competently and very well discussed those issues. And this legislature, many of the legislators, I can't speak for all of them, came and said, thank you. That was what you did, what you were asked to do. And 901 specifically listed the 3 elements that are now lines 84 through 94. And what was in 901 is located in, and this is a matter, lines 69 through 83. Those have been replaced. 901 is in here. Now we've updated the 427, which comes after. 427 took 3 of those items, folded it in, and added additional items that they did not want as a legislature to be taught in school. So even if you disagree that 901 was implemented into 328, you must acknowledge that 427 has now been implemented in draft 1. That is a fact. Okay, let's, I'm going to go to one other thing. So, one of the things that has really disappointed me and caused me to have some consternation. Yeah, I know. Anyway, is the resolution in support of repealing R277-328 and all CRT practice in Utah schools. That's what 328 did, and under draft 1 would continue to do. Also, we learned a lot about arguments, and the dates are right in this resolution. So the first date in here is May of 2021. The Republican legislators in both the Utah House and Senate passed resolutions. That is correct. That is 901. And directed the state board to address the issues in 901 and come back and report. That was all completed to the satisfaction of many. Not all, obviously. The next date, June 21st, 2021, the Utah Republican State Central Committee passed a resolution in support of prohibiting critical race theory in Utah schools. Yeah, they did that. Okay. As a Republican, I do question, however, because this resolution says that it is the view of the Republican Party that this has not occurred. I read over the platform today. A resolution by the Central Committee is not the Republican Party platform. I can say right here and right now that I absolutely and totally agree with and follow the platform of the Republican Party of Utah. I believe in those principles. That's why I'm a Republican. But to represent that this is the view of the Republican Party, that is not true. Usually in convention, they vote for those sort of things that change the platform. Okay, the next one. August 8th, 2021. The Utah State Board of Education installed, codified, and further entrenched the Praxis CRT into Utah schools through R277-328. I emphatically say that is absolutely not true. That is not true. It is a falsehood. Next, after 2 years of the USBE's inaction and failure to address CRT praxis within its own agency and protect children from the praxis and teaching of CRT in K-12 schools, the legislature passed HB 427 in 2023. House Bill 427 outlines the legislature's intent that the LEA's professional learning, administrative functions, displays, and instructional and curricular materials are consistent with principles of individual freedom, and that our practices or items not in compliance be disbanded. Well, there's nothing to disband except for some updates to be added in. There is absolutely the accusation that USBE took no action. In fact, I have an email from leadership that actually outlines the actions that have been taken. It is absolutely and totally false. That is not the Republican platform. It is not the Republican Party's view. It is the Central Committee's view, and they stand alone in that.
Member Straight, we
We
do
have
have a
not-
bunch of
we
folks.
have failed
Keep
to-
going. We're just trying
yes,
to move
I know.
forward. Thank you, sir.
Well, I will finish up here. I feel a little passionate. Okay. Well, I purposely don't speak much anymore because I'm saving up my time. This board, by implementing 901, by implementing 427 with fidelity, has absolutely not supported the teaching of CRT or promoting it in any way to the children of the state of Utah. That is a falsehood. On September 25th, 2023, Representative Tim Jimenez and Senator Mike Kennedy sent a letter to USBE leadership querying, why has there been a prolonged delay in bringing the Utah State Board of Education into compliance with the legislative directive and Utah Code, namely rescinding R277-328 and addressing other conflicts? Well, I guess if you tell a falsehood long enough, some people start listening and believing it. someone suggested that I should just relax, sit back, and try and survive the next election. The next election is not as important as the children of the state of Utah, and absolutely, I put my integrity on the line that we have made every effort to implement the law. The law is House Bill 427. I uphold it. I have, with fidelity, implemented it, and I plan on continuing to implement the laws as they are passed by the legislature. My opportunity to influence that ends at the point that it passes and is signed by the governor. I ask the good people of the state of Utah to test out what I say to you yourself. Look at those documents yourself. Read R277-328. Read House Bill 427. Read Resolution 901. And if you find something that we are missing, then I am ready to correct that. I am ready to correct anything in regards to that. I want to follow the law. I do not want CRT taught in our schools as defined, now as defined by the legislature. The legislature has defined specifically and exactly what they do not want taught. And we have, with completeness, put all of that into that rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Straight. Member Booth.
Thank you, Chair Moss. I really have appreciated my colleagues' comments down the row here, and I have appreciated Board Member Hymas's commitment to do the right thing and to think it through and to carefully consider so many things from a thoughtful viewpoint. I want to understand everyone's viewpoint on this, around this table. When Board Member Hymas says that this rule has been twisted and does not do what it was put in place to do, and so in spite of any other reasons, it should be repealed. As an educator, I wonder if we should perhaps work to make it better. Quite a few, have embraced the rule and have counted on it. Over 2,000 years ago, a major teacher taught this concept of love. But today, so many don't love. So should we repeal it? Quite a few have loved and continue to love with remarkable results. As an educator, if we have a weak reading program, we don't repeal it and stop reading. We try our best to find a better, more effective way to teach each child to open that world of wonder as they become proficient readers. We keep reading, we keep loving, we keep finding the important adjustments that will more accurately help us achieve what we and other board members were working so hard to achieve when, as a new board member, you participated in the framing of 277-328. I am grateful for this opportunity to work together. I am grateful for the opportunity to listen and learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Booth. Other board member questions or comments? Member Lear.
I thought, based on the passage of the Utah voucher bill last year, Utah fits all, that we believe, and the legislature believes, that the public school funding and program should be adjusted to fit all. Utah Fits All is a $42 million package. And that's a lot of money. Some board members continue to insist that one size does not fit all. And that, in my mind, is equity, adjusting that the services, the programs for students who need them suggests to me that is the definition of equity. One thing that Mr. Member Hymas's comments missed is the required training in R277-328. There was a model proposed in an earlier draft, and this draft, while the training is still required, it deletes the required model from the USBE staff. However, and actually it was supplemented and hotly and thoroughly debated, discussed by the board, so it didn't just come from the staff. But that model no longer required in draft 1. And that's fine, because the information still is available for school districts and charter schools, for LEAs. And in fact, at one excellent presentation I listened to at the USBA meeting, one district pointed out how many times and in what ways it has used R277-328 and the modules, the training modules, to provide training for their district staff. And it was an excellent presentation, and I would be disappointed if that district could no longer look to the USBE for that kind of guidance. There are 4 main reasons why I support this rule, and I will go through them pretty quickly. First of all, local control. The way that the rule is now written, LEAs are directed to train their teachers. There is model information available, and model means just that. It doesn't have to be used by LEAs, but it's a resource available to be used by LEAs. So there's not a requirement for LEAs to use what USBE has developed. And I believe in local control, and most of us have spoken about local control pretty positively. And I thought that was the belief of most board members. Secondly, there's an opportunity for programs and services to be adjusted to fit all students. Again, something that the legislature invested $42 million in, and many of the board members here voted, yes, services need to fit all students. So maybe private education is for you. And I didn't support the voucher bill, but I have come to see that equity is there's a certain component of equity in there, not to say that I support it yet. Thirdly, the rule leaves a strong symbolic message in place. As someone said today so articulately, the USBE supports snowplows that assist all vehicles and pedestrians. Yes, some more than others. And I think that's a really valid, that's a very valid principle. I think I had one more point. I think the training, I guess I'll go to the training, and I kind of said that at the beginning, but I think the training is something that is very valuable to school districts and charter schools. I know the last thing I was going to say is really the most important. The USBE considers, I always thought, and everyone has said how many times they talk to their school districts. They talk to their school superintendents. That's a very common expression I hear among board members. Well, the USBA did something pretty unusual. It stepped up to the message in the USBA meeting and unanimously recommended to the USBE to keep its rule in place. It was a unanimous vote. I was there. Randy was there. There were no dissenters. A very strong message from our partner, who we always say we listen to at the local level, the school districts of Utah, who serve 89% of our students. And by the way, they serve the other 11% in many ways because of the access that the other students have to athletic programs, activities during the school day, and the same is true of homeschoolers. So really, in many ways, our school districts serve in
partially or totally, probably 90% plus of the students in Utah. That message was clear from the USBA. I think if we really say we believe those people at the local level and that they need this rule and this rule helps them, I think we should listen to them. I'm listening to them. When Member Davis said, I'm listening to USBA, who represents children, who represents teachers, who knows what's happening far better than we do, even though some of us, and there are some people that teach every day in schools. There are others of us that visit schools quite often, and there are some that visit less often. But the people in local board members, the administrators who work with USBA are really the boots on the ground. They're really the people who understand what public schools need. So with that, I think this rule does a lot of good things. I don't think it's perfect. I think draft one is probably better. I'm a little troubled by the appropriate language. I would rather stick with the previous language, but I don't want to let the best be the enemy of the good. I think there is a lot of good in this rule. Many LEAs have embraced it. Many of our parents and families have embraced it, and I support it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Lear. Member Wood.
When this rule came onto our agenda, I had 3 questions. One was, where else can I find a definition for educational equity? 2, does it align with 427? And 3, are our teachers, our parents, who's using it and how is it applied to them? I have yet to find educational equity found in a defined definition anywhere else. And James Lindsay, in his Cynical Theories, wrote, in practice, deconstructive approaches to language therefore look very much like nitpicking at words in order to deliberately miss the point. So often I have found that when we talk about educational equity and equality, we miss the point. Because I admit I have not been an educator, but in my 10 years of being up on the Hill following policy, I've talked about equity as giving kids what they need. I've been the student that had the carbon copy paper under mine while I took notes for the deaf student who could watch the interpreter and watch the board, but couldn't keep notes at the same time. Now, did I give those notes to her when she didn't attend? Nope, I didn't give her more. I gave her what she needed to help her be successful. I've been the mom that had to fight for my child to get the Dana. Before the days of one-to-one devices, we had a single line of text and a typewriter because he was in occupational therapy and his teachers could not read his writing. I've been there and watched where our students have needed more and have been given more to help them just start on the same playing field. So I stand by this definition of equity. Unfortunately, I've seen horrible pictures where we've gone from the picture of the boxes so the kids can see over the fence to knocking off the legs, and now that's the new form of equity. That's nitpicking at words to avoid the point of what we're trying to do. So I stand by that. My second question, did it align? No. And when I sat down with my district for 2 hours and we went line by line down 427, down 328, it did not align perfectly, and we're trying to get there better with draft 1, making sure that those prohibitions are in there. And 3, did our districts use it? We have the letter from our district saying, yes, we need this, we want this. We have the letters from our parents saying, this helps us at least feel like we are being listened to. And the message that I want to send is, as Chair Davis, or as Member Davis said, I hear those parents. And I hear those parents who wrote to me and said, I'm concerned where it doesn't align and we're trying to make it align. But to get rid of something that we're not replacing with something better, I can't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wood. Excuse me, Member Carey.
I don't think I have received more correspondence on any particular issue in the volume that came in for this particular rule. And I didn't tally it up. I didn't count how many were for, how many were against. It did come in waves, right? Some days it was all against the rule. The next day it was all for the rule. And sometimes you can spot like an email campaign when there's a template and people just send out the template because that's what their group decided to do. And as Chair Moss said, I read each one, but the ones that resonate the most are the ones that I perceived were personal, the ones that people took the time that they weren't filling out a template and said, this is how this rule is going to affect me. And whether they were in my district or someone else's district, those were the emails that I gravitated towards and that I read and that resonated with me the most. And they were about split down the middle. And I would say this, if a USBE rule could cure racism, keep 328 on the books. And if we could increase inclusion with another USBE rule, pass 328A. And if we could increase diversity with a USBE rule, pass 328B. But this body passing rules, it doesn't magically fix things. And I don't know what the intentions were when 328 was originally passed. I was not a member of this board. But I imagine that they were good and they were noble. And this body at that time wanted to do what was best for the students. Those aspirations are not reflected in the reality of what is taking place in many of our LEAs. And if we could leave a broken rule on our books, like 328, and that would solve bullying, and that would stop one student from mistreating another student because they have the wrong shoes or they're from the wrong part of the neighborhood, let's leave 328 on the books. But broken rules will not cure that. I think leaving broken rules on the books exacerbates those tensions because the message we're sending is we don't care. I support the repeal of 328 because I want something better for our students. Our students deserve better. Depression, anxiety, conflict, all those elements are off the charts with our students. Our students deserve better. They deserve better than 328. How do we get there? I think we get there by starting with those emails that we received. I think we talk to our partners. I think we talk to the legislature. And I think that's how we begin to address what's at the core. But you're right, I do think repealing 328 sends a message, but I think that message is one of hope. I think it's one of we're listening and we're going to do better, not we're giving up and we're walking away. I think when we have a rule like 328, I think the focus stops becoming the individual and it starts becoming the group. So we don't look at the student and say, this student needs A, B, C, and D. We say, this student falls into this classification. And because of that classification, we're going to assume they need 1, 2, 3, and 4. If my teachers, when I was growing up, treated me like the son of a refugee, treated me like the son of a North Korean escapee, they treated me like a poverty-stricken child, my mom would never have accepted that. I was all those things. But when we treat students as individuals, not just because they check a particular box. I believe that's where true empowerment and true equity and true change come from. And that's why I'm supporting the repeal of this rule. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Carey. I think we've got Member Green. Yep.
First, I appreciate the conversation that we're having right now, because I know that this has been a difficult one. Lots of questions. It has, for me, being new, it's been a year that I've been trying to, first of all, learn the ropes and understand law, understand how rule works within those constraints. Bringing the voice of, I've gone from being a parent coming from the streets to sitting in this seat. And what I've realized is that it's a lot different than I think a lot of our other parents out there think it is. It's a different conversation, because you have the concerns that parents and teachers and community members bring to you, and you bring them with you with all the good intent, and then you land in this body, and it's just, you have to slow down and you have to look at things different. It's way more complicated, and I think that we could all agree with that. That is something that I have learned to respect at a very, very deep level, just because I was so unaware of what it takes to run what we're trying to run and provide what we're trying to provide. And I put together some thoughts, and I'll just share those with you real quick. Some reasonings here. And I do stand before you to address a matter of great significance, one that revolves around the principles of justice, the rule of law, and the pursuit of the American dream. I urge you to consider the pressing need of repealing R277-328, a rule that has been met with controversy due to its perceived divergence from those core principles. The United States has long been a beacon of hope for those who seek to pursue the American dream, a dream rooted in the belief that with hard work, determination, and equal access to opportunities, anyone can achieve success. It is a dream that has driven countless individuals to overcome adversity and strive for a better future. And as our founding fathers envisioned, education is the cornerstone of a just and prosperous society. Thomas Jefferson once said, "Enlighten the people generally, and tyranny and oppressions of body and mind will vanish like evil spirits at the dawn of day." Our founders recognized that an educated youth is the bedrock of a thriving nation, and they emphasized the importance of providing all students with the tools they need to succeed. However, the essence of this dream lies in the principle of meritocracy, where individuals are judged not by their background, race, or gender, but by their abilities, efforts, and contributions. It is this principle that has propelled our nation forward, fostering innovation, progress, and social mobility. Repealing R277-328 is not a rejection of the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Rather, it is an affirmation of our commitment to these ideals through a different path, one that upholds the rule of law, individual merit, and the American dream. Developing rules and laws, as we are experiencing, can be a complex endeavor, requiring careful consideration of various perspectives and inputs. Efficient bodies of government must ensure that the rules they create align with the principles of justice and fairness. Quality checks and thorough deliberation are essential to crafting laws that strike the right balance between addressing disparities and preserving the core values of our democracy. HB 427 ensures that instructional materials and classroom instruction remain consistent with the principles of equal opportunity and individual merit. It upholds the fundamental tenets of our democracy, ensuring that every student has the chance to succeed based on their talents and efforts, unburdened by the weight of divisive ideologies. The rule of law is the foundation of any just and democratic society. It ensures that our actions are guided by established laws and regulations, providing clarity, consistency, and accountability. HB 427, the law in question, was enacted through a democratic process reflecting the will of the people and their elected representatives. To disregard it would be to undermine the very principles upon which our nation was founded. Repealing 277328 is not about denying the importance of addressing disparities and discrimination. It is about finding alternative solutions that do not compromise the fundamental values of equal opportunity and individual merit. We must explore avenues that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion without infringing upon the core tenets of our democratic society. Let us remember that the pursuit of the American dream is a shared aspiration that transcends partisan divides. It is a vision of a society where every student has the chance to succeed based on their talents, their efforts, unburdened by the weight of divisive ideologies. And in conclusion, the call to repeal R277328 is a call to uphold the rule of law, cherish the principles of meritocracy, and safeguard the American dream for all students as enshrined in HB 427. And I hope that we can work together to find that common ground and forge a path that respects diversity, promotes fairness, and preserves the values that define and that do define our great nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Green. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah. So I don't know if endured's the right word, but going through countless hours on the Standards and Assessment Committee, Brent, of debating what module should we do, what definition should we do, anyways, when we started, we had a series of definitions that we did not adhere to, and when we ended up with something better. The legislature, as we started moving into this space, gave us a resolution with a strong recommendation. Please add these things. We provided the Rule 328, and I voted for it because it had those components that made it better than what we had before. House Bill 427 is the progression. It's based on principles. It's not based on ideas, so to speak. It is a principled document. And so it is the progression. It improves upon, and it adds to, but it's very simple in nature. And I just a couple of things, as I've received feedback from people, there were a couple of things. One thing alarmed me is that people thought that this is where they would go to get information for bullying, or this is where they would go, one attorney, this is where we're going to go to find out about inclusion. And my concern is that maybe we aren't messaging very good at USBE. I'm not sure. The work that we do, the meat of what we do that makes a difference, does not sit in 328. It's the effort we put in standards that include everyone and that are based on sound academic foundations. The work that we do has to do with fees, making sure that school fees fit the needs of our kids in such a way that all are able to be included in their extracurricular activities or in all of what takes place at school. So it was interesting to me to listen to people say, well, this will do this. Actually, it doesn't. If you want to address that, go to 609. If you want that addressed, you go here. If you want that addressed, this is where you find the definition of inclusion. So I was concerned that so much of this, they believed that 328 somehow was the reference for that when it wasn't. The other component, and this has been increasingly clear to me throughout the last month, there are 8 recommendations, and I'm not sure exactly how many, if some of those got eliminated in this last one. Oh, I'm sorry, there were not 8 recommendations, 8 mandates of things that districts had to do. Like if we did that anywhere else, districts would be like, are you crazy? Do not mandate these for us. The 427 allows any professional learning that a district needs to do it. It doesn't restrict any. As a matter of fact, it's a very freeing document. It says you can do these. Just adhere to these principles that all children and family can be part of. And so, to me, and I've talked to not all of my superintendents, most of them, I explained to them what my vote would be today and the reason why, and how it actually gives them greater freedom. They get to choose what is the professional development we need at our district. And it may be something that's listed in 328. It may be something else. But I know that when we burden our districts with so much, that they never get to the meat of what they really need to do. My concern with 328, because when it was asked for us to repeal this, I sat down, I pulled out the document. I said, okay, what if we amended this, right? And I went through it. And by the time I was done, it really was just 427 when you start putting those components in there. And so for me, I don't want the hard work that we do here to be overshadowed by a messaging device. I want the hard work that we do here every day, all of us, to be seen for what it is, and for the districts to be able to apply those principles. Let me just think if there is another comment. I guess I just want to end with 328 was the best we had. I believe that the law, the way it's written right now, is an improvement upon that, and it is adding unto. It does not take away from. And so, anyways, those are my comments. I am going to vote for the repeal because I think it adds to our schools. It gives them districts the freedom without the mandates, without the language saying this is how you need to do it. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Earl. Member Reel.
Thanks, Chair. I've already spoken on this in standards, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I've been waiting to hear from those who want to repeal this rule why on earth they want to repeal this rule. Because from my perspective, I have never heard from so many people, and I can count on barely 2 hands the amount of people who want to repeal this rule that we've heard in public comment. We have the JLC coming out unanimously saying, please do not repeal this rule. And hearing the arguments to repeal the rule, I understand and I'm listening. And something that I keep coming back to is, sure, it's not perfect. It is not perfect. We had a starting point and we tried with the knowledge we had, which by the way was at a very different time. We were in a very different world 3 years ago. But to me, this does not, repealing this, remember Carrie, does not give people hope. That is the opposite of hope. It's saying we don't care. What would give people hope is saying, listen, we're here, we hear you, and we are going to make this better so that we can give all students that equal opportunity. Not saying giving you hope is taking it away, because clearly we've heard that it's really important. And so for me, draft 1 has those elements. They've worked hard on draft 1 to include the pieces of 427, remember Earl, that you're talking about, that I do think cover it. I'm not going to go into the fact that it's missing gender identity in some ways. I'm not going to go into that because I don't like to be bothered with these culture war debates. And to me, and you've heard me say this, I think the fact that we're even spending time on this repeal when it's doing no harm, one of my favorite public comments that I got was, no one has asked for less equity. And so I'm not in the business of talking about that, but it does frustrate me that that's not included in 427. But I still think that instead of saying, this isn't working, remember Hymas, maybe you've seen that it hasn't worked in your schools, and I hear you, maybe it's not working. But what can we do to make it better instead of saying, we don't need this anymore? So for me, I'd love to see us work towards a better place in serving our students with this, and by being a good partner to all of our districts that have come out unanimously and said, please do not repeal this rule. I think that I haven't seen a good argument to repeal, and I don't see a good argument coming from any of our partners in education. But I think that if we work together, we can figure out a way to make it better instead of just saying, we tried 3 years ago in the middle of the pandemic during social justice, culture, all these things where culture wars were happening. We tried, and now it didn't work 3 years later. Let's get rid of it. How about we figure out how to make it better and not give up on our students as well?
Thank you, Member Real.
I was trying to wait for the body, but do you want to go?
Well, go ahead.
Well, Brent wants to go, but Brent already spoke.
Oh, well, we can circulate if you wanted to go. We'll come back. We'll get you. Or was there
We'll
something
get
quick
you. I
wanted
just
to
want to
ask
make
first,
sure.
or-
Is Member Straight? Did you have a particular question or? Okay. Well, I just have questions. So I was here when 328 came through, and we had to do this. And I remember the resolution, and we were told to write this rule, and not only write the rule, but to come back or to report back. It was something we were to take seriously, and we did. And there's a lot packed into those meetings. Then, so there was a resolution. We were told to do that. Then came, it came the legislative session, and they write 427, and it makes total sense that we would then need to go back and make sure that what we believed was going to be in the law when it finally came time to do that, that there was parity. So it completely makes sense that we need to look at this and make sure that it's in line with law. What I'm not understanding is why do away with it completely without having something that takes its place. I'm fearful that sends a message that isn't what we're intending to send. I still need to know what is the conflicts. Like, I don't understand the conflicts. I understand the philosophical arguments for, against. I don't understand where the rub is. The other thing is I am not in any way comfortable with a rule that has any gap of space between the law and the rule. I am not comfortable with that. That is not fair to our teachers and our practitioners. So yes, you could take away and you could repeal, but now you've left a chasm between the law and no rule at all. So not only is there a gap, but there's just nothing there for our practitioners. We can't do that to them. So I am interested, what I want to know, and maybe I'm wrong, but obviously it was an improper assumption, but I assumed there would be some sort of substitute, some sort of something, but radio silence to our practitioners about how to implement a law or how to make a law real in a classroom, to take away what we have with the materials provision, to take away what we have, what little guidance we're already offering. I just, how is that providing service to our to our constituents. I'm not saying that you don't, that you know, at right now, I am not saying whether or not you repeal or you don't repeal. I, quite frankly, have been very turned off by the must get rid of it, must keep it. That dichotomy serves no one in a classroom. That is a philosophical stance, not a pragmatic help to anyone. The other thing is, equity was not invented when we wrote 328. Equity is not going to disappear if we were to repeal 328. That is, we can't make this into an argument that it's not. It's not about equity. It is about a rule that includes equity, but we're talking about the rule. We're not all here in a philosophy class arguing for or against or whatever. We're trying to give our practitioners guidance. And I'm really confused about, I hear start over. Well, what do we do in the meantime? And that isn't something that you just leave kind of hanging out there while the legislature meets and does their thing, and we try to have a bunch of meetings about that too. I'm really confused. I have more questions than I have answers, and I don't understand in a lot of ways what we're trying to accomplish necessarily, if what we're trying to do is making our schools the best places that we possibly can. It's not computing, it's not adding up. So, if we have to keep something while people come up with something else, that's an option. If we leave it alone or not leave it alone, but if we change it, amend it, and leave that as the, so to speak, final product, that's fine. Doing away with it altogether, I'm not sure how we would look our practitioners in the face and say, here's your guidance on how to navigate the realities of working in education right now. So, and I hear you. If it's so bad that it needs to completely go away, fine. But my question is still, what are you replacing it with? Because you can't I don't see a world where we stay silent on the issue. So those are just some thoughts. I'd really like to get to some actual pragmatic solutions. I think we all know, how divided our constituencies are. That's pretty clear. It's pretty clear everybody has an opinion. But I think what I'd really like to get to at some point is what we're going to actually do about it, and how are we going to make sure that we have given clear guidance to our practitioners about what they can, what they can't, how to make decisions, chain of command, all the things that educators ask me on a daily basis. So I got more questions than I got answers. That's probably disappointing, but I don't understand where we're going with this car.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. Member Straight.
Thank you. So as I've been contemplating and thinking back on several visits that I had with our educational partners, and we discussed this, I've come to the thought that this letter, this unanimous letter from JLC, would not have happened if we had just phrased the question a little bit differently. And that would be, instead of repeal, that we amend. Hey, we're looking to make improvements. We already are looking at 427 to make certain we're in alignment. Yeah, maybe we should have done that sooner. But 427 is represented in many of our instructional materials, including with our licensure. And so it is there, but we needed to include it because it is true that 427 came after 901, therefore is preceded, and it's also true that 901 is a resolution and does not carry the same force of law. But we do have law. We must be compliant. We need to make amendments. Let's work together to make those improvements. Let's not make this a political football. Let's be honest in our way of looking at things and be open to discussion. And let's continue the process of amending. I would encourage everyone to support draft 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Straight. Well, I'll speak briefly since there are no lights. I'll try to be brief. I'm going to speak in favor of repeal. I appreciate the great amount of work that's gone into this, and let me just kind of broaden that discussion a little bit because there's so much good in draft 1, but let me explain why I think the best option for moving forward is to repeal. I was here 3 years ago when we had the hearing on 328, and I think I was sitting where Member Booth is. It was memorable enough that I remember very distinctly my view of the speakers. And we heard from sort of two groups. I hate to even see two groups divided like that, but what I heard was a little bit different than two divided groups. There was a group that said we need to be not labeling or categorizing kids by skin color or gender or sexual orientation and making decisions or preferences based on those characteristics. And I heard another group that said, and I heard that and I said, amen. And I heard another group that said, we need to see those kids who are vulnerable, who are subject perhaps to discrimination and harassment. And again, I said, amen. And I sat there going, why are we having this dichotomous presentation between two groups? And so from that, we've wrestled with that ever since. It was a peak of some real unrest. We came on as board members sitting at home and logging in and arguing from our basements on our laptops. And I think shortly after we finally got to show up here, we had this discussion about 328, followed by the hearing, as I recall. And that just heightened the feeling of distance from each other and the inability to really kind of lubricate that discussion through relationships and understanding. So getting to the point of 328, what's wrong with it? In my view, there were some elements that went into it that were pretty, that went into the discussion prior to and around 328 that were fairly divisive. There's discussion about privilege and oppression and some of these things that I think cause concerns. And I think, just a side note, I'm not going to go off on critical theory, but in my view, and I'll be attacked in some quarters from this, critical theory raises good, important questions. It questions the appearance of objectivity in our norms and institutions. It says, is it always truly objective, or are there other things behind it? And it started off with a range of different possibilities for what's behind the law. And if you've been involved in making laws, we have, you'll know that sometimes we're not all perfectly objective. But it goes from that into an attribution of blame and an explanation that any disparity must inherently be the fault of discrimination. And if it's not intentional, it's systemic, or it's subconscious, all of those are possible. but the presumption becomes a situation where you're a hammer and everything looks like a nail. And we've talked about messaging. And unfortunately, from my experience, and I won't repeat that of Member Carey and Member Hymas, but I've heard too many people who feel like the term educational equity is an encouragement or green light to go into some of those more divisive directions. On the other hand, what would happen if we repeal? Well, there's a chart in the backup that I appreciate staff and Member Earl putting together that shows where those areas are covered. Will we stop providing services to students with disabilities? No. IDEA has been around for decades. It's not going anywhere. Civil rights legislation has been around forever. It's not going anywhere. We will not stop protecting kids. Will we stop reaching out to those kids? I would certainly hope not. I spoke at the, again, I'll get attacked in some quarters, but I spoke as an employment attorney at the Governor's Diversity Summit. I've spent 25 years counseling employers on issues of discrimination, harassment. And sometimes you find discrimination, and sometimes it's even systemic. But that word sometimes for me is what's important. I think the problem is there are presumptions. So I talked about, and we've talked about, and I've talked with many over the years, about two forms of the word colorblind. And I'm not going to go forever, but I think this is important. You should be colorblind in decisions. That's the law. There's another form of colorblind, and it's being blind to the effect that a person's color or gender or sexual orientation can have on their life experience. And that I think we must not do. We cannot be that form of colorblind where we don't see the challenges that an individual faces. But for me, the melding of those two and the bridging between those two groups I saw in the hearing is you see every student as an individual, but you are aware that that individual's experience might be different because of those unique characteristics. And so you see them with your eyes open and you treat them as an individual and give them the supports that they need and the protection that they need. The difference is you don't presume and categorize based on those characteristics. You don't do some of those forms of equity that I think are problematic. So for me, I think it's best at this point to step back from what 328 was. It was a valiant effort at the time of a very heightened, difficult political time. And I think with a little bit of distance, we're in a position that we can step back. I will say personally, I have zero interest in abandoning the commitment to these kids. And I'll just tell you a couple things I've worked on, not because I want to boast, but because I want to explain myself as the chair of the board and as a member of this board. And so since I've been on the board, I advocated for funding for an immigrant refugee bridge program. That was my proposal for ESSER funding, and Superintendent Nye has been putting that together. It's been fun to talk to him about implementing that at Granite. I advocated for translation services when we hired a parent liaison, and I asked for money to be spent from our discretionary services. So any parent in the state can call here and in their own language discuss their problems and read the website. We talked earlier about a remote learning, work-based learning opportunity. I want to make sure that goes to kids everywhere. Those are my ideas of what you might call equity, but I have found that the word equity means everything to everybody, and it has muddled the message more than clarified it. So in my view, I'm fully committed to finding ways to serve every kid and to acknowledge that that kid might have challenges that I don't have, and I need to see them and find ways to support them. So I think that's a broader discussion, but I'm fully committed to it. So my vote is to repeal and reframe that discussion. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. So I too would like to echo Member Davis. I read every single message that came into my inbox, and I hear you, and I don't want anybody to think that I don't hear you. In fact, I saw myself in some of those messages, and they brought me to tears. I saw my grandfather in those messages, and they brought me to tears. And I would like to read not only my statement, but just a series of facts that don't change if 328 is repealed. I'm going to start with the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution that was passed in 1868. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. In 1954, Brown versus the Board of Education was ruled upon by the Supreme Court of the United States and found that laws upholding racial segregation in public schools were absolutely unconstitutional. In 1964, we saw the Civil Rights Act passed in all of its titles. Discrimination based on race, color, or national origin is prohibited in any federally funded program. And based on the interpretation of the Title 6 of the Civil Rights Act, English learners cannot be denied equal access to an education based on their language proficiency. In 1965, we saw the first ESEA. In 1974, we saw the Equal Educational Opportunity Act, which determined that anyone denied equal educational opportunity can file civil lawsuits against liable parties. Also in 1974, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1974 was passed. It was determined that all students must be provided with a free and appropriate public education, and that both English learner and disability needs must be met. 74 was a big year as Lau versus Nichols was adjudicated in federal courts, and it defines the legal requirements for English learners with equitable access to PK-12 instruction, including language support and instruction needed to understand content course material. In 1978, another federal course was adjudicated and defined legal requirements for English learner programs. In 82, Plyer versus Doe was ruled on that children have equal rights to an education regardless of their immigration status, and that it is not the responsibility of our schools to enforce immigration laws. In 2001, what was referred to as No Child Left Behind came. And in 2015, ESSA was passed. We've seen many things in place and many laws are in place in this state. And if 328 is repealed, those laws do not go away. The protection for all students continues to exist. And I wholeheartedly reject the idea that this repeal sends any message other than, as Member Carey said, one of hope. Last year, when the Utah State Legislature passed HB 427, it was clear that the legislature had outlined their expectations of the principles under which our system must come. And while the driving desire between the passage of both HB 427 and 328 may have been similar, they are simply not the same. And we have found ourselves in a place where the existence of both creates confusion and conflict. And I have reviewed draft 1, and it in no way, shape, or form comes into compliance with this legislative code. I think today we find ourselves in a place where we can allow the system to breathe. I would like to echo the comments of Member Earl that LEAs can do what's right for them instead of being micromanaged by this board. I want to echo Member Hymas, who said it's not doing what it intended to do, and in fact may have caused more harm than good. I believe that a vote to repeal this is a vote to send the message that this board is committed to fostering an educational environment focused on learning and critical thinking, free from the constraints of any singular ideology. And I think that a repeal vote today would be a significant milestone in this board's continued journey toward educational excellence in Utah. I do not wish for any educator in this state to wonder which set of code or rule they should follow in their classroom. And so I echo Member Hart when she says, how will they know what to do? When these two are in conflict, including draft one, they still say, what do I do? And so draft one does not address her concerns. And even if all of the pieces of conflict were removed from 328, the remaining language that the rule has will no longer have meaning and would also need removal. To address conflict, since Member Hart asked, I actually have a 7-page document outlining the conflict with this code, and I will go through it simply. Utah Code 53G-10-206 has a broad scope, and 328 narrows that scope, which comes in conflict with HB 427. Utah Code 53G-10-206 does not allow for the principles of individual freedom to be violated in any way, whereas both the subjective draft, or I did not mean subjective, the draft and 328 as it stands creates a violation. This rule comes into conflict with 53E-2-401. It includes elements of coerced speech. It also incurs elements of coerced silence in violation of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. As I go through this, I have multiple lines. 53G-10-206 2A2E in direct conflict. 53G-10-206 2A2E in direct conflict. And over again, R277328 comes into overt and clear conflict with Utah Legislative Code. And as such, Chair, I would like to make a substitute motion that the board repeal in its entirety R277328. And I yield my time.
Thank you, Member Bogus. That motion is in order. Does it have a second? Member Klein seconds the motion. So we've had a lot of discussion that went to the question of repeal or amend. We are open to further discussion on the motion. Is there comment or question? Member Davis, there you go. Couldn't see you, sorry. I saw you, just not your light.
It's all right. Thank you. I would speak against the motion to repeal, the new motion to repeal. I would speak against this because, of the concerns that have been expressed. I just want to kind of go through a few of those when we talk just very first of this meeting about concerning, well, is this rule taking a stance on equity or opportunities for all? I think we can rest assured that it absolutely is. In section 2, number 3, we talk about all students being capable of learning and giving students supports to guarantee that all students have access to high quality education. All, not some as broken up into some subgroups, but all. I think we've kind of said, well, maybe we should repeal because this rule isn't working. Our kids deserve something better, or they should have something better. And so my question is, where is better? We've had 2 months. 3 of us brought forward an alternate draft to align this rule into code, but no one else brought something better. At least I haven't seen it. and that's again been 2 months. We've had a question about, well, meritocracy. Meritocracy is really important, and it talks about meritocracy in 427. So, luckily, draft 1 directly addresses meritocracy from 427 and talks specifically about how meritocracy or character traits, including hard work ethic, are not racist nor associated or inconsistent with any racial or ethnic group. So luckily that's covered in draft 1. We had a concern that this is requiring our LEAs to have 8 new mandates. Well, other than the 5 of the you cannot teach this, like most of 427 is you cannots, those are all included here, but this includes 8 to do. And these are components of one requirement, not 8 different requirements. And luckily, our LEAs are not saying this is a big burden on us. In fact, unanimously, our districts have said, here are some of the components in this one requirement that we really talk about: individualizing learning opportunities and equal access to resources, and creating safe and respectful learning environments, promoting positive recognition and collaboration, and high quality education for all, which are, it kind of supports the foundation of why the public education system was made in the first place. So if that's broken, I don't know what is unbroken. Those are really great things. Again, if we want something better, then bring it to the table, but don't repeal this until that is brought to the table. We had, at the end here, a couple people say, well, all the laws are still in place. Again, that's like going to 20 different grocery stores for one shopping list. This is a layman's terms, easy to understand about something that's so important to so many of these folks. And we've heard, I have no interest in abandoning these kids. Are these kids all kids? Because all kids benefit from this rule. All kids benefit from teachers being trained that we need to have safe, wonderful environments. But more importantly, all kids benefit from the fact that no one's going to tell them that they're racist just because they were born with a certain color of skin. This rule protects all kids. Again, if you're saying let's repeal and reframe, then I would say let's reframe that and reframe to replace. We don't take away before we have something to put in its place, to Member Hart's points earlier today. I don't understand how draft 1 is not in compliance with 427, because it quotes it word for word. Word for word. All of those CRT type of restrictions, it quotes word for word. Now, are there additional pieces of language from it that maybe could be amended in or added? Possibly. If so, then let's bring it back and look at what it is to make it better. If the word or the definition or the vocabulary is causing someone consternation, and that's why you want to repeal it because you're afraid it's going to be misinterpreted in schools, let's work on it and make it better. But draft 1 is better now. No one else brought anything else. So let's go with draft 1, and then if we need to come again to make some more amendments to it, then let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Lair.
Say a couple more things that I maybe didn't say as forcefully as I wanted to before. First of all, I've heard from a number of people that, a number of our board members, that this is not necessary, it's already in the law. But I think sometimes a symbolic message is really, really important. I remember about, I don't know how many years ago, when Jerry Sloan was coaching the Jazz, and he got kicked out of a very important, kicked out is not the right word, but ejected, thank you, Brent, from a very, very important game. And I don't even remember if they won the game or not. the Jazz did. But Jerry Sloan, when asked about this, how could you, why did you do this? What drove you to this really important action at this crucial time? And he said, sometimes you just stand up for your team. And that's how I feel with this. This is a good rule, especially as amended, and you can say the message is duplicative, you can say the message is repeated in other places or other ways, but it's not. In a symbolic way, we've heard from all these people who are at least as smart as we are, and they say, we need this. This means something to us. I've heard from at least one in detail school district, not to mention all the others that many of you have quoted, who said, we are using this rule now in our training. So absolutely think that it's a useful rule that the team has told us, that the coach has told us we need to have in two ways. Secondly, the one thing I cannot get past is second guessing USBA. Unless we think we are so much smarter or we know so much more than these local school districts. These school districts have told us unanimously, not with any mumbling. Sometimes the USBA is not clear. Sometimes we get mixed messages. I felt that way with Amendment G. There was no mixed message. It was a vote. There was, and those folks, I really admire they work together, because there doesn't seem to be any grudge holding. It doesn't seem to be any intimidation. Rather, they vote and they move on. But that vote was absolutely clear and unanimous. How do we think we know better than the schools that we work with supposedly so closely? And I can't get past that. Finally, as to the compliance of this rule with the recent bill from last year, 427, and other laws, our own legal experts at the USBE have written us and told us this rule is in compliance with the law. Now, who do we want to believe? Do we want to believe legislative general counsel who works for the legislature, or do we believe our own general counsel who are education experts in addition to being legal experts? I believe them. They've said there is no space between the law and this rule. And I believe that. I trust them. I think they are, like I said, education experts, and they are legal experts. So I'm not concerned about a difference between the law and this rule. And I've also, though we've had some citations, I've never had a discussion in an open meeting with people who aren't lawyers overcalling what our own legal staff is saying. So thank you. I agree we need to get on with this and support draft one.
All right, I apologize. Let me just ask a question. I had somebody a while back tell me, we're up at the food thing again, tell me that we needed a 6:30 dinner to, I think, just grab it and bring it back. But who's running that show? What's that? Ready when we're ready. Okay. So we could keep going with this. We're not under a time crunch like the last one. Okay. No, I'm not trying to divert this. I want to just see if we're, let's see. Member Hart, we got Member Straight, Member Davis, and Member Klein. Okay, yeah, we can keep going.
Real question, because my end goal is amend is not the end, but I don't know how to get to that as far as putting something forward, especially when we have a substitute motion on the floor. So from a procedure standpoint, Chair, is there any way that we can move forward with the additional amendments, perhaps even on the next meeting or whatever, but can we put it, how do we put additional amendments? What is the process? Could we make a motion where that was going to be on the agenda for the full board? I don't think we want to send it to a committee. I think that we already know what the rule is, but there's been at least many, I know not all, but I'm in that camp of I wanted to find solutions. I wanted to find amendments that work for everyone. And so is there a way to get to that place?
Well, I think there are, any number of ways that people could go with this, but what's the specific question? Where
we would continue to amend this policy. We wouldn't even necessarily have to have a vote on the first draft. I mean, I wouldn't mind having a vote on the first draft, but I'm committed, first and foremost, to really vetting out how we can open this up to where we can actually look, because no one else put anything forward other than us three as amendments. And I wouldn't mind putting those in effect, but I'd be willing to hold off on that if we could get to a point where we had it open to continue to work on and perfect this without throwing it out. So is there a way I can get to that with a motion?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're considering a motion to postpone, or, I mean, people could vote on this and then defer. I think that would be a little trickier if it was voted on, then the question of how to bring it back. So maybe I'll open it up to the body. Sorry?
It would be like a substitute motion or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you can always postpone or defer. I don't know that you could pass something and then also move that we're going to keep debating it, right? At least I'm not aware of a process. Maybe I'm missing something. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
The vote before us is a substitute motion, so we're done with any substitutes, but the vote before us is to repeal. If we take a vote and that passes, then obviously it's done. If it fails, then draft one is on the floor, and that's when Board Member Straight could make the amendment to either postpone or add additional amendments. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's procedural accurate, right? Yeah. That is a procedural possibility. What's that?
I don't know. Member Straight heard that.
Oh. No, that's fine. My concern was if you were sort of trying to vote on something and defer, postpone at the same time. But I think what Member Hymas shared is procedurally appropriate. If we vote on repeal and vote to repeal, that does it. If it's not, then the underlying motion could be treated like any other motion: voted upon, amended, deferred, or postponed. Okay, let's see who else has got lights. Back to Member Davis.
I was going to call the question, but if there's only one more speaker, I can wait.
Member Klein, did you have a comment to the motion?
Yeah, I'll just keep it short. In 2021, when this was first passed, I was the only one to foresee the problems with 328 that we've experienced the last 3 years. And I have watched and taken note of the problems that have come and how 328 has been used all over the state as a permission slip, basically to institute discriminatory practices and programs. And there are multiple concrete examples. And I post about these regularly as they come to me from all over the state. And 328 is more often than not cited as justification for those practices. And far from correcting pre-existing or what's perceived or stated as pre-existing imbalances or injustices or privilege, it actually is used to tip the scales in favor of certain groups. And it puts equity over merit and personal responsibility. It provides unearned privileges for those that choose not to, or that don't put forth the same effort. It promotes the getting something for nothing mentality, and giving opportunity where it hasn't been, where kids haven't worked for it or tried for it or earned it. There's so many problems, and I won't say more than that, but I echo a lot of the things that have been said as far as these things that we have seen in the last few years that have created such a culture of war in our schools were happening before 328 was passed. 328 just served to solidify and facilitate and make it legal for them to do these unjust things. And so just because we repeal it, these problems won't necessarily go away either, because they're embedded in a lot of our other policies and programs. 328 just created a banner under which to hang all the other policies and programs and trainings that promote these divisive ideologies. And I hope that the day comes where we can get back to sanity in our schools, where people just treat each other with common decency, and that we don't need all these rules to try to micromanage people's behavior, because right now we're in a place where people are being unkind, and they feel justified in doing so because of the way our policies are written. And that's an indictment of our board, and not necessarily because we are trying to create bad policy, but because we have not yet, a lot of us have not yet caught up with the war on the language and how it's being used in divisive ways, with double meanings that are being used simultaneously depending on the situation, in order to manipulate people and deceive. And we're just in a really hard place. And so I don't blame anybody that thought this was going to be a good thing. But I hope that we are wiser now than we were 3 years ago, and that we don't continue on with the same mistakes. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Klein. I do not see any other lights. Spoke too soon. Sorry.
Are we gonna vote?
Yeah. Well,
I'll just say, the whole vocabulary is changing all the time. It does make it a little difficult. I would echo what Member Klein said. I would love to be at a point where we don't have to have any of these rules, where everyone just treats each other kindly. But the other thing we haven't caught up on is some people using the N-word to describe kids of color walking down the street. My kids are in schools, they hear it. People using the R word to label a kid with Down syndrome. We have a lot of catching up to do in all of these areas. And my dream is your dream, that we get to a point where we don't need any of this stuff.
thank you, Member Klein. Oh, I'm sorry. We had Member Bogus first, then back to Member Klein.
Thank you, sir. I just want to address the idea that 328 addresses racial actions. It does not. That's a human resource issue. As a teacher, it's a discipline issue. If it's a student, it was not designed to prevent racial actions, and keeping it in place will not prevent future acts of racism. And it has not helped in that area, and keeping it in place will not help with that. And then I would just like to reiterate that I wholeheartedly believe keeping a rule in place that is so grievously in conflict with code is more confusing to our educators than a repeal. And I think we need to repeal and we need to move forward centering around HB 427 and send a message of hope to our state and the children that reside therein. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to member, no, did we address member Klein's comment? Okay, I don't see lights. Gotcha. I don't see any lights, so we can vote. The motion then, it's a substitute motion, is to repeal R277 328. Voting is open. Okay, voting is concluded. That motion fails by a vote of 8 to 7. The yeses being member Carey, Chair Moss, member Green, member Bogus, member Hymas, Vice Chair Earl, and member Klein. So with that motion failing, we are back to the underlying motion, which was draft 1. This might be a good time to grab food and bring it back. Okay, all right. I mean, that's fine. If you think this is going to go quick, let's do it. I suggested bringing the food back here so we could debate. But the floor is open. The floor is open. We are back to the motion to move draft 1. We've done that before. Vice Chair Hart needs food. What's the will of the group? I don't want to derail this. We've done this before. All right.
Literally, it's hard to think.
Okay, why don't we just grab food and bring it back? This is not a 7-minute break that turns into 25. We'll just grab our food, bring it back, and we'll get back those plexiglass shields we had during COVID and protect from food spray or whatever we need to do. But all right, well, let's get our food and come back. Let's try to make it 5. Okay, folks, we are back. All right, we are back on, and what we had pending, we had voted against repeal, and so we are back to the motion to approve draft one. And I don't think we had anything else on the floor yet, correct? We've got, who do we have up? We got Member Straight over there. Okay, Member Straight's first.
Okay.
Okay, yes, sir.
Sorry. Hold on. There you go.
I move that we divide.
Divide what?
Do we divide draft one and debate each point separately?
I'm gonna need more pizza.
By each point, are we saying each line of?
Well, we have
draft one?
we have a, I believe, we have it ready.
A division? Okay, well, let's see what it is then.
Can I make a sub right now? Is the sub?
No, we got to see what this is and see if it has a second, and then if somebody
We can talk
thinks
to
they
it.
have something else, then. But let's frame it up, and so staff's prepared to see what the division is. Sorry. I don't want to rush you. I just want to know if we should be waiting. Are we putting things up on what the division is?
So when we had it put together, when we turned them in, we asked that they be informed where it was divided, to where that could be a possibility.
What?
So is that
Unclear.
not? Well, if I get a second, then we could. Then I could speak to it, and we could. So
Normally we tee it up. I'm just trying to see if we know what the division is, and I guess if the second doesn't care much, they trust you, then they can second. But I think before we get into discussion, we probably want to know what the division is. If it's by each sub, topic, sub A, sub B, or yeah, Member Straight moved to divide. We're just looking to see what the division is. I think staff are helping to frame it up.
I'm wondering if it's
Member
every
Straight said
change
each
in the
point,
rule.
each section.
Okay, so I
I
could
think staff
speak
is
to it.
helping us.
I could speak to the intent of that.
We just need a second and know what it is.
And we
before
did
speak
have a
to it.
second.
Did we?
Seconded.
Got rain? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So my
Member
intent
Straight.
is not to complicate it. My intent is to move it forward in a way that will set a pattern to follow from here on out in making some changes, because I don't want to just look at it globally. I want people to be able to express their thoughts on each individual item. And maybe I apologize to staff. Perhaps it wasn't as clear as I thought it had been made, so my apologies. So maybe that's a bad idea.
Well, I guess the options are if the motion is on the floor, people could single out those elements that they might want to amend.
Let's do that.
If we,
That'll
okay.
make it easier.
Okay. I'm not trying to drive it either way, just setting out options, but.
So I think the intent is met by that.
Okay.
And if people want to just move forward and vote on it, then we can. But if people want to take out, that's always an option for anyone, right? So I'm not changing anything. So could I get out of it by just saying, I withdraw.
Okay. But I mean, good point. There, any number of these members can bring. I guess the
Right.
difference is if we leave it as is, then if somebody doesn't single it out, we don't have to vote it up or down, and we'll just. But yeah.
And
Okay.
and I'm fine with whatever. I just was trying to create an open feeling about it. So that's my intent, and we'll move on.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you. We have then, the opportunity for anybody to pick any part and propose an amendment. Sorry? It was withdrawn before we actually.
His motion was a substitute motion to Member Davis's motion. So we have a motion on the table? Right. So why are we not just
okay.
voting on that motion?
Well, we put it out for discussion. We just hadn't gotten to the vote yet.
Okay.
We voted down repeal, and then Member Davis's motion was
And
on
then Brent kind
the
of
floor for discussion.
waffled.
Okay, but that's been withdrawn, so it's back open. So just for clarity, draft one, motion to approve draft one is on the floor, open to debate. Any or all elements? Anybody want to speak to that? Vice Chair Hart.
I'd like us to make a substitute motion.
That's in order.
Okay. Hold on to your seats. I move that we postpone to a special meeting. We create a rule around educational freedom. Tomorrow in each committee, a committee member will be nominated for a writing committee to prepare a draft rule tightly aligned to 427, which is titled Educational Freedom.
Does that cover it? Okay.
Well,
I can't speak to it, so.
Is there a second? It's been seconded. Back to you,
Okay.
the maker of the motion.
Obviously, it's no secret that I don't think that leaving a void, a vacuum, will solve any sort of issue. It also leaves our practitioners in complete limbo as to what to do and what not to do. If we're unhappy with 328 because a law has been passed in the meantime, then we have a responsibility to write a rule for guidelines. In my view, we have a responsibility to write a rule around the laws that exist right now. So if I'm not comfortable having no rule, so I'm not willing to go to a vacuum. So this is what I have to offer.
I have a question. Would this then, other rule be intended to replace 328 or go alongside it? Does this have an effect on what's been proposed on
I don't
328?
think that I can put it all in one motion because I think that's actually two different actions. But if someone wants to amend it or someone wants to say something different, I think that would obviously be the intent because 328 was the resolution that 328 was based on was replaced with 427. So it doesn't make sense to keep a resolution, a rule that is based on something that's been replaced. I mean, you don't have to vote for it. I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying it's.
All right, yeah, I get it. I just wanted personal
I just don't know,
clarity.
I don't think
Any
I
other-
can add that, like.
No,
that
you're
would
right. I'm thinking more of a question of intent or, next steps or whatever. Member Davis is first, and then Member Lair.
Member Lear, I think, is first.
I can't support this motion for several reasons. First of all, I don't agree with some of your comments, Member Hart. I agreed with some of your earlier ones. I don't think there's anything about replacing 427 with 109. The resolution that's apples and oranges for one thing. One came from the legislature, one came from the board as the leader of public education, meaning 328 came from the board. 427 comes from the legislature with a different perspective and different expertise. So I don't deny that we have to be consistent with the legislature, but we don't need to say we've been supplanted or usurped or replaced. I feel like we still need to have I feel like we still need a rule that speaks from the board, the education leader of the state.
And
And I wasn't quite done, but I would appreciate, if you want to respond. I don't agree with some of your statements about R27328. I also don't like the idea of choosing one person from every committee. I think I would rather put all the names in a hat and choose a few people, so that there's a more objective way to do that. I can, but I'm saying I think that's not that's not a way I'd choose to establish a writing committee, or see who wants to volunteer and who has the time for it, and maybe would get a reasonable number of people. So right now, I'm just speaking against this altogether. Oh, the third thing is educational freedom is very misleading in K-12. We don't have educational freedom. Teachers are constrained by the curriculum chosen by their LAA. It's too close for my taste to academic freedom, which is more true of higher ed. And I think we would give a false sense, even if the meaning is, well, we didn't mean that kind of freedom, we meant this kind of freedom. So I don't like the title either. If that was just a placeholder, that's great. But I think it would be misleading if you're the one that's always in favor of bringing clarity to practitioners. Don't confuse them by saying you really have a lot of freedom in education. They don't. So anyway, those are my concerns. I don't have I'm really just opposed to the motion. I'd rather vote on draft one, see where we come down, and then let somebody else who has a better draft or different ideas bring it forth. I think draft one is an excellent compromise.
Okay, Member.
Can I?
Oh, yes, respond.
My whole point is that I want rules that are very tightly aligned with what's in law for clarity for our practitioners. I also, how we created a committee, that was just the first thing that came to mind. That's not my point is that my problem is that we are not, you're right, we wrote 328, but we wrote it because the legislature said you will write a rule. And in the meantime, since then, we now have 427, and trying to keep clarity in that space is what's important to me, as I expressed. Now, the details I'm fine with, and obviously it's just an idea. It doesn't have to go anywhere.
Chair, can I make one responsive comment?
Sure.
Before, another kind of difference of opinion I have in your reasons for doing this is I do not believe, and the attorneys in our office do not believe that this draft one or even the earlier rule was inconsistent with 427. I don't know whose advice people are taking, but the people that represent me as legal counsel have said there is no difference. There is no conflict, let me put it that way, not difference. So I don't agree with one of your premises, which is probably one of your constructs that I've forgotten, Christina. Or somebody else's that,
We should get a chart.
yes,
and
I
put
need
it
to be more clear.
on the board.
Well, they're very, but they're all,
That might
they're
be
a
a
matter of opinion, by the way. But anyway,
Yeah.
I don't,
We
I don't,
lawyers
so I
can
don't agree
argue
with that.
about anything, including the appropriateness of our arguments and such. Okay, what's that? Yes.
Just a point of information, this is the second time Board Member Lear has referenced that our legal staff has come out with some kind of analysis that there is no conflict. If I'd like to see that, I have not been provided a copy of any legal analysis from our legal team. So if it exists, that's twice now it's been said, I'd like to have a copy. And if anyone at this table has it, just email it to me. But if not, who do I make that request to? Oh, that's no legal. Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you. That's got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Is that just for some clarity? What's the document we're talking about that says there's no conflict? Can you just tell us on the record? Okay. And was this including counsel or was this?
I thought she said she consulted with Michelle, and I'm not sure about Ashley.
So somewhere, is this in backup? Is that what we said?
No,
Or is this the while
somebody
back?
said it was.
Okay, it's back in the inbox. I get that.
From
I
a
didn't see
couple
it in
of
the.
months ago.
Okay. I don't think it's in backup, but it's in our inboxes back there. Got it. Okay. I don't want to argue about it. I just want clarity for the record and for our board members that might want to access it. So search your emails for a memo from Deputy Stallings if you'd like to see the document. All right. Who's next here? Member Davis.
I'm going to speak against the motion because when we did this with that RFP thing, I swore I would never, ever, ever support doing that again. Voting for someone off the committee and they make a little committee and they do a thing. I mean, it was frustrating. And we already have a process in place. Today, we can decide to keep our current 328 or vote for the new draft, and that one of those two will stand in the interim, and then 3 board members or more can put a little working group together and come up with an alternate and request of board leadership to put it on the agenda. This is our process. This is what we do. When, I hate to bring up PTSD from the science standards because people yelled at me from both sides on this thing. But when the vote was an 8-7 vote, which is stinky, board member Earl called and talked with me and member Wood and member Reel. And the four of us got together and agreed to work together and spend a lot of time working on some amendments that we felt would be appropriate. And that is our process. We requested they go back on the agenda. Leadership assigned it. We had the discussion. So I really feel like we need to follow our process, personally.
Okay, other comments? Member Straight?
And maybe that's
Am I
because
in
I
the right
spent a
order?
lot of time working on draft 1 already. And we did that of our own volition. And others can do it too.
Member Straight?
Yes.
Or amend today?
Yes, I just want to acknowledge what I see as the intent of this. I think the processes are in place, but I think we have to give some recognition to the intent of what's trying to take place there. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Straight. Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I think postponing is part of the process. If the board chooses to postpone, whether or not it's exactly like this or not, but to postpone on action with this is part of the process, and it can be that can be what the board chooses to do. Now, whether or not if we do a committee or whatever, that's maybe it's just people bring their work together and bring their yeah. So, okay, I'll amend it to take out during the committee. Yeah. Okay, I would amend to, that the board, to strike it and have the board postpone to a special meeting. And then people can bring their things forward. So I'm not prepared to debate all night on 328. So.
All right, do we have an amendment then? Is that friendly? And is there any objection from the body? I think it was friendly.
Yep. Well,
Wasn't this your motion?
yeah, but I think it should be, I think it should be voted on because that's the proper process.
Wait, what should be?
That
amend it.
To amend it to remove the rest of it.
Okay. I mean, if it's friendly, we can do it that way. Either one is appropriate process,
There's no
but
such thing as friendly amendments.
that is. There are.
Oh, okay.
no one
Have we changed our position? Then fine.
We changed it in August.
Is it a day that ends in Y?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. If it's
No, we
if it's-
researched it. We found out there is no friendly amendment.
Okay. I
but an
I
amendment.
missed that memo too.
Okay. Well, hold on. Just let me.
Okay.
If it is considered friendly, if the maker doesn't object, accepts it, and nobody from the body objects.
Okay.
That was what we
All right. It's friendly.
were advised. Unless there's an objection. Any objection from the body? Hearing none? Okay, that's adopted. So we just have this then, correct? That was the, okay. All right, discussion of that motion, Member Davis?
Gotta turn it on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Finger problem.
Member Davis.
Legislative action.
We believe.
Right.
I'm going to take a
Member Davis.
30-second liberty and say when I was a brand new board member and we had to right away start up in those meetings at the Capitol, I was sitting there and Chair Huntsman was saying something that was wrong and I knew it was wrong. And I was in my chair going, oh my gosh, I'm brand new. I've got to correct the chair. I don't want to say anything, but I have to because what he's saying isn't right. And so I sheepishly, it was like, listen, I think it's this, this, and this, and this. And he says, no, it's not. It's this, this, and this. Well, someone from the body at the Capitol came up to the witness stand and said, no, it's this, this, and this, and this. And I don't know what happened, but my Siri sounds like an English butler. Because Chair Huntsman said, well, I stand corrected. And my phone said, just as I expected, like in this really snooty voice. And I was literally wanted to crawl under my desk. I was mortified. Anyway, that just reminded me of that early moment. I mean, look, I would just, the only reason I'm voting not to postpone is because I really would like to see a vote on draft 1 happen today. So we have something in the interim, because again, we can ask the chairs, whoever 3 people, when they get their document finished, can ask the chairs to put it on an agenda and bring it back to replace either draft 1 or the other one. I get it if it won't pass, but I'd really like an opportunity to see if we can replace what we currently have with draft 1 right now. So at least we have the language of 427 in it, which is the biggest addition to change to this, what we already have. So that's why I'm going to vote no to postpone.
Okay, Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, we have other things on the agenda too. I think we're gonna, as we go down through this, we're gonna be amending, and it's not gonna be clean work. That's my concern. The other thing is, I think there's a number of items on here we should have probably indicated that we might go over to tomorrow, like the math standards. It's gonna have to be on another day. We're not gonna get to it. We have people that, need to be there. So what I'm saying is we're probably going to have a special meeting anyways for a couple other items we're not going to be able to get to today and haven't been able to be cited for tomorrow. So I think this is a wise decision. Work with people. Otherwise, I think we'll be here for another hours before we get to the other stuff too. So.
And then when we come back to the next meeting, we start on
It starts where we end. Yeah.
So that
Am I
motion's
right in
still on
saying
the
that?
floor?
So yeah, draft 1 would be on the floor. I think
We start
A
where
to
we end,
yields-
if I
is
We'd have to
on-
vote for that first unless someone amended it. We have
for
to
what
vote yes or
first?
no on that first, or amend it.
Member Hart's motion?
That's correct.
No, when we come back to the next meeting.
We would start where we end. Wherever we're at is where we start.
Okay, any further discussion of that motion? If not, let us vote. The motion is a substitute motion that the board postpone to a special meeting.
We are going to be here.
Okay, let's see. We got one more. One more. Okay, that motion fails by a vote of 8 opposed, 6 in favor, and 1 abstention. The yes votes are Member Carey, Chair Moss, Member Green, Member Bogus, Vice Chair Hart, and Vice Chair Earl, with abstention being Member Hymas. Okay, so that fails, and we are back to draft 1. Further discussion to that motion? I see none, so we can tee up a vote on draft 1.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
Yep. We'll be here all night, but so no, it's not prepared for it. So here we go. Give me just a second to pull up draft 1. I would strike in lines 40 through 67. I would strike all the, you have to do this professional development, this professional development, this professional development, this professional development. So
What are the lines again?
I'm going off the draft 1. Is that not what we're working off of?
Yes. What were the line numbers?
40
Sorry.
through 67. Yep.
Okay. This is 328-3.
Yeah.
I would second that motion.
Yeah, huh? Kind of, except for we have the professional learning provided by an LEA shall. No, if we would leave it.
See, do we have strike lines 40 to 60? Okay, we got everything. Sorry, thought we were waiting.
Other than that, actually, I'm fine with
So strike
going
all
through,
of
we
lines
can
40 to
try later if we
67.
need to.
Did we get a second? Oh, Karen.
Okay, we have a second discussion to the motion. Member Earl?
I just.
Or I'm sorry, Member Lear. Or were you
No,
up
no,
too?
go ahead.
I just,
Yeah, I just think
Yeah,
that
I'm sorry,
our
we-
districts can decide what that professional learning looks like. This has the components that tell what it has to entail. It talks about a rubric. It talks about going back to being approved for any professional development. And then it talks about curriculum in the classroom. And then I don't know if it does the line, yeah, anyways. So I just, it allows the freedom for districts to do the type of professional development they need to do instead of the mandating, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. So I would move that.
okay. Member Lear, member, what's the lineup here?
It's Lear, Bogus, Carey, Wood.
Lear, Vargas, Carey, and Wood.
I'll oppose this motion. I think this is what so many members often ask for, is that let's say something positive to LEAs, that something, what should happen, don't state things in the negative, which then is the second part of this, where the language comes from 427, beginning on line 74. No, I'm sorry, I lied. That's also stuff that's crossed out so that it can be replaced by the language from 427 that's on line 84. So that's the improvement, I feel like, to draft 1 that brings it more closely aligned with 427. So I think leaving that information at the beginning is very helpful for LEAs. And as I've told you, the districts I represent have already used that in guiding their own professional development. So I would make a substitute motion, having spoken to it first, that we leave the language as is, except to say may include instruction in on line 42. So that we can give guidance, as is the role of a state board of education, to LEAs.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. The motion to amend, or is this a motion to substitute?
I don't
think
know
it's
what
a
you'd call it.
substitute.
There's only changing the one word, but it's putting back in all the things that Member Earl moved to take out.
I think that's a substitute. I want to make sure because the way we characterize it matters. Okay, there's the refs saying yes. So that is on the body. Huh? All right, that's on the floor. The motion then is to restore the language that was removed and instead have the word may include instruction in. Any discussion of that motion? Member Bogus?
Member Bogus,
Carey?
and Straight.
I would speak against the motion, and I would favor Member Earl's motion. But I want to make it a motion.
Okay, Member Carey.
All right.
Oh, I'm just making a separate motion.
Okay, Member Straight.
Sorry. Carol's motion is to replace should all those things that changes that option. Oh, okay. I was confused. I apologize. I take back. I mean, I'm not saying I agree, but I think you would.
All right, so the motion is to restore all the restore the items for training that were deleted, but put in the word may in relation to those items.
Can I?
Member Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I just want to speak to it. When we say that all the districts are doing it, the reason why all the districts are doing it is because we said you have to do this. This has been a shall for 3 years. So the idea that we're taking something away from them, they can do professional development as long as it falls in this. But if you say you're taking away certain things, well, yeah, because they had to do those. We told them they had to do them. So, their choice now to be able to decide on that.
Okay, Member Hymas.
Yeah, I'll just speak against the motion so that we can hopefully get back to Member Earl's. When we go from shall to may, and I get that, usually that's like, yes, that's a no-brainer. But here, again, we're getting these lists of things that they may do. If we're trying to give local control and give authority to our LEAs, then let's let them do it. Let's remove this part and let them teach those things, let them train on those things.
Thank you, Member Hymas. I will just say, having spent a number of months in the Reports and Requirements Task Force, we've recently addressed training at the request of the field, and one of their main requests was that we thin out the training that we've talked about this a little bit here. We have a different proposal that came out of that group, but I think, LEAs can decide what to do as long as they don't do the wrong thing. And Vice Chair Earl's amendment would leave in, you can't do this, and then give them the freedom to adapt and adjust. And we spoke about this earlier, but if they want to, customize their training in a way that they think best suits the kids that need it the most, then they can do that. And they'll have that flexibility as long as they don't run afoul of law. So I'm in favor. Member Davis?
I was speaking. Are you done speaking?
Yep. It's all yours.
I would support the language changing in line 42, replacing shall with may. I think it gives flexibility to the LEAs, but ironically, we have been meeting in a task force to reduce training, but ironically, all of our districts have been asking us to keep these requirements. So, in an interesting twist of events. So I would support Member Lear's amendment and take the mandate away, but leave the opportunity for them to teach about a safe and respectful workplace, along with teaching that they can't teach provisions of 427. Thanks.
Member Hymas.
That jumps over Lear.
Oh, okay. Help me out here. Sorry, Member Lear.
We, and I just, something else occurred to me. I think we can't avoid leaving in the shall nots. So we can't avoid the training. The shall nots from 427. They're starting on line, starting on line 84, the shall nots from HB 427. So, well, they're prohibitions. You can characterize it however you want, but they're prohibitions. You can't teach about this, and you can't teach about that. So somehow, I think it behooves the board to tell LEAs what they cannot do that is found in 427, that was the concern of this body earlier, many members of this body, that the rule was not aligned with the law. So now we've, in draft one, aligned it with the law. So reminding LEAs about the prohibitions from 427 is a necessary training piece anyway. I feel if we're showing leadership as a local, or over local, not over, but in conjunction with local school boards. So I think adding the positive, which many of you advocate for in many rules. Don't just tell them what they can't do. Tell them what they might do. Give them ideas. And I think leaving these as mays does just that, but it doesn't mandate that. If local districts, LEAs have other ideas, they can also use those.
Okay, Member Hymas.
Yeah, just briefly, I don't want to spend too much more time on this, but when we put in May and then have this list of things, who's accountable if that training doesn't happen? If we say, hey, we want you should train on these, and then the LEA doesn't say it, and then somebody else gets on it and says, well, it's in the rule. I support the idea of saying, look, you know what you need to do, you know what you need to train on, do what's best for you and your community, and get the job done, rather than saying, well, you may, and then we're going to go through this list of things that you should train on.
Thank you, Member Hymas. All right. I don't see any other lights, so the motion is to restore the list of statements about what training can be and replace shall with may. Right? So, next Member Lear's substitute. Board leaving the language in lines 40 to 67, but strike shall in line 42 and replace with may. Seeing no other lights, we are open for voting. Voting is concluded. The motion fails 7 to 8. The yes votes are Member Wood, Member Reel, Member Lear, Member Straight, Member Davis, Member Booth, and Member Norton. Okay, that brings us back to Member Vice Chair Earl's motion, which is to strike lines 40 through 67. We've discussed that. Unless there are final comments, let's vote. Sorry. Yeah. I opened it and saw no lights.
I mean,
Well, come on
I would
now.
just vote.
I
I would
opened and
just
asked for
speak
lights.
against it because it just removes all the positive pieces that these parents have been asking us for.
Okay, we're still open then, Member Reel.
Thanks. I'd also speak against this because I think that one of the most important pieces of 328 is that it helps educators navigate difficult conversations in the classroom and understand how to implement a lot of the pieces of the rule. And even including 427. The training helps them understand how 427 works, especially with this draft one, and how to navigate that in the classroom, because our educators are scared to death to say the wrong things. They're scared to death to have conversations. We're doing a huge disservice to our students by implementing all of this legislation that is our role to do, but not giving our teachers any tools to understand how to appropriately handle these conversations in our classrooms. So I'd speak against this as well.
Okay, Vice Chair Earl.
This does not limit the tools. Once again, just like the law does not limit it, it says any professional development you do. Our districts, I'm competent that they can figure out what they need to do. They know their teachers, they know their kids, they know the community they're in. It's going to be different for each community. To say, well, if you don't tell us what to do, then we won't know what to do. I don't agree with that. I think we've got very smart, competent people in our districts, and I think they know how to do this. So I think they can figure it out. A lot of them may be using some training they have currently. I don't think we have to say, okay, you have to do, I'm just giving you a whole list of ideas. If so, then we got to keep adding to the list of ideas, because I got maybe 5 ideas to add to it, and I just don't think that's the direction to go.
Sure. Yeah, Member Reel.
I wholeheartedly agree with you that I feel like they are competent and have the tools, and I would love them, and I appreciate that they can be local about the training that they do. And so I agree with you wholeheartedly. I don't believe that that is the environment in which we live in when we are getting more and more legislation that is dictating what they can and cannot say in their classrooms. And if we can give them any guidance and extra training to make sure that they're following the law, they're handling their conversations in their classroom appropriately, I think that's only helping them. And so I agree with you, but I still think it's important to have that in the rule because it gives that guidance.
Sorry, Member Reel. Okay, Member Lear. Oh, Member Straight.
Yes, thank you. So, as I look down through this list, it includes portrait of a graduate as being stricken. I think that's a mistake in that if you go to section 53G-10-204, in the discussion of civic and character education, if you go down to section 3, it includes such things as, through an integrated curriculum, students shall be taught in connection, not separately, with regular schoolwork, honesty, integrity, morality, civility, duty, honor, service, and obedience to law. That was codified in 2022, and I think we sometimes forget about that section. So I think for alignment with Utah Code, I think that section is very important. Also, in regards to that, I never heard any complaints about this section from those that we discussed this rule with, and we did so in quite detail.
Okay, thank you, Member Lear.
Remembering that these same very competent, very smart local people supported the rule as it was unanimously, without any dissension. So if they like to shall, they should love a may. And it would give them still opportunity to make for, to add their own local issues. Additionally, we have some districts who are under investigation, under scrutiny by federal agencies. And those particular districts have suggested that it would be helpful for the state to support what they're doing with requirements. So despite the Requirements and Reports Task Force, sometimes it can bolster a district, an LEA who's having issues with federal agencies, to say the state's having us do this and we're complying.
Okay, thank you, Member Leader. I guess I should just say one other thing we've discussed in that group is the opportunity to collaborate between USBA and USBE on some training and make sure it's targeted. And I think that opportunity exists, even if we don't tell them, you know, what that ought to look like. So I'm in favor of pulling and giving them that freedom, but keeping the option if they want to ask us to help them, that we certainly can do that. Seeing no other lights, let us. Oh, I'm sorry. It goes behind that other computer, and
I'm just, I have an amendment. I'm going to try to start combining these to reduce the number of and then hopefully we go back to a May, but I move that we take the language in line 50 and identifying underperforming students in need of support, and move that to line 45, fostering a learning environment and workplace that are safe and respectful of all students and educators, and identify underperforming students in need of supports. And then delete lines 49, the rest of lines 49 and 50. Or C. And then I'm going to try to combine some others as well, but we can do that one for now. Say it again. Yes, I wanted the identifying underperforming students in need of supports to be moved to line 45. So 44 would read, fostering a learning environment and workplace that are safe and respectful of all students and educators, and identify underperforming students in need of supports. So they have training on that. That is their responsibility to provide supports for underperforming students.
So are we replacing? Well, but I'm not understanding how you can delete one and then, but then you can't modify it. That's why I'm saying it's a you would be striking what no, questions, right? And really those just She's learning.
Okay, I'm gonna take out. Instead of Utah Professional Learning Standards. So replace Utah Professional Learning Standards. Chair, can I continue my amendment?
Certainly. I'm sorry.
I
thought
don't
we
know
were all
what, I
just
don't know
waiting.
where we all went, but,
We were sort of waiting for, I think, some language.
and then in line 46, I'd like to replace Utah Professional Learning Standards to Utah Professional Teaching Standards. Because as I'm being told, that is actually what's described in 53G-303. And teaching practices would go with teaching standards, not learning standards.
Okay, is that framed up?
Utah Effective Teaching Standards. In line 46.
Okay, do we have it teamed up? Let's see if that, does that look right? Utah Effective Teaching Standards. I'll follow you.
We can just vote on those for now if you want to, Chair, and
Okay.
then we can bring more as we all are working on them.
Okay. Folks, we have an amendment teed up. What? Well, here we are. We have an amendment. Is there a second? Hey, we didn't actually adjourn yet.
Second.
It's been
Seems like there's mass
seconded
confusion
by
right
Member Straight. Sorry?
Seems like mass confusion right now.
Yeah. Hey, folks, we still got a few hours or 5. It's been seconded. Discussion of the motion. Motion is on the chart. We got 3 items, I believe, in there. Any discussion of that motion? I see lights, but are you on for this?
We'd have to take
Member
out
Wood?
that code references to the learning standards. We'd have to take out that code reference in that line because that's for the Utah Professional Learning Standards. Instead, we could reference our teaching practice standards.
Okay. Hey, board members, are you with us? We've got Member Davis making some complicated amendments. Can we all focus on the amendments, por favor? Okay, are we on? We'll just, they deserve our attention. I know it's getting late. Let's just make sure we got them teed up and then see if we have comments. Do we got a few lights. Member Bogus, Member Reel?
What do you want me to do?
Your light's on, so it's entirely up to you.
I'm waiting to make a motion,
Okay,
sir.
all right. Member Reel, are you in line for this? Okay, any lights on for this amendment? Member Wood? Yes.
Before I vote on something, it says we're deleting the rest of lines 45 through 50, but then it says we're changing words in 46. But if we deleted 46, then we can't replace lines. So can someone fix the motion just so I know what I'm voting on?
Good point. We got some overlap. 45 to 50 includes 46. Are we deleting 46 or changing it?
We're working on it. I think we're almost
I'm
there.
not sure. It might just have to be tracking it on the draft.
And also, can we also delete lines 52 and 53?
I'm just not sure, Member Bogus, we can actually put up the rule and stick it in there. If staff have a better way of doing that, that would be great. But normally we don't have. In context of that, those parts that are amended, is there anything else we can? So Member Davis, is it the intent to delete line 46?
Sorry, the intent, no, is not to delete it. It's to change Utah Professional Learning Standards and code reference to the Utah Educator Standards, because that aligns with teaching practices.
So that makes sense. The conflict is we have delete the rest of lines 45 to 50, which would include 46. But I think the intent is to change 46. So how would you like to clarify that?
Yeah, we are deleting lines 49 and 50 up until identifying underperforming students in need of supports, and we had moved that little piece up.
There we go.
To
All right.
45.
45 was meant to be 49. That was the whole mystery.
Okay.
All right. We got her. I think everybody understood that part. It was inconsistent with delete the rest of the lines 45 to 60 or 45 to 50. Unless there are other questions, I think that was the question that Member Wood had. So that's fixed.
Would you want me to speak to it briefly? Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, Member Davis.
Okay. I think in an effort to streamline some of these, and I still think we could change to may on top of this too, but we would take out some of the requirements. We would add the important piece about underperforming students and supports up above, and then delete the other requirements. And then we would, we probably should have from the beginning put teaching standards in, because that's what teachers do and educators do instead of the learning standards. And that just fixes that. And then when I removed the bottom line of acknowledging and respecting differences by looking for the good in everyone, including oneself, it's pretty similar to 54 through 56, where you're looking for what we have in common as humans, and then acknowledging that we have some differences too, and both are great.
Okay, Member Bogus, and then I think Member Wood. Or Member Real.
So, sir, I guess this is a point of personal privilege as opposed to speaking to the motion. I recall many instances where, when things were not prepared in advance, multiple members of this board got on the hot mic and they literally pontificated their own stupidity. And we bloviate about how we can't do this, we don't have advance notice, we need to see it in context. We do this all the time, every meeting, right? And right now the room is noisy, nobody can hear, nobody can think, and we are expected to do good work in that environment. I don't see how this board can produce anything of quality in this moment. We've had a long day, it's been an emotional day, and I think we all need to consider that as we move through this evening. If it is our intention to amend and approve a rule tonight, we need to be moving in a different direction and doing so very quickly. That's all I have to say, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Member Davis.
Just point of information, I did come prepared. and I put all of my amendments on yesterday morning. I'm only amending an amendment that surfaced tonight. I just want to make sure it's really clear so the whole public doesn't think I'm coming unprepared with long lists of things. They were all in Wednesday morning at 8 a.m.
All right, thank you. And folks, let's keep it on the policy. I think that's the quickest way to move forward. If we address ourselves to what's teed up, we can get through this and get some good work done. Deputy Norman, did you want to speak to him?
I apologize. At one point in time, just a few minutes ago, you asked if we could be seeing it on the Word document itself, the changes as they're being requested. I'm not sure if you want us to show that or if you would like for us to continue to show it as amendments. And so we could have it working both ways, working side by side and then showing it as needed. But we just needed to hear from you what it is that you were requesting because it wasn't clear.
The request was from Member Bogus. Yeah, did you want to clarify?
If possible, I would just love a link to that live document. I don't need to have any privileges, but if I had a link in front of me and this up here, I could do much better work, ma'am. To the rule in context. Oh, never mind. I would need more than that. Thank you.
Member Reel?
And I would
Okay,
change the
can
shall
we-
to may in line 42. That's the last one.
All right, there's no what? Okay. We got everything teed up? Okay, let's take a look at the amendment then. I guess part of the question was, and I'm sorry, Member Bogus, I had an email come through on work garbage, but the question was whether to put side by side, or do you have what you were seeking in terms of?
I will be unable to make my amendments following this if I don't see it in context, because I won't know what I'm pointing to.
By in context, do you mean seeing a marked up version of the whole rule?
Yes.
'Cause I don't know if we've had that, have we? We usually don't have that ability. We've sort of had things in context with respect to the part that's being proposed for amendment.
Yeah,
then
and while I
I just don't know
understand
if we
that
have
and
that
respect
capacity.
that, we usually don't do business like this either.
Well, I'm not sure if we can. I certainly have zero opposition to it. I'm just not sure we have that capacity because we haven't done it. That's my point. Don't want to discourage it. Is that not something we can do? And we'll have to do with what we can. Deputy Norman?
Right. So we have a Google Doc that's up. Jennifer and I will be trying to make the changes while Elise has the other one up. I will send that live document to you so that you can have it up at the same time. And if you want us to toggle back and forth, Elise will toggle. So we're going to try.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for
I
scrambling.
really do appreciate you. Thank you.
So we have to vote on this anyway and then start with a fresh one. Because we can't do any more.
Well, that's true. Okay, so you're, remember, Bogus, you're talking about the amendment you're going to make after this. Okay, so we can tee it up for that. All right. Whoa, where'd we go? Let's see.
Somebody wants to contact with us because they're trying to do their Dr. Norman.
I don't know if you want like 5 minutes. If you give us 5 minutes, we can update the whole thing probably between the three of us to what those changes were, and then we'll have it ready for the rest of you.
Well, yeah, let's take a vote on what's before us, and then,
Okay.
we can tee that up, and it might, I don't know. We've had a lot of breaks, so I don't know that we want to take a 5-minute break. We can spend those 5 minutes looking ahead in our packets. So, or discussing, yes. Okay, so I think we are ready for a vote if we have it back on the screen. Yes. Okay, we do have it up. I'm sorry. Okay, we've got the amendment on the board. It is Member Davis's amendment that the board, I'm going to use my dad voice, was never all that good. Yeah, let's gavel. All right, I think we're there. Okay, come on, folks. We can do this. The board take the language in line 50, identifying underperforming students in need of supports, and move to line 45, delete the rest of the lines 49 to 50 to read, fostering a learning environment and workplace that are safe and respectful of all students and educators, and identifying underperforming students in need of supports. And in line 46, replace Utah Professional Learning Standards to Utah Effective Educator Standards. And shall to may on line 42. So this, again, to keep in context, I think was an amendment to Member Earl's motion, correct? Did we never vote on your motion to remove?
But it still
Jenny?
requires it. Was that?
We never voted on your motion
no.
to, okay, so this is an amendment to the underlying motion to remove this language. As an alternative to make these changes.
So I have can I ask a question? So it's just inserting this language? It's not inserting an LEA shall provide professional learning to educators concerning educational equity. The professional learning described in this section shall include instruction in? Are you asking for this to be professional development, or are you making just statements that these are things that we think?
Use your mic, Cindy.
This is in the category that's changing from the shall to the may. There's required equity training. It may include some of these things. This is streamlining and cutting them down and fixing the problem with the Utah Effective Educator Standards that was not put in accurately in the beginning, and then changing them to shall to may. Streamlining it, cutting out a bunch of things, and fixing the educator problem, and changing it to shall to may.
Okay, so and you can put it back in, my language struck 40 through 67. So you're not really, what you're doing is you're saying.
It's an amendment to your amendment.
I understand that, but are you putting back in lines 41, 42, 43? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes,
That's not.
yes, I am.
And where is that?
The only difference from yours, mine would instead only make the removals and changes that I indicated, instead of all of them that you indicated.
That's not really what it says, though. So you want to retain all the language in 40 to 67?
I'm still taking out some of the stuff that Member Earl took out. I'm still delineating which one of
I
those.
just am trying to identify if you're leaving this in as professional development that needs to be done.
It may, not shall.
I understand that, but you're leaving the language in with, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, shall provide, but may include. It just it cuts down, streamlines, and fixes the inaccurate problem.
Thank you.
Are we voting? No, we can't yet.
Can we vote? What are we waiting for? Can we vote?
Just making sure we understand exactly what it is. So it,
Wow.
just to clarify, it leaves all the other 54 through 67 in, right? Okay.
Thank you for that quick.
Could you just send it to the whole? I haven't.
Yeah, it's paused right now. So if you
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were. I need. Let's see. Yeah. Do we have it? Do we have it as it needs to be? This is Member Davis's, correct?
Still are leaving all that other, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions about what we got teed up? If not, okay. The motion is up. Can we vote?
Member Green and Member Real.
Okay. Voting is concluded. That motion fails. Vote of 8-7. Yes is being Member Wood, Member Reel, Member Lear, Members Straight, Davis, Booth, and Norton. Okay. Here we go. What's our lineup? I think you're it. You're it, sir.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider our earlier motion to postpone.
Were you on the prevailing side?
I'm going to ask the parliamentarian for a ruling on that.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah. Yeah, I just make a new one. I like doing it complicated, so can we do? I'd just like to do a motion to postpone.
Okay. Is that in order? We have done things since the last.
No later than the January?
Well, it said to a special meeting. So I have a question because we have done things since that last motion. So would it not be setting up a new opportunity to postpone having done additional action? Yeah, we're postponing from where we are. So we haven't changed anything. We've done a lot of stuff, but we haven't passed anything. And so hence the motion, I assume, because all right, yeah, so parliamentarily we had an open date. It was for a special session. We have moved forward on items but have not passed anything. Does that change anything? My gut would say if you move to postpone at one point and then later on you have a different consideration about postponement because things have been discussed, that would create a new opportunity because I think a motion to postpone can be brought anytime. It's not quite the same as, and I'm, like I said, this is my gut, but what's the real rule here? If you tell me we can't, then we can't, or if we have to be more specific, I don't have my Robert's rules on postponement. Right, but what would it take to do that, I guess, is the question. Leadership would have to receive a request to set a date, and then we would set a date, and that would be, or we could just decide to do it. Okay. All right. Well, the motion to postpone has been made, and so I guess the question is, you know, what would it, is that in order? And if it's a motion to postpone indefinitely, it's in order, up to the maker, Member Carey. There is a way to make the motion, and so up to you. You could move. Oh, AAG Buse or Beal, were you looking to speak? No? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying go with it because.
Back to you, Member Carey.
Wow, that was a lot of feedback. So, I'd just like to make a motion to postpone that this matter be heard at our next regularly scheduled board meeting.
Okay, that would be in order. That will be next week.
No, regularly scheduled, meaning
Oh, I'm sorry. So not legislative.
monthly, yes,
but-
correct. I'm sorry, yes. I was trying to avoid that, yeah.
Okay, so is there a second? This would go to February then. Leaving in place until that point what is currently in 328, right? So that's the motion. We leave in place the existing 328 and postpone this till February. There's been a second discussion of that motion. Any discussion? Member Davis.
I'll be voting no only because we currently are not aligned with 427. All 5 principles in 427 are not in our current rule. So I would prefer to align it and then amend it on our next meeting. We can still bring it back to the next meeting and continue more amendments, but that's why.
Okay, any further discussion to the motion? Member Lear.
He said, I don't like 427, but it's the law. And if we have the opportunity now to make the rule consistent with that, I think we should do that.
Okay, Member Straight.
Yeah, I'm for the good faith work of doing what we can to align with 427. I think that's a primary objective. But I do fully accept that we can postpone after a vote. I'd prefer to postpone after the vote on the on draft 1.
Okay, yes, Member Carey.
So I must have entered the twilight zone because for the last 2 hours, I thought the argument was we have legal analysis saying that 427 and 328 are not in conflict. And now what I'm hearing is we can't leave 328 in place because 328 does not comply with 427. So to the extent that that is the argument being made, and I don't accept the argument that they're not in conflict, but that seems to have been the mantra for the past 2 hours, that there's no conflict, but now I'm hearing, well, let's bring these two into alignment. So I would say that we proceed with the motion to postpone.
Okay. Further discussion. We've got Member Davis and Member.
It is Lear, Straight, Davis, Carey.
Oh, but she needs to follow up.
Yes, Member Davis.
Our legal counsel has said it's not conflicting with it, but it doesn't have 2 pieces of it that need to be included. That's all.
Member Carey.
Document.
Response.
I've seen the letter, and it seems like this letter is amorphous enough to include whatever seems to be needed at the time, but it's not in backup. It's not part of the official record, but that's the one we keep going back to.
Which letter are we referencing? I have had a couple of questions. Okay, the email. Okay. Member Lear?
Just to be clear, Member Carey is somewhat right. I think I've been using shorthand. If others believe it's not in it is the the rule is in conflict, I'm willing to add all the pieces of 427 and try to placate those who believe it's not in conflict. So because it adds what's already in law anyway. Whether the rule has all 5 pieces doesn't mean that LEAs can ignore what's in 427. If the sponsors of the bill feel like it should be put in the rule also, I'm okay with that. So to be really clear, and I can see how that could sound contradictory, though I don't agree that it's absolutely necessary, I don't think it is, it doesn't bother me to put those pieces in so that the sponsors feel better about it.
Okay, further discussion. Member Straight?
Yeah, I really agree with what's been said by everyone, except for, yeah, we might actually be in the twilight zone. That may actually be true as well. But anyway, I know in my comments, I was absolutely spoke from the very beginning about our efforts to bring in 427. Yes, do we have the letter that says that it's not in direct conflict and we could move on? But you know what? I want to show good faith effort to the legislature. I don't want it said that we ignored it. Yeah, we have the analysis. Yeah, it has most of it. But yeah, we can improve.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further lights, so the motion is to postpone to the next regularly scheduled monthly meeting, which is the February meeting. Our legislative meetings are scheduled, but those aren't our regular meetings. So it's a month out. All right, let us vote.
What are we postponing? The entire agenda or just this item? But that means that the old 328 stays.
Yes.
We can't have the old 328.
Then speak. You want to?
No, you see what happens when I speak. Chaos.
Voting is open.
I can't. We should. I don't know. Our data is straight.
Concluded, that motion passes 8-7. The no votes being Chair Moss, Member Lear, Member Straight, Member Davis, Member Booth, Member Hart, and Member Norton. So that is postponed to February, and we are back to, let's see. Yeah, that puts that off. I'm back to, we still had items, right? I'm trying to figure out where we're going. We're back in, we still had standards and assessment work. Okay.
8.6, R277-716, Alternative Language Services for Utah Students Amendment. The committee moves the board approve R277-716, Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Ready?
No lights, no discussion? Okay, let's vote. Waiting. All right. There we go. Voting's concluded. That passes 14-1 with the no vote being Member Klein. No, we got
Now
more
we're
standards
going
and
on to the
assessment. We got the second part. Yep.
9.2, we have the CTE standards. The committee moves that the board approve the following CTE courses: Community and Public Health, Commercial Photography 2, Commercial Photography 3, and Educational Instruction.
I have an amendment.
Member Vice Chair Earl.
I have amendment to Principles of Education Instructions under Strand 2. Is that up there? Do you have it?
Do you guys have the CTE motion that you can share?
Okay.
To see these, are we looking in 9.2 or back up in? They're all in there. Okay. Is this draft CTE, the last document, has everything? Okay.
Okay, my recommendation. Does it have any red on it so I can identify what the change? Okay, I'm just going to read it then. So Strand 2, students will explain professional responsibilities of protecting student data when utilizing technology for instruction and learning. Standard 1, explain professional responsibilities of protecting student data and privacy under Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA. Personal identifiable information, PII, includes information that can be used to distinguish or trace a student's identity, either directly or indirectly, including but not limited to student number, name, age or birthday, email address, phone number, location data, like a physical address. Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA, is a federal law that addresses parent rights regarding their students' education records and defines the conditions under which schools may share education records with third parties. Education records are records, files, documents, or other materials that contain information directly related to a student and is maintained by the school. Confidentiality is limiting access to student education records to only authorized individuals, parents, guardians, teachers, counselors, administrators. And then Standard 2, explore and research how federal law, Utah state law, and student data privacy requirements impact the use of technology tools for instruction and legal responsibilities within a local education agency. Utah Code 53E 9203 requires educators to get prior written consent from a student's guardian before asking students for personal or family information. And then it lists the areas: political affiliation or philosophies, mental or psychological problems, sexual behavior, orientation or attitudes, religious affiliations or beliefs, income, illegal, antisocial, self-incriminating or demeaning behavior, critical appraisals of individuals with whom the student or family member has has close family relationships, legally recognizing privilege and analogous relationships, lawyers, medical personnel, or ministers. How can educators ensure online content, classroom materials align with Utah Code 53E 9203? And then it's compare the student data privacy requirements between Federal Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, PPRA, and Utah Code 53E 9203. Federal Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, PPRA, does not require a time frame for guardian notification, requires consent for surveys connected to federal programs, and then Utah Code 53E 9203 requires a minimum of 2 weeks for guardian notification, requires notification and consent on all surveys, regardless of federal, state, local, school, or classroom programs. Utah Code 53E 9309 requires LEAs to ensure that there are specific provisions in place for education technology, third-party contractors, programs, apps, devices. Where does your LEA list approved technologies, metadata, dictionary approved application list, learn platform? What is the process for approving new technology products in your LEA? Discuss what legal responsibilities are related with technology associated with third-party contractors. And then the Child Internet Protection Act, CIPA, requires LEAs and libraries to adopt and implement an internet safety policy that includes technology protection measures, block and filter internet access to inappropriate matter, monitor the online activities of minors, educate minors about appropriate online behavior, and then discuss how LEAs implementing internet safety policies aligned to CIPA, receive federal funding, and must follow government policies regarding use of CIPA funds. And then underneath there, students will research and present a current education issue regarding technology in the classroom and how it affects student data and privacy. And so there's components of what was already there, and then I asked Katie if she could work with me to put in those provisions of both federal and state. So there you have
Okay.
it. What's that?
We do need a second. Is there a second?
Yeah, yes. So it aligned with the code.
We have got a second. So member Lear and member Reel.
Unless she wants to speak.
Correct. Sorry. Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Earl.
Just asked when in committee we were trying to figure out how to put the federal stuff in there and the Utah stuff, and then just asked, worked with Katie and Ashley Higgs to incorporate those, but make it appropriate for the students in high school, but also that it was relevant to data privacy. So.
Okay, member Lear and member Reel. Member Reel.
Thank you. This was one of our many conversations in our extra standards meetings last month, but I do have a question for Jennifer Thronson, or if Ashley's online, but maybe since you're here, you can answer. The way that I see these CTE courses is that these are high school level education courses set up in a way to start getting high school students thinking and learning the fundamental basics of teaching in order to hopefully encourage them to go to a higher ed institution and become educators, kind of through a pipeline, right? And this feels like, and I mentioned this in standards as well, but this feels like a lot of high level, more sophisticated education content that one might not be able to be even have enough time to cover in the course, but also is above what they should be learning in this course. So my question is this something that is actually taught at a higher level, and is this something that for the level of this course as a CTE course is appropriate at that age and at this point in that pipeline to becoming an educator? Thanks.
I assume that's rhetorical, correct?
No, it was, it was an actual
you do want it. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I
I
had a
didn't
question.
see a light. I
Yeah.
didn't hear noise in response, so here we go.
Okay, Director Thronson.
Director Thronson.
Thank you for the question. So in terms of whether teachers will get data and privacy when they go into their teaching educator preparation programs, that is part of the competencies in teacher prep. The intent of CTE for teachers, teaching as a profession, course 1, is to excite kids about the teaching profession and to invite them to want to be teachers. So in terms of, is this something, this is you as a board, is this what's going to get someone excited to be a teacher and want to go into the profession? That this is their very first course, exploring this profession. The initial standard. Oh. We did put an initial piece in. Has technology, and we do want, as our students are designing instruction, that they're thinking about privacy, but it was at a very foundational level, knowing the depth and capacity of understanding is going to come in an actual preparation program. The amendments would take it beyond that.
Thank you. Yeah, so I would speak against this amendment, and I spoke against a similar amendments that were proposed during our committee because I think this is far too much, far too detailed, and far too high level for this course.
Okay, member
Lear.
Lear.
Oops, my question was similar. I just wondered, what age of student are we typically talking about in this type of a class? Typically. Jennifer needs to be turned on.
Thank you. In terms of the typical age, you're looking at 15 to 17 years old for this course.
So not seniors.
Well, most to
occasionally.
18, I guess, would be the appropriate.
So,
So
but
most,
as
because
young
there's
as-
a 3-course sequence, most students will start this more in that sophomore, junior year,
Oh.
as there's 3 teaching as a profession courses.
Thanks, helpful.
Member Klein.
So when I made the motion in committee, I just asked that they identify the different laws. So they didn't have to like learn them all, but they should be familiar with the terms, SIPA and PPRA and FERPA, and know that they exist and that it's in state code, it's in federal code. You know, the idea was not that they have to become experts at it, but this is the level 2 education instruction class. This is the highest level education instruction class. And so in the CTE courses, this is the higher level one. And so if they go to college and they haven't even heard of these codes or these laws around data privacy, when that's what the section is on, then I think we've failed them.
Yeah. Vice Chair.
Oh, you got it. Sorry, Davis.
Sorry.
I think they should absolutely learn all these laws, but they should learn them when they have the capacity to start implementing them with fidelity, when they're starting to have field experiences, and that's more at university level than high school level.
Can we see any of the motion up there? I don't.
Almost, yeah.
That's the current.
That's yours in the middle, Vice Chair?
Yeah. All the colors parts are the amendment.
I don't see any colored parts. Am I missing something?
Scroll up, you can see Jenny's colored part.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to let us look at what we're debating.
So keep in mind,
FERPA
most
is a
of that's
federal
already
law.
there. We're just adding
The colored parts being added?
the colored. Yes, the colored part actually is the same definition. The colored part is the same definition as the rest of FERPA, and that we've used in other parts of the document that we've already approved. So it's just a matter of putting it there. So scan down a little bit more. Yeah. Which it was in. Keep in mind, it was in there. This is just a.
Sure. Are you? Yeah, she's next up, right? Yes, Member Lear.
I wondered 2 things. First of all, how long? When did you post this, Jenny, or is this just a new?
Well, we met last week, so.
Was this the same when?
I thought it was attached because I did ask for it. So I apologize if it was not, because on Monday I did ask that we get it updated, but I don't know if it got posted. So I do apologize for that. I did have this ahead of time.
And I as I was listening online, I was not. I thought there were some important inaccuracies.
We fixed that.
About the
53 E9203.
there was protection for family information.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That was a concern.
I had Katie check that, and that's what I moved.
But my more important point, my more general point is that I don't think we, and this maybe would be a good move for teachers to give them a little more control over the amount of time they have for these areas of instruction, that we could just cite the code and not list all of this out, so that we're very exact and consistent with what the code says, and we don't misstate any word at all if it's a may or a shall, and then allow the teachers to decide if they want to have greater detail or if they only have time for less detail.
You could do that. The code itself, I guess you could do that, but the code itself has quite a bit more to it. This isn't just that whole section of that code. So if you want to list out the whole, sure. I just think that's probably too much.
No, I just want to
Okay.
list. I just want to cite the code. I don't want to list all this stuff.
But that's what I'm saying is the code itself has quite a bit more to it. It's not it's more
then just-
dynamic than just this.
Well, you've also got federal regulations that you haven't even listed. And they have some information in them that are not specific to the state law, that are not always included in the state law provisions. So I think it would be better for teachers and give them more flexibility if they could go to the sections of the code and not think that they're expected to just teach exactly this.
Okay, Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I'm not, you guys can vote for it or not. I think it's key that if we're talking data privacy, we hit the key pieces of federal and the key pieces of state legislation, especially if this particular class focuses a lot on technology. I think it's just a key provision.
Okay, we're going to go to one comment by each board member on each motion. Member Bogus?
Yes, sir. First of all, I wanted to just thank Member Earl for the amendments. I really do appreciate it. And I would offer, just in speaking to the motion, that not only are students learning about what they need to be accountable for as educators moving into the system, we also need to understand that in doing so, they learn about their own rights as students. And so this is a win-win, like win times two. It is something that they learn about their own rights as students. They learn about the constraints put upon the system to honor their privacy and their family. And I would just thank Member Earl for the motion and speak in favor of the amendments.
Okay. Seeing no further lights, let us vote, and we'll get, there we go. I was going to say we'll hold for Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl. Vice Chair Hart, we're voting on, okay. One more. All right, voting is concluded. That motion fails 8-7. Yes votes being Member Carey, Member Moss, Member Green, Member Bogus, Member Hart, Vice Chair Hart, Earl, and Klein.
You can demote me.
Okay. Nope. Right. Floor is open. Seeing no lights, I think the underlying motion was to approve the following CTE courses: Community Public Health, Commercial Photography 2, Commercial Photography 3, and Educational Instruction. Please vote.
Member Booth?
Yes, I'm sorry. Back to. Oh, no, we're still. Yeah, we got it. Passes 11-4. The noes being Carey, Green, Bogus, and Member Klein. Is that the end? I've standards. Chair Booth. Sure. Here. All right. Thank you very much. And we are on to. I think we've had discussion about postponing a couple items. Help me out here. Full day kindergarten update. We have moved that to when? Tomorrow? Okay. It's not going to tomorrow. We'll put that back on the agenda item for probably February then. On to general session legislation preparation. Let me just ask here. We have also noticed that for tomorrow. Would it be better to put that item for tomorrow and take care of those things that are not noticed for tomorrow? Deputy Jones, I don't think, well, did we notice a carryover tomorrow for any leftover items?
No, we should have.
We did not. Okay, so we noticed for tomorrow.
We did notice?
We noticed some things.
But I think it was,
Scott, Deputy Superintendent Jones. I guess let me just get this procedural parliamentary question answered first. So, what can or can't we carry over to tomorrow? We noticed that. Right.
From my understanding, Chair Moss, we could carry over the legislative preparation item to tomorrow because we do have that on our study session agenda noticed as an action item.
Okay.
So we could take action on that tomorrow. But the rest of today's board meeting agenda either needs to be finished tonight, postponed to your legislative meeting, postponed to February, or postponed to a special meeting that you can decide at a later date.
Okay. So legislation, we have noticed for tomorrow a review of the process, which is an information and guidance item from our staff, and I think leadership might weigh in. And then we also noticed up as action items in the event that we ran over both funding and policy proposals. We don't have any policy proposals in the hopper. There's the possibility if we want to talk about funding. So we can bump that one over. Any objection to that of bumping over the legislative section so we can get to those things that we have to? Yeah, I'm looking at Deputy Jones. Anybody else?
No, Chair, if I may, just to clarify, that would be the agenda item number 11.
Yeah.
11.11 and 11.12, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah, so that would be that crosswalk comparison with the governor's budget sector. Yeah, no problem.
Right. Okay. All right, so we'll postpone that till tomorrow, item number 11. Do we need a vote for that, or is that something we can just, it hasn't come to the floor, so yeah, without objection. Okay. All right, so then we have item number, I'm sorry, yeah. Oh, were you gonna speak to that?
Are we voting on this? See how it says motion, I think there just need to be clarification where it says motion.
Reviews the.
No official motion was taken, but I just want to make sure member Klein's trying to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, I don't think we need a motion to carry it over to tomorrow when it was noticed and it's carryover. I'm sorry, what's the question?
I would just like to make a motion to postpone the remaining action items
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
to
you were
a
just asking a
special
question.
session to be determined by board leadership.
Okay, so we postponed this one. We've already put the legislative matters over. So the legislation will take place tomorrow because that's the intro to the session. So the motion is from items 12.
we need to probably do consent though, because it probably has.
Well, let's ask. Let me just tell people the motion that's on, then we can debate it. So items 12, which is reports and requirements, task force recommendations. 13, the budget report. 14, math standard. Didn't we bump math standards?
We'll have to have a special meeting.
Okay, we pulled that off for a special session. So 14 is off. Consent, and then we have chairs, board member comments, and executive UPAC. So let me just, with that motion teed up, I want to ask staff about it. But do we have a second for that motion? Sorry, Member Bogus seconded. So let me ask staff: are there items on consent? And so this would be a special session. So that does not include one of our legislative meetings. This would be a separate meeting. Is that the intent? Okay. Because we had two options and now we've got three. We got a regular meeting, a legislative meeting, and a special session. So the intent of the motion is for a special session. Yeah, I guess we'll. Well, the UPAC stuff, we have appointments, we have UPAC. I mean, the UPAC stuff, we can ask Ben. We can ask Ben about that, or not. Let's see, I don't think we have Ben. Yeah, I guess if we could, Ben, Director Rasmussen, we've got a motion to postpone the remaining items, so we're just asking our key staff members on each of those whether they're time-sensitive matters that would be in trouble if we postpone. We got, and I hate to do this, people have been waiting, but, I understand the motion. So let's find out.
People waiting on clerks on UPAC. I mean, it just depends on how quick you're going to do the special meeting.
Yes, Member Davis.
We have another meeting at noon. Could we do it, come here and do it between, or get a room at the Capitol? I guess we have to do it.
This is on which date? The
We're
18th?
already gonna be up here. We've already taken work off. Can we do it on that day so we don't take another work day off?
Chair,
Matt would second that, he said.
for your
Yes.
for yours and the
Jones.
board's consideration, PEA, the first two meetings for PEA is on Wednesday, the 17th, and Friday, the 19th. Agenda items are to the related to basic programs, which is one of the items here. We're not suggesting you make any motions after you've had a chance to review it. We just left it as an action item in case you wanted to make any adjustments after you saw the impacts of each one of the 9 programs, if it would put into the WPU too. My concern is we're okay if we do it a week, but the other piece to this is we have the small rural district approvals, and we know that we're going to be asked by the PEA, or we have been asked by PEA to present both years. Last year was the first year and this was the first year, and that could be that first week. So we would need to meet hopefully before Wednesday, or if not, Wednesday at the latest next week, to ensure that we're in line with what we anticipate will be the PEA agendas.
Okay, so if we postpone, we need to do it on that item or those items by Monday or Tuesday, the 15th or 16th?
Right, Monday's a holiday, sir, but
Oh, right.
yeah, I don't have a life, so I can work on Monday. So that's cool. So
I forgot while I was looking for a.
no, you're good, sir.
I was looking at
No,
a blank schedule.
You're great. It's just it is a state holiday.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion.
Yes, Member Earl.
Yes, I would like to pull the consent calendar and do it tonight, and those items that are listed there, so that those are done. We don't have to try to think of a way to squeeze it in next week, because that's where those are sitting, right? Yep.
Seconded. So the underlying motion was for items 12 through the end, and the motion to amend is to retain for tonight item 15, which is the general consent calendar. Any discussion on that motion? Member Booth or Bogus? I see a light there, but okay. Any discussion on that motion? If not, we can vote. Motion is to remove from or I guess it's to amend the motion to postpone, to exclude from postponing item 15, the general consent calendar. All right, we've got 8 up there, 7 left.
Oh, what are we voting on?
Oh, geez.
Member Carey's gone. It doesn't, it's 14.
Member Carey, are you on the premises? All right, that passes 14-0. So what we have remaining then is a motion to postpone to a special session, items 12 and 14. No, excuse me. 12 to 14 and 16 through 19. Any further discussion to that motion? I guess, did we get an answer on executive session, or excuse me, UPAC? Wait, is that what you pulled? I thought you pulled consent. Am I getting that off? Sorry? Okay, I didn't hear the final word there. It's okay to postpone or no? Okay, I'm sorry, folks. Yeah, I should turn this over to you. I'm not. I am.
No, they do not.
Just do it.
I'm good with that. I don't know what others are, but okay. So is there a motion to pull consent? Or executive? We pulled consent. Is there a motion to pull executive?
I move we pull executive.
Second. Any discussion of the motion? If not, let's vote. So this would leave for tonight consent and executive if the motion passes. It's to pull it from the motion to postpone. Correct. Sorry. Yeah, I know.
Pull it out of the motion to postpone.
Yep. Right. So we have already decided to do consent tonight. This would mean we do executive as well. So.
Starting. You better be careful. Give me cold punch. Vote. Carry, real, clear.
We got 9 in. Anybody else feel like voting? Do it now or forever hold your peace. All right, that passes by a vote of 9-2. The noes being members Green and Bogus. And the yeas, yes. So the yeas on that, since we didn't have everybody here, the yeas are Moss, Wood, Reel, Davis, Booth, Hymas, Hart, Earl, and Klein. Okay, so the motion then before us is to postpone everything except consent and executive session. Any further discussion to that motion? Member Lear, I see your light, I think.
I want to speak to the last issue. I don't think it's fair to teachers to do it when we're this tired and this done with the day. So I'm concerned about the executive session that relates to UPAC. But
Okay,
that was my old comment. The vote is over. I didn't vote, so my
Okay.
hands are clean.
All right.
If I'm questioning anything,
Yep. Okay, so the motion then is to postpone everything else to a special session for a date to be set by leadership. Any discussion on that motion? If not, please vote. Okay, we've got 11 members in. Anybody else interested in voting? We've got 12 in. It's so far unanimous. Okay, we will take what we can get here. Voting is concluded. That passes 13-0. All right. Do we have to record who didn't vote, or is that?
Carrie being absent. Just say Carrie being absent.
We got 2 that didn't vote, though. Real and Carrie?
I think there was 9-2, so there's.
Well, this one's is 13-0. So Davis
Oh.
and Carey did not vote. Okay. Passes 13-0 without members Davis and Carey. Okay, so we are back to the 2 items that were pulled to remain on calendar, which are consent and executive. Open to motions regarding item 15, which is the consent calendar. Member Klein.
I would move to pull 15.4 and 15.6 from the contracts.
Okay.
Sorry, not from the contracts, just from the general consent calendar.
Pull it from consent to be
Yeah.
considered separately. Okay. Okay. Any other motions? Somebody want to make it? Okay. Member Hymas.
I move to approve the remaining action items.
Second. Any comment, discussion? Not, are you for this or for the items that were pulled?
Oh, no,
So the motion is to approve those items that were not pulled, namely 4 and 6. So motion is to approve items number 1 through 3 and 5. Seeing no lights, let's vote.
Sorry. Okay, redo, sorry. I don't know what happened. Gary Wood, Real, Norton, Booth, Davis, Hart.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, we had to read it.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Denver Booth, Denver Real. I think that's everybody. Okay. Because they're not here.
Is that everybody? Okay. That motion passes 10-3 with the no votes being members Green, Bogus, and Klein. Okay, those items that were pulled. Item number 4, approval of the meeting minutes. Any motions on item number 4? Member Klein, I think. Oh, no? Okay. Member Hymas.
I move to approve action items 15.4 and 15.6 of the consent calendar.
Okay, is there a second? It's been seconded. Any discussion of that motion? Seeing none, let's vote.
You good? Yep. Davis and Green.
Okay, we're missing Carrie. I'm sorry, who else are we missing now?
We're missing Real and Gary.
Real, okay. All right, that motion passes unanimously 13-0. Okay, that concludes, I believe, the consent agenda, correct? Unless I'm overlooking something. So we are needing a motion to go into executive session, I believe.
I move we go into executive session.
Okay, that I believe requires a roll call even if we're all here, correct? So, all right.
Oh, my phone told me it's my bedtime.
Good night. All right.
Yeah, and he's got to do a voice vote.
Yep. I got the voice vote. So the motion is to move into executive session. Let me make sure I do this right. The motion is that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical mental health of individuals and pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Member Bogus. Member Booth. Member Klein. Member Davis. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Green. Member Green?
She said yes.
To go into executive, okay.
She said yes.
Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Member Hymas. Yes? Okay. Member Carey.
Yes.
Member Lear. Member Norton. Member Norton. Let's see. I think we can do it without her vote if she's not objecting. Member Real. Member Straight. Member Wood. And I vote yes. Okay. We will set up the tech and go into executive. Okay, I think we are, I'm not in charge here, Jenny is.
Okay, Carol, we're ready for your motion.
I move that we go out of executive session.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? That was unanimous. Okay. All right. Thank you. The motion is, oh, I need someone, all right, who's making motions for us? Sorry. Do you gotta?
Oh, you ready?
Yes.
Ready to go for
I'm,
this?
I'm ready. I'm half done already.
Okay. I move that the board accept UPAC consent calendar recommendations.
Second? Okay, Matt Hymas seconds. The motion before the board is that they approve the UPAC consent calendar. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, are we gonna do it this way? Oh, okay. Go ahead and vote. No, this is the consent calendar.
No, I'm an I on this one.
This is consent calendar. Okay. Okay, so this is what I need you all to do. Raise your hand like this. Set it carefully in front of your computer. We are going to go quick, so do not move your hand from your voting tablet. Okay, I don't know. We still only have 12. Are we missing how many? Okay, so we're really just missing one. Is that accurate? So take it. Go back. We have to vote that one more time. See, your hands are still on. It's a good job. I see some of you are listening really well. Go ahead and vote now. We'll have to vote again. She voted. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That'd be awesome. Oh my gosh.
Some of you did not keep your hand on your voter device.
We have to revote.
Okay, we're good. It's unanimous. That's 13 to approve the consent calendar. Go ahead. Keep your hand there.
In case number 21-1808, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Okay, the motion before the, second. I need a second. Okay, the motion is that the board approves the UPAC recommendation for case number 21-1808. Go ahead and vote. Okay, the vote is 13 yes, so that's unanimous. Okay.
In case number 22-1876, I move that the board adopt the remand order.
Okay, the motion before the board is that they adopt the remand order for case number 22-1876. Go ahead and vote. This one. Okay, there are 10 yeses, 2 abstentions, and 1 no. Do I need to read the no? I can't see. Who knowed? Board member Lear is a no on that one. Okay, go ahead with the next
In
one.
case number 22-1880, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
The motion before the board is that the board approves UPAC recommendation for case number 22-1880. Okay, go ahead and vote. Chair Moss? Okay, that's 1 no. Who's the no here? Klein. And 12 yeses. Can't add this. Okay, go ahead.
In case number 23-1959, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Okay, the motion before the board is that they approve UPAC recommendation for case number 231959. Go ahead and vote. It's a 1959. Okay, I'm still missing some votes. Okay, did we get the final vote on that? So 13 in favor, that was unanimous. So go ahead.
In case number 23-1961, I move that the board adopt the remand order.
Okay, oh, sorry, that the motion before the board is that they approve the remand order. Or no, they adopt the remand order for case number 231961.
Mine says 2-3.
Did I read that correctly? Two, three. So we've got to, hold on, we'll have to re-vote here. 231961. It's okay.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead and vote. Go ahead and vote. 13, we're missing 2.
Oh, where's it gonna go? That's why I was
One
thinking
more.
He'll end up somewhere else.
Who are we missing?
Somewhere else. He'll be an exec.
Lear.
He'll be an advisor to somebody.
Okay, it was unanimous, 13 to nothing. Go ahead, next one.
In case number 23-1969, I move that the board accepts the license surrender.
Okay, in case number 231969, that's not on my document. The board accepts the, what was it again? The license surrender. Go ahead and vote. Why do I not? That's okay. I just was confused. Okay, we're waiting for one person. Wood? Okay, that was unanimous. Go ahead.
In case number 23-1991, I move that the board accept the surrender.
Okay, so in case number 231991, the motion is that the board accept the surrender of the license. Go ahead and vote. Okay, one more. Okay, that's unanimous. Go ahead.
In case number 23-2036, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Okay, in case number 232036, the motion is that the board accept the UPAC recommendations. Go ahead and vote.
Come on. Vote.
And I'm still missing one. Davis. Okay, that vote is 11 yeses, 2 noes. Who are the noes? Can't read. Carrie and Hymas. Okay, and we have some appointments to make.
Yes. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. I move that the board appoint Jennifer. Do we say the names? Yeah, do we say them here? Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
Jennifer McKenzie, representing higher education for a 3-year term for the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel. UC?
Okay, the recommendation is that Jennifer McKenzie be placed on the Utah State Education Advisory Panel. I don't have all that information. Is that enough? Okay, those of you in favor, go ahead and vote. Yeah, the UC, Utah Special Education Advisory Panel. I'm still missing 2 votes.
Did you guys vote? Brent, vote, yes.
Everybody. This is not hard, guys. Okay, that's unanimous. Go ahead.
Okay,
I know.
I move that the board accept Sarah Erb to represent parents of students with disabilities for a 3-year term on the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board accepts Sarah Erb for representing parents of students with disabilities for the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Go ahead.
Okay, I move that the board appoint Ben Jameson, representing the assessment director for a 4-year term to the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee.
Second.
The motion before the board is that Ben Jameson accept the position under assessment director for the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee. All those in favor?
Jordan.
Needing 13, I'm missing 1. Okay, that is unanimous. Go ahead.
I move that Catherine Clark be appointed to the to the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee
Okay, the motion before the board is that Catherine Clark
for a 4-year term.
be appointed for the expert at large 4-year term for Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee. All those in favor? Missing 1. There we go. Unanimous vote. Go ahead.
I move that Emily Anderson, representing a secondary principal, be appointed for a 4-year term to the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel.
Okay, sorry. The motion before the board is that Emily Anderson, a secondary principal, be appointed for Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee. All those in favor, vote yes. Vote. Go ahead. It's APAC.
I was wrong. Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory.
Do we need to restate that? So it's the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee.
Emily Anderson.
Emily Anderson.
4-year term.
4-year term. Thank you, Carol, for catching that.
Go team, go. I need to
We're missing 1.
cross that out.
1 vote. You got to vote. 1 more. We have 1 more tonight. Okay. Go ahead.
I move that Frank Schofield be appointed to the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee, representing superintendents for a 4-year term.
The motion before the board is to have Frank Schofield accept the position on the advisory committee for the superintendent for Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee. All those in favor? I'll vote. I guess I don't say in favor. Okay, we're missing 1 vote still.
Done.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote. Okay, I will accept 1 more motion tonight. There is a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Have a good night.
Make sure you badge out as you leave, everybody. Badge out as you leave.